When we started an hour
Welcome
with the tower,
to another hour with the
Andy
tower, and we
from
have
Cardoon
had to
Direct,
go
says,
to
you know
Vegas
what? I'm
for
just
the
going to send a
next
tweet,
special guest
and you
because
never know.
regarded
what will
as the
happen.
best
I'll send
online
it to
MTT
the
player in history,
biggest,
with 16.5
the most
million
prolific poker player
lifetime total earnings
of all time,
under
and
the
see
legendary
what
nickname
happens.
Moment One,
And then
which now means you
we
know
get a
it is.
reply saying, you know what,
5.9
guys?
million in
Why
lifetime
not?
earnings,
So
holding
it
two
is my
of the
pleasure,
three
and
triple crown.
the
He's
heart's
got a World
going a
Series
little bit
bracelet and a
because
WPT. He's ninth
even
on the
though
all-time money list in England, but that doesn't matter.
absolute
Because
great pleasure.
for an hour with the tower,
That,
it is the
to
one and
introduce a
only
guy
Mr.
that's
Chris.
got just about
Moment.
24 million in life.
Thanks for having me on the podcast.
He's 22
Oh man, how you doing? How's
all-time money
Vegas?
list. He's got 15
Yeah, good. Like it's getting hot here actually. Oh well,
He's
obviously
the
it's summer,
only
but
person
actually it's
to
not
win
as
the
hot as it
World
normally is
Series
for
main
the
event and the
World
World
Series every
Series
summer.
of
It's been
Poker Europe
quite chill. It's
main
actually
event.
you can go outside and not
is
sweat your balls off. So it's
the
been nice.
great pleasure
How's
of
lockdown
mine.
been?
And
Yeah,
crossed
not too
by
bad
the end
actually.
of it,
Like I was
he'll
quite
have
fortunate
just entertained us all to introduce
just before
to
it all
you
went
guys
down, I was away.
the
I
one
was
and
in
only
England
Mr.
the whole of
Phil
January. I
Hellmuth Jr.
was playing a couple of live tournaments.
How's it
I had
going,
an 8
Phil?
tournament in Madrid.
Thank you
And
very
I was
much
playing
for
a
this,
big
Phil.
tournament
This
at
is
Dusk
an
Till Dawn as well.
absolute
So I was
pleasure.
away for
When
the whole
Andy
of
sent
January,
that
and then
tweet,
just
he
before it
says,
all
"Who
kind
shall
of
we
went down, I
get?"
got
And
back
we
and
were
I was in
like,
Vegas
"Well,
because
why
obviously it
not
would
aim
have
for the top?"
sucked to being
And
sort
this
of away
is
somewhere
as
and not being
high
able to
as
get
you
back
can
home
get
and
for us.
being apart from my wife for like months. So yeah, I was
when you
kind
send
of
out a
lucky
tweet,
that
you never know what's going to happen.
I was back home and
Absolutely.
at least I
We're
wasn't lonely. I had
starting-
someone to hang out with.
We're starting with lockdown
no
because we're
complaints,
obviously
really.
in strange
You've been in
times.
Vegas a couple of years, all right?
We don't know.
Yeah, like on and
what
off. I kind of split my time
life
between
is going to be like
traveling the circuit
after,
still and
after. Is
yeah,
it ever going to
and,
be
like,
normal again?
staying
What
here.
has
Brilliant
lockdown
stuff.
been
We're
for
gonna
you? What's
start
it been like?
basically at the beginning.
Well,
because
March 8th,
how
I
did you
went
learn?
to Draymond Green's
Where did you
surprise
first
birthday
start
party. I
playing
started
poker, and when
skipping
was it?
tournaments March 1st.
Welcome to another hour with the tower, and we have had to go to Vegas for the next special guest because regarded as the best online MTT player in history with 16.5 million lifetime total earnings under the legendary nickname Moment One, which now means you know who it is. 5.9 million in lifetime earnings, holding two of the three triple crown. He's got a World Series bracelet and a WPT. He's ninth on the all-time money list in England, but that doesn't matter because for an hour with the tower, it is the one and only Mr. Chris Moorman.
Thanks for having me on the podcast, Phil.
Oh man, how you doing? How's Vegas?
Yeah, good. Like it's getting hot here actually. Oh well, obviously it's summer, but actually it's not as hot as it normally is for the the World Series every summer. It's been quite chill. It's actually you can go outside and not sweat your balls off, so it's been nice.
How's lockdown been?
Yeah, not too bad actually. Like I was quite fortunate because just before it all went down, I was away. I was in England in the whole of January. I was playing a couple of live tournaments. I had an 8-at-8 tournament in Madrid, and I was playing a big tournament at Dusk Till Dawn as well. So I was away for the whole of January, and then just before it all kind of went down, I got back and I was in Vegas because obviously it would have sucked to being sort of away somewhere and not being able to get back home and being apart from my wife for like months. So yeah, I was kind of lucky that I was back home and. At least I wasn't lonely. I had someone to hang out with, and yeah, no complaints really.
You've been in Vegas a couple of years, all right?
Yeah, like on and off. I kind of split my time between traveling the circuit still, and and like staying here.
Brilliant stuff. We're going to start basically at the beginning because how did you learn? Where did you first start playing poker, and when was it?
God, it feels like a lifetime ago now. Guess it was like I was at university at Essex University studying economics, not doing too hot, like kind of failing. I was getting distracted. Like at the time, I was getting distracted by pool. I'd always played pool growing up, and then at university I joined the pool club. We had a pretty good team. We played in the national championships every year. And I guess this was it was up in Derby, I think, the national championships. And we'd gone to Derby, played that year. I think it was my first year at university. And on the way home, one of my friends saw in like the student newspaper about this free tournament on Victor Chandler Poker that all students could play. It was free to buy in, and the winner would get. I think the winner got the equivalent of about $500, but they also got a seat in this big live tournament in London. So me and my friends didn't even know the rules of poker at this point, but we decided, okay, we'll give it a spin. It's free to enter. It was on a Monday night, so there was not much going on campus that night. So me and my like 4 flatmates went on Yahoo because it wasn't even Google back then. We went on Yahoo, printed out a set of rules, started playing amongst ourselves with like two pence coins. And yeah, just played the free roll every week, and first sort of 5 or 6 times did absolutely nothing kind of thing, and lost every hand. And then I actually came second one week for like $120. Obviously, I was gutted to come second because I missed out on the live seat, but still $120 was good money to me. I was a broke student, so now I had the dilemma of whether I cash out and sort of take my money and run, or sort of play around with it and see what happened. And I was really 50-50. I kept asking everyone because I didn't want to be determined as a gambler kind of thing. And in the end, I just decided to sort of have fun with it. And it went from there, really.
You've turned into, obviously, the early days of poker, you've turned into the number one, an absolute phenom. We've looked back at your pocket fives. Do you know exactly or roughly how many online cashes you've got on pocket fives? There might even be more that's not been on there, but would you like to have a guess?
God, I don't know, like maybe 10,000. I don't know.
It's just 11,594. That's to date.
So that's a lot of poker, yeah, a lot.
That's a lot of poker. That's a lot of cashes, by the way.
Yeah.
That's a lot of cashes. Your first on there is 5th for 13,000 in July 2006. I'm not being funny. That's 14 years ago.
Yeah, that's not a bad first cash either, right?
where is it? Apart from the years, where have they gone? 13,000 as a first cash. Was it instantly? This is going to be bankroll, or are we just going to squander it?
Well, actually, it's kind of funny because I'd been playing poker for quite a long time at that point, and I was playing mainly cash games on the Victor Chandler site.
Yeah.
And it was the first. The site got shut down. It was I can't remember what the exact act it was called under, but it got shut down. And I only really played on that site at the time. It was quite a small site, but I knew everyone. I had like my all stats on everyone. I was just a cash game player, played a few tournaments on the side. And I was like, okay, I'm going to have to move sites. But I was really reliant on my HUD back in the day, which is kind of funny because I don't really use it anymore. But yeah, so I was like, okay, I can't play on you know, like the big sites at the time, Full Tilt and PokerStars on the cash games there without having all my database set up, and I didn't really know much how to, you know, do all that kind of stuff. So I had to wait for my friend at university to be free, and he had exams that week. So I was like, okay, what am I going to do? I haven't got, you know, can't take a week off poker. You know, I was addicted to it. So I was like, okay, I'll just dabble in a couple of these tournaments. I played like this Sunday online tournaments that I hadn't really played before on the sites, because I was like, okay, well, I don't need my database for this. And I played them, and I was like shocked at how much worse the players were in the tournaments and the cash games. And obviously I had that 13K score that day. I came fifth, I think, or something like that in the big Full Tilt Sunday tournament. And from there, I was kind of hooked on the tournaments. I really enjoyed just the different dynamics, different stages of the tournament. And before that, I'd just been playing cash game, kind of building my bankroll. I'd done pretty well, but the games were starting to get a bit stale, because, you know, with cash games, you always feel like you have to keep moving up and up when you're doing well. And I didn't really want the swings of, you know, even if you're the best player in the world, you're playing big cash games, you're going to have crazy swings. So yeah, I just got hooked on tournaments. And then even when I got my buddy to set it all back up, I tried to start playing cash games again, and it just wasn't the same. And yes, that's how I really started, really, because at that point I'd been playing cash for maybe over a year and been doing well. But obviously cash and tournaments, there's different, you know, levels of I was just going under the radar kind of thing.
Did you multi-table? Was it mad? Did you have screens absolutely everywhere?
Oh yeah, I was one of the biggest multi-tablers. I was just like, you know, my philosophy was like, if you're not in it, you can't win it. But like, also I didn't really have a timeout and stuff. I was 99% of the decisions were like real quick for me. I was always been amazing at maths, like one of my strongest point. And so like I just would put different tournaments on, you know, I had like 2 screens, and I'd put them at different parts of the screen, which ones were important to me, which ones were getting deep. And so I just did it like that, and I played, you know, would pay more attention to the ones that were obviously deep in the tournament, and I would late register a lot of tournaments so that I just didn't miss the tournament, but I could still play and just come in a bit later when the blinds are bigger.
Yeah. So basically, it more or less gave you the impetus that this was a career and this was it. What were the parents like? What were the family like? Or did you keep them under the radar for a year or two?
Well, yeah, kind of pretty funny. Maybe a year or 2 or 10 almost. No, well, because what happened was I was playing at university and sort of going to less and less of my lectures, doing really well. At first, it was just sort of a bit of fun, and then I was making some serious money, and I was like, wow, maybe I can do this for a career. And then it almost got to the point where I had to do it for a career, because I basically had to drop out of university because I got so far behind. I tried to stop playing and, you know, catch up with my studies, do my dissertations, which is like 10,000 word document on your subject. But yeah, I just couldn't get past the first sentence, really. So I went into the I went into the like dean of the university and told him that I was gonna sort of leave my degree, and he was like, "Oh, what are you gonna do?" And I told him poker, and he kind of laughed in my face. And the only person I really told outside my friends was my sister, and it's my younger sister, and I got her to because I had to confide in someone. And I knew my parents wouldn't you know, probably jump at the chance their son's going to be a gambler and play poker. But at this stage, I didn't even know if I could do it myself. I was, you know, I'd had a few good months and stuff, but yeah, I didn't know if it was sustainable. So yeah, I just grinded, stayed at university. A couple of my friends were in a lower year than me, so I just stayed on the campus and played a lot of poker. Just took up all the information I could and got better and better, and paid off all my student loans. And then in the end, when at the end of my university, I ended up making up that I passed my degree essentially, which but I went for I basically said I got a third, which is at the lowest pass possible. So they kind of believed me, my parents. But obviously I didn't have a degree to go and get a job. So I had to tell them, you know, that I wanted to give poker a try, and they were very skeptical. But my dad gave me, he'd seen that I paid off all my student loans. So obviously they were happy about that I didn't have any debts and stuff, and I had some money in the bank. And he like wrote down all the money I had in every poker site, like had all my bank account details, everything. and he gave me 6 months to see how much, essentially I'd increased my bankroll in that 6 months to see if it was sustainable to live on and stuff. So that 6 months, at the time, I guess I was like 20, 21 years old, and I was just like, all my friends are going out on a Friday night, and I was just like, I've got to stay in and play poker. Like I have to play every day to just, make sure I hit enough money where my dad's going to be impressed and let me do this as a career, not send me back to school kind of thing. So I really didn't want to go back. And luckily those 6 months went really well. I qualified for the my first ever World Series at that point, got smoked there. So that was a bad start because obviously, Vegas always gets you, do a bunch of money there. So then I had to grind it back even harder. And that 6 months went well, and just kind of went from there really. But it wasn't actually until my second book came out where I kind of said some of these stories and stuff that my parents didn't know. I never told them that I hadn't got my degree until 2 or 3 years ago. So I had to break the news just before the book came out. But luckily, it all worked out in the end.
Your first few live tournaments, your first Ending Mob, 124th in the World Series 2K for 4,056. That was June 2008.
Right.
What was it like playing in Vegas for the first time? And how did you find it going to Vegas? Because obviously you played a lot online. So playing live to playing online, did you just have the complete contrast and thought this is just as easy as playing online?
No, far from it. And to be fair, that that's my first tournament cash, but I'd played quite a few tournaments before that and not even cashed. As I said, I'd gone to I think it was it 2000, maybe the 2007 World Series, or maybe it was 2006, which was the one that Jamie Gold won. That was that one. It was
2000. That was 2006.
Okay, so I played that one, and obviously you just said that my first cash was in 2008, so I'd obviously played a few tournaments in between as well. But I was sticking, mainly I stuck to sort of what was my bread and butter, playing online, and if I satellite into a tournament online, I'd go and play the live tournament. But I didn't have much live experience, and it was quite a different game to me, just dealing, just so many differences. So it definitely took a lot of time for me to get used to it, even the first sort of 3 years after I cashed, I never really cashed anything big, compared to what the buy-ins were. I was definitely a losing player at live poker to begin with. And just trial and error really, and just perseverance. And then, I think it was 2011, it all kind of clicked for me. And it wasn't even that I was doing anything that different compared to before in live poker, but I was just winning the key flips, winning the key hands, had a little bit of extra confidence to go with my read and stuff. And I think in 2011, I sort of had a breakout year in live poker and actually started showing that I could be a winning player live as well as online, rather than before, where I was just sort of winning online. And then every time I played a live tournament, never cash in or min cash in, never make the final table. So it was quite a transformation.
Well, the first time we ever met, was
a long time ago.
It was the same year, 2008. It was Luton, the GUKPT. You finished 17th out of 376 entries. Can you remember who won it?
Of course, cricket. Yeah, I gave him all the chips as well. With 17 left, I started his career for sure. No, it was funny because the night before we'd met, I think we'd been staying at the same hotel, and they had a pool table, and he's really good at pool, and I play a lot of pool, as I already said. So we played a few games of pool. I was chatting to him, and actually he's and his friend, who actually I knew more than Sam at the time, Pete Linden. And then we happened to both go deep in the tournament, and we played a huge hand. And my friends still make fun of me for this hand to this day. And you were actually in the background. I could hear you in the middle of the hand with your loud, booming voice. And it was I think it was a 3-bet pot, and I had a pair of queens, and it came 2, 3, 4. So pretty safe flop. And Sam check called, and then turn was a 5, so pretty bad card for me. Obviously, any ace makes a straight now, but then the river was a queen, and so I now made top set, and Sam shoved all into me, and in my head I was like, like in this spot, he never really, he either has an ace or he's turning like pair of nines or pair of eights into a bluff, and I thought he was capable enough to do it, so I ended up calling. I didn't like, it was back in the day when people didn't really call free bets out of position very much. I was, especially when online, like I was used to people just folding or four betting. Maybe live poker, was quite different. But I basically thought if he had ace king, he would have been all in before the flop. So I didn't put him on an ace king. And if he had ace queen, I blocked. And there wasn't many combinations left of that because I had two queens. And so ace jack offsuit, I thought he would fold before flop. And so yeah, I ended up calling him because I thought he was turning like a sevens, eights, nines, tens, all into a bluff. And yeah, he just had ace jack. And I looked very silly, and it was a huge pot. And I just remember behind me, you were saying something about, Chris Morton's called and he can't even beat an ace. Oh wow, needle as well. But yeah, that was my first big sort of deep run in a good tournament. So it was exciting for sure. But yeah, it was definitely very memorable as well.
Sam got the trophy. You did indeed.
Yeah, I used to use my chips wisely.
But in 2008, it wasn't all bad because he became the world's #1 for the very first time. Had you been chasing it? Was this something that you obviously you're keeping control of what you were doing online? You were knowing you were there. You were top 10, top 5, #1. What did it mean?
At the time, it meant everything to me. It's like what I'd sort of devoted the last sort of few years of my life to. I was playing poker at that stage way more than even now. Like I was playing 6, 7, sometimes 7 days a week, every week, all day, long days. But like to me, it didn't feel long. Like the hours went so fast. I was really enjoying it. I loved the game. I was just learning all the time, getting better. And so it wasn't like, to me, it wasn't a job. I was just doing what I loved doing. So, but yeah, once I discovered pocket fives and saw the rankings, obviously you start at the bottom in the thousands, and I was like always wanted to get into the top 100, so I could start talking. Like my thing was like I wanted to talk strategy with the other sort of top players, but I didn't want to message them before they were while they were ranked higher than me, because I thought they wouldn't accept talking to me, kind of thing. So I was like, okay, once I'm in the top 100, I can chat to this guy and message him. And so I kept like moving up, and it gave me incentives to keep moving up. And then obviously, like making #1, we always thought, oh wow, maybe you dreamed of it, but you didn't think it was possible. But then suddenly you start making top 20, you think, wow, I could maybe do this if I run good for a couple of months, win a big one. And yeah, so to finally get there was an amazing feeling. It felt like a real accomplishment, And like at the end of the day, like the rankings, a lot of it was playing. You had to play a lot to get up there because of the volume thing. But normally, if you were, it was like to get #1, you had to be doing well as well. So it was definitely a sign that I sort of was being successful as well.
Yeah, I think one of the first videos we'd done, and we've obviously, because we've been in lockdown, we've been rerunning some of the videos on Grosvenor and the GUKPT. You were sat talking with Adam Clark from Blackpool, Clarkatroyd.
Yeah, I remember him. Yeah, good guy.
Yeah, I think you said in the interview you just dropped away from #1, but you were going to get it back. So it was a fantastic interview. There were no chin hair.
Yeah, no.
We'll try and dig it out for you and send a link, because it was a fantastic video. You and Clark were just bouncing off each other, because obviously you knew a lot about him playing so much volume online.
Yeah, I think that was the first time I met him as well. So I sort of played him online. So that's always exciting when you got to meet people in real life after you played a lot against them online and stuff. And it was weird. Like even though you sort of didn't know each other that well, like you kind of, if you felt like you knew each other for years, kind of thing. Like I met a few of, even at my wedding, like a couple of guys who are like in my groomsmen party. I met them through, I met them 10 plus years ago through poker, and we've stayed close friends ever since.
Yeah. Now we can't not have an interview with Chris Moorman and talking about the father in the GUKPT circuit.
Yeah, he'll be like, why are you
in Manchester? This is one of the greatest little stories of a GUKPT title. I do believe it was a birthday present. Is that correct?
Yeah, belated birthday present, because I was at the time I was living in Australia, and my dad's birthday is on Valentine's Day, and so I didn't get back till, I guess I got back from Australia in like March, so it was a month after my dad's birthday, and I was like, oh, what do you want for your birthday? And he was like, oh God, it's gone now, you missed it, blah blah blah, moaning. So I was like, come on, give me an idea. And then I actually came up with an idea. I was like, how about this? I'm gonna, like, he was playing a bit of poker just on online, but low stakes. He'd only really ever played one live tournament before, and that was a £10 rebuy at Southend Casino, so a little bit different. But I was like, how about this? I'm going to go up and play this tournament in Manchester. It's £1,000 to buy in. I'll buy you in, and like we can work out maybe like a backing deal or something. I'll buy you in, and no pressure. We both play the tournament and go up, have like a father and son bonding weekend kind of thing, and just have a good time and have fun with it. And he was a bit reluctant at first because he didn't want to embarrass me, and he'd never really played live, so he was a bit nervous. But in the end, he agreed to go, and that was good for me as well because I don't drive, so he gave me a lift up there.
Ulterior motive.
Yeah, it was an expensive Uber, but whatever. No. So anyway, we both played the tournament. This was at the stage as well where I'm dusting hard in live poker, never done anything good. And so I'm thinking, okay, this could be the one for me. And anyway, we get to first break, and he's enjoying meeting everyone. He's meeting all the lads, kind of thing, that he's sort of followed online because he really enjoyed railing me and stuff like that. So he met Trig, a few of the other boys. And on first break, we were all chatting, you know, how everyone does. Oh, I'm up to this chip stack or whatever, and he's tripled up. I don't even know how. He must have been getting out of line for sure. But I was like, okay, you need to chill out. Like, you've got some chips now. Play patient. It's a long tournament. It's a marathon, not a sprint. So I was trying to coach him on breaks, and after day one, we both made it through, and we were both actually top 10 in chips. So that was really kind of exciting. So like, we're up for a few hours at night, sort of chatting like two mates, kind of thing, adrenaline's pumping, trying to get some sleep before day two. And then day two comes about, and I ended up losing a big hand. I actually get knocked out 5 before the money, so I was a bit gutted because I was thinking, oh, this is my tournament kind of thing. But I regrouped, went to the bar, got a few beers with a few of the guys, and then went to rail my dad because he was still in. And you know, at first he just wanted to make the money, he had a decent stack, and then after that, though, he really wanted to make the final table, and that's where it kind of started going a little bit wrong because he started changing his game, and he played too tight, and he was blinding out, and he got down short. And I tried to tell him on the break, okay, if you get anything, you're going to be big blind after the break. If you get anything in the big blind, just go with it. You know, you're only down to like 8 big blinds or something like that, I think. Yeah, so it's like anything half decent, king 9, whatever, go with it if it's a late position open. And folded to the legend of UK poker, Surinder Sarnar, on the button, and he was chip leader at the time, so he was playing very aggressive, like raising every hand. No one was really playing back at him, and he's 3.5x it on the button like everyone did back then. And my dad was in the big blind. He pushed all his chips in like Phil Helmuth style. I was like, okay, I'm on the round, like saying, oh, he's got a good one here. That's good, yes. And then Surinder's in the tank because he's probably pot committed at this stage, made it 3.5 big blinds. My dad only had like 8 big blinds, but obviously he's not got a good hand by the way he's tanking. So I'm like, okay, we're going to be in good shape here. And he finally calls, and they flip over the cards, and Surinder had like Jack 5 off, and I was like, oh wow, hopefully my dad's got like him dominated, like jacks, queens, like ace jack, something like that. Yeah. And my dad just proudly flipped over his 10-6 offsuit. I was just like, what the fuck? And then before I knew it, they just dealt the flop, and it came 7-8-9. He just flopped the straight. And he was like, yeah, I told you, I knew. He's like, and then he doubled up there, and he just like turned into a new person. He just like went back to his old self, just going like playing every hand, and got to the final table, and everyone else was trying to ladder up, play ICM, and my dad was just going for it, putting them in a coffin, and ended up getting heads up, and yeah, the rest is history. Like, it was crazy because I was watching. It was so weird watching on the rail because it was out of my control. I couldn't, it was down to him, and I was so nervous for him. But yeah, for him to get the win was just really a fairy tale. And then it kind of like the reality sunk in because then he started giving me shit for having a bigger cash for the next year of my life. I had to like focus more on live poker because I was like, I can't have this for forever. Everyone in me is to tell them that I was a professional poker player, but he had a bigger cash than me. So
Well, he finished 13th in the Champion of Champions as well, and that's his only two ender mob. Like that's the only two casts he's got on the ender mob. The Champion of Champions are winning the GUKPT.
No, he always says, "Oh, I've probably got one of the highest ROIs in live poker." Like, because he didn't really start playing much. He played like one World Series poker event, like a 1500. He got some of the boys.
Morning, everybody.
Good morning, everyone.
Welcome to Leeds and welcome to day 2. We are back on it. Fantastic numbers for yesterday. If we can just quickly go on to there. They're the total big stacks from the start of the day. 439 total.
Yeah, crazy turnout, honestly. It's been good all year, so it just seems like it's the numbers we're hitting every event, which is great to see. Everyone turning up in force, everyone willing to re-enter when they bust out, and it's just creating these massive prize pools. And it's going to be a good day today. We've got 139 coming back with the 9 day 2 entries, so 139 players to start the day. There is countless short stacks out there. So
are we surprised Sean Johnson's still chip leader from day 1 here?
Yeah, that's a healthy stack. Over sort of
nobody caught him yesterday.
10x starting is usually going to be the chip lead. It's very hard, especially in this structure, to get more than a 10x starting stack on day 1. But we know how he got it. He got won a big pot versus Span, and now he's chip leader.
Big shout out to Razor Kev because he got the line near perfect this time. Last month he had a bit of a blip, but back on it. He had an under overs with this guy on 454.
Yeah, 454, 439.
439.
15 off.
9 direct buy-ins today. So people still wanting to buy in with 17 bigs. You start with 20,000 when you sit down. The blinds are 612 when we start. So we're just ready. We are ready for a cracking day. Who have we got to start the day off, Jay?
On the featured table in seat 1 is going to be James Williams. In 2 is Andrew Morgan. 3, Dan Charlton. 4, Ryan Mandara. 6 is Wilco, Adam Wilkinson. 7, Ray Ryder. 8 is Danish Ahmed. And in 9 is Matthew Lewis.
Sugar Ray's on. I did notice as I were downstairs before we started. Obviously we're on a 30-minute delay for everybody watching for the first time. We are on a 30-minute delay so we can chat with you in the chat boxes and we watch the live stream live with you. Sugar Ray come running up and he said, "I'm short stacked, I need to get upstairs, get me upstairs." So he probably missed the first couple of hands. But Sugar Ray Ryder from Teesside will be sat on the feature table as well. We're just about ready to go. Shout for your favourite, give a thumbs up. We have a fantastic chat box yet again. Hope everything goes smoothly for you guys. Any questions at all, we will answer them if we can and as quickly as we can. Afternoon, Katie, and afternoon to Gail. Mum, how are you doing?
Afternoon, Katie. Afternoon, Mum.
Katie's already sat with the laptop on. Team Grosvenor, let's go. Jamie Nixon's. Did Jamie Nixon make it through?
Yeah, I believe Jamie Nixon.
50k.
Excellent. Made it through the turbo yesterday.
Yeah.
We are just getting underway. First hand, ready to go.
Let's do it. And let us have a cracking day here in Leeds. Blinds 612. 139 have made it through today too. Well done one and all. So let's do it. Highest band, watching on one of the outer tables. Fun table this, you're not wrong. Hope you're well, Katie. Setting for the day. Watching the live, you might be multitasking today, watching the live stream and watching the Ryder Cup that starts at 1 o'clock. Dan Charlton on a feature table. Looking forward to it. Got some chips. He's missing the Mac lads playing today. Macclesfield Town. Stu Rutter's missing Sheffield Wednesday playing Ipswich.
First hand of the day, Ryan with the ace king. No one in the big blind. Matthew yet to turn up. So just raise and take for Ryan.
Talking to Stuart Rutter, we were speaking to him after the break, after the game last night. Obviously, we didn't get the champagne. We changed it to a starter problem. But he was saying he got the tickets for the Ipswich Town game today of Sheffield Wednesday. He had an allotted time on the ticket to go into the ground. He had to be double vaccinated to get in the ground, and he had to provide a negative COVID test to get through the turnstiles. The only club in the United Kingdom.
Wednesday?
Ipswich.
Ipswich?
Yep.
Never knew that.
Yep.
I didn't realise they...
Which is why he's not gone.
Yeah.
Apart from making day 2, he's not gone.
Saying that, they had that for the Euros as well. You were meant to turn up for an allotted time, but no one turned up to any of the games in their allotted time, and you still got in.
Yeah.
I don't think the specific time you got to turn up is relevant. I know they put it on the ticket, but it's still going to let you in.
Buongiorno, Florence. Yeah, I don't understand it. I really don't. I just don't understand outdoor activities, and you've got to provide a COVID test and a negative test in a lot of time. Bizarre.
Speaking of football as well, I know there's a lot of the reason most of you tune in on the Saturday Towers treble will be out.
They're out at 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock.
I've got a 4-timer actually. I've got my predominant treble and a football team to make it a 4-timer. We're ready.
Good afternoon, Gully. Afternoon, gents. Pleasure to meet you both last night. Hope you're both well. Got a busy day. Hopefully, I'll be back in Leeds this evening, as hoping to play at the side event later. It was good to speak to you, Gully.
It
Always
was
nice.
Great to meet you.
When we get people from the chat coming up saying hello.
It was good to meet you.
Putting names to faces.
So, is Alan Vinnican still in? No, he's out. He's not in the building.
Yeah, Alan was
knocked out late
yesterday.
Out late last night. He's not in the building. The buy-in for this, Sean, is £750 and collected was £288,250. Sean says, are there any flights later? There's no, this is day 2. This is day 2. You can't enter this tournament now.
No more buy-ins.
No more buy-ins. There's been buy-ins on Thursday, Friday and last night for the Turbo and Saturday morning. Buy-ins finished at 11:45.
Just quads.
And now we started with 139 and we're getting down to as many in 10 levels as we go.
So James in 1 opted to just flat the kings against Danish's stack size, playing around 30 bigs. He didn't come in for the free bet out of the small versus cut-off open. Maybe thought that he was going to get folds from his opponent too often, so now comes in for what looks like 6k on the river. He's gone 10k into 7 here, and Danish, after checking back his ace-x twice here, in a bit of predicament facing this pot size bet. A lot of the time here, he's never betting value for worse. So it's either a scenario where we're going to chop this up a lot of the time from our perspective, or we're going to be behind. Small blind calling range, you're going to have plenty of King X in there, King Queen, King Jack, King 10 suited, all hands that can be in the range of James in this particular spot. I know we can see he's got the Cowboys and quad Kings, but looking at it from Danish's perspective, definitely a hand we could potentially fold, even though checking it back twice. But the other thing that could come into our mind here, we've shown weakness as well. We've checked it back twice, so we may level ourselves into calling this one, because we may think our opponent probably thinks we've never got an ace or a king the way this hand's played, and James is going to show the quad kings, which is good. He's played that very well.
Always show quads.
If he free bets pre, it's not going to get any action.
Alan is making the money, says Kaiser. As soon as we get the payout structure, we'll give it to you. It's usually within the hour of the start of day 2. So as soon as we get the information through and everything's ticked and the boxes are sorted out, we'll make it aware to everybody what the payout is.
And Ryan's mum's watching from Lanzarote.
Very nice, very nice.
Supporting the man in seat 4. Haven't seen too much of Ryan on the feature table this year since we've been back. It was a regular fixture pre-pandemic on the GUKPT circuit.
Where in Lanzarote are you? Love Lanzarote. I've been to 4 or 5 different places in Lanzarote. Love the place. So chilled. Watch the football in most bars if you want to. Sit looking at the Mediterranean, having a coffee over most cafe bars. Great place.
So going all in from Danish with the King Queen. We are playing 600 1200s. This makes it a 16 big blind jam in the hijack. Perfectly fine this from Danish and gets it through. Picks up blinds and ante. And a couple of very early eliminations to tell you about. We have lost 3 already.
Have we?
Arya Sakashik, Nick Ramsey and Andy Taylor
Oh, the Murph's gone.
have gone to the rail.
I think Murph was one of the buy-ins for day 2. I think.
There was a table out there. Actually, I think it was David Doherty's table, and he's got chunks. And then the second biggest stack on it is, I think, was 60k, and then there's like 20k, 20k, 30k.
Yeah.
He's going to be having a field day out there, I think.
Is, and he's a good player.
Yeah, very good.
And when he's got chips as well, he's going to be a dangerous player.
But sometimes a seat draw can be very beneficial to you. If you get the right draw. We've got Ray here, pocket 8s. Raises to 3.1k, so opts for over 2.5x here. Playing sub 20 bigs. And Andrew going to make the call on the bucket with the pocket 3s. And Ryan not defending in the big blind, so heads up, and there's a set on the flop.
Well, we've got sets and quads to start the day. What's happening today?
And only one overcard to the pocket 8s of Ray here, so going to come in for a small bet.
Yep, and it's Sugar Ray.
Yeah, not a small bet,
No,
sorry.
not sure. This could be an exit.
Oh, Ray, first hand of the day, 7k in the middle, shoves for 20k, just under 3x pot with the pocket 8s. Never getting called by worse,
This
only
could be
getting
the
called
end of
by
it.
better.
Turned up an hand late, and now he's come running in, and now he needs help from the dealer.
Yeah, just definitely a mistake here to shove the 8s for 3x pot, but can potentially get lucky and find our 2 outer.
Yep.
Just one of them situations where we're only getting called by a better hand, and gonna need to find one of the 2 black 8s, and it's a jack on the river, and we've lost one.
Ray has gone. Ray Ryder eliminated, just like that.
Open 10-7.
Literally just go like that to the side of smoke, yeah. It should be like a smoking room. Yeah, but no, there's a fucking massive, the aircon's like plastic, it gets wafted out the freaking thing. It's not like fucking in your eyeballs. That's the one, like. I love it. Back in the old smoky bunch, you had a problem. Come back out to it. Even if you don't smoke, that's part of the city experience.
2.5k.
Hey Gabriel, we'll give you the prize pool as soon as we know it. It's normally about 1 p.m. when we get the prize pool. The prize pool in total is £288,000 and a bit of change, but we will let you know the payout structure when we get it. We'll stick it on as a permanent feature on the stream deck so we can click on it as well. But as soon as we know what the first place prize money will be, we'll let you know. But at this moment in time, all we know is the prize pool is £288,250.
So going to jump back into the action here. We've got Dan Cholton coming in for the free bet bluff on the button here. Hijack open, cut off flat, and Dan taking initiative with a suited ace. Going to play better with a free bet, especially with this cut off flat here. And once James shoves to this much, we've got an easy fold. But as I always say on stream, it's good to see when players mix it up, especially understanding hijack open as a cut off flat. There's dead money in there. This hand's probably going to play well as a free bet. Definite chance of just taking it down pre-flop, but in this case the hijack was actually at the top of his range in James Williams, and just ripped the jacks for what was around 45-50 bigs. Didn't want to flat play out of position against Dan, and didn't want to like 4-bet, I guess, try and induce from like ace queen and stuff like that. So just opted to take it down there. He was happy with what was in the pot. But you can tell straight away Dan's come to play today. Really going to try picking up some pots uncontested. Ace king for Ryan, who's very healthily chipped up. No action. So, good afternoon everyone. If you are just tuning in, this is day 2 of GUKPT main event here in Leeds. We come back with 139 players. We've already lost a few to start the day. That's going to carry on throughout this whole session.
Usually happens, doesn't it, man?
And then it will slow down probably after the next break, but you've got a lot of short stacks out there. There's going to be a lot of players getting their money in, plenty of all-ins and plenty of bust-outs, but we are here all day. We will be in the money at some point today. There'll be a confirmed prize pool probably after the next break.
Yeah. Oh, 439 runners, was it?
439.
So around about 44, 45 getting paid. Usually. Let you know as soon as we know. Green cash is more or less near double the buying. That's normally the GUKPT way. So we'll let you know and give it you when we, as soon as we get it.
So open from Ryan in the cut-off with the 6-2 suited, and Adam shoving the King Jack here for 17 blinks. I love this, especially against Ryan. Ryan's going to be opening a whole host here in the cut-off, so really big fan of this from Wilco, just understanding that Ryan's going to be folding a lot of his range that he's opening in the cut-off to our 17 big blind shove. He's picked a good hand to do it with as well. The King Jack, a little bit of removal in there. Kings and Jacks less likely. Ace King and Ace Jack also less likely for Ryan. And a nice pick up from Gary. And this is where, when you do have these 20 big blind stacks, you can make a little bit of chips. You can chip up the competent players opening late position. You can start reshoving wider and potentially just pick up not only blinds and ante, but also what's going to be a 2 big blind open a lot of the time from your opponent. And the times that we are called, it's not the end of the world. Pre-flop equities can run very close, and it is the best time to be caught bluffing. If you're ever going to be get caught bluffing, the best time is pre-flop. just because of how close the equities are usually running. You can still get there. You can still get there.
Is that a t? Boss, did you buy that T-shirt looking like that? Is that how it's supposed to look, that T-shirt? I always must have been a rough night. Wow. Well, I hope he gets on feet to table and turns round. Balls apparently has got one of the most expensive T-shirts on in the world. But anyway,
In the world.
one of the chip leaders in the room, one Boz. Had an early night, nice and fresh.
Did he? Oh. He's good enough. He can have a few pints, play hungover.
Absolutely.
When you're at that calibre.
Yes.
Level.
Final
You can,
tabled a few in Vegas as our Boz. Seen him, railed him a few times. Last time he was on, he had his Leeds United topper on the final table.
it's a Dancha.
Local Leeds player, seat 2.
Dan Charlton
Dan Charlton, he is
making it 2.5 under the gun, and Adam going to flat the 8s under the gun +2.
Andy Morgan in seat 2, I do apologise. There's Andy in seat 2, just looking down at his cards. Great to get the regs on the local guys, the local regs playing in a big comp like this, mixing it with players they don't normally get a chance to play with. Queen 5-3, 2 clubs is the flop.
It's just one overcard to the 8s of Adam here, but Dan not opting to continue here on the Queen 5-3. Maybe a bit wary of Adam's range, has peeled him under the gun +2. And now Adam going to come in for the bet with a one overcard to his pocket 8s, and bottom set here for James. And, like the decision, just a flat hit. Aware of Adam's stack size, so aware that you can potentially get it in on rivers, or at least come in for a sizable bet on a river if it is checked through on the turn, which it will be
on the turn.
He's going to have an easy check here now, Wilco, in seat 6, and if it's not a club on the river, I think we're going to see a James lead at this, try and get some value from some potential Queen X that Wilco's going to have in there. Don't think he's going to go too large for that reason. This king on the turn, if we want to target hands like Queen Jack, Queen 10 suited, pocket 6s through pocket 10s, probably going to opt for a smallish size. And I'm a big fan of this. If that's 7k, he's gone third pot. Really, really good hand reading. Just understanding that once Gary with his stack size checks back this turn, a lot of the time, it's just not. It's not going to be like a flush. It's not going to be a king. Most of the time, it's going to be either Queen X or 6s through 10s, exactly where he has in this particular scenario. So he's opted to choose that size, targeting those specific hands, and put them in a spot. But now let's jump to Wilco, and what's got to be going through Wilco's head. And out the big blind here, James is going to have all the flushes. He can have plenty of flush combos here. He can have some hands like 4-6 in there as well, which are up and down on the flop, which have just got there on the river. So he does have a whole host of value here from Wilco's perspective. So Wilco may be able to find the fold on that basis, because it's hard to come up with a bluff here unless it's a hand like 6-7, which would probably check for some showdown.
Yeah, that makes the call. See the bad news.
Yeah, Wilco pays it off, and that's great size in there from James on the river. I must say, it's really good size he's opted to go for. Just understanding that a lot of the time Wilco will be capped at a one pair hand, and he's gone third pot to target those one pair holdings.
Indeed.
Afternoon, Claire.
Afternoon, Claire on Twitch.
How was the champagne?
Oh, we changed it to a pint to start a promo. We let him off. He actually said...
He let us off, more like.
he actually said, which champagne would you like? And we're like, don't be silly. We had the Star. Just a quick one after work, and then that was it. Straight to the pit. We are here on level number 1 of the day. Where are we going next?
Edinburgh.
Where are we going next? Indeedy. That's
That way.
We're going there next week. If you want to come and join us, if you don't, we are live streaming again from Thursday, and we cannot wait into one of the most beautiful cities. We know it's a shortened version of the festival than it normally is, but we'll be there on the Wednesday setting up as normal. And satellite night on the Wednesday is right at the top. Thursday there's another satellite as well, and they've added the bounty on the Saturday. It's fantastic news, and don't forget, right under the bottom, you've got the packages online for this week.
$750 plus $750
It's
expenses.
the best value
basically
package.
2 bullets.
Yeah.
It's basically 2 bullets if you want it. So $225 buy-in. You can get into that for cheaper for £30 on one of our feeder satellites. But it's £225 to buy in, and obviously see you at Edinburgh.
A normal package would normally give you a mini buy-in, extras and the main buy-in, but this is obviously Edinburgh with no side events, so the expenses are, like Jay's just said, a buy-in, and so you're going to flick it in.
So I'm going to quickly hop back to the action here because we've got Danish all in for 16 big blinds and open from Dan in seat 7. And Andrew not calling the pocket 7s, and Dan Cholton is going to be calling though. Dan's got pocket 10s. He's not going to be going anywhere. He's going to quickly ask the other Dan at the table for a count, but he can't be folding the 10s here. Just wants to call. We still got to be wary about the range of Dan, who opened the King 10. And the thing here, Dan CR will be aware that Dan Cholton can have aces and kings in this spot once he flats. Will be flatting aces and kings there. Dan Cryer, there we are, thanks Tower. And it's a flip. 10s for Dan Cholton. Danish with the ace queen.
If you've seen Dan Charlton's post about trying to get a hotel in Leeds this week, he's not running well.
Is he not?
So are we expecting the 10s to hold?
I'll have the ace queen then, Tower.
If you
there's
the queen. I saw the queen first as well. The case 10's come out to save him.
Yeah, going to have to fade runners and that's it. But it looks like we're going to lose Danish,
That's
and we
it.
are dead on the turn.
Unlucky Danish. Hit the queen, but the 10.
Oh, a little ace for rubs on the river as well.
Have some rubs from the dealer. The case 10, because Dan Cryer just said I'd fold the king 10. So if you want to laugh, just have a look at Dan Charlton's Facebook post about trying to get a hotel in Leeds.
11, 10, 8.
We are ready for a cracking day. I look forward to it. 139 started, and first level is normally nuts with the short stacks. And as soon as we get the payout structure, which will be maybe towards the end of level 1, beginning of level 2, even heading towards the break. But as soon as we get it, you will know exactly how much first prize will be. And the prize pool is £288,000.
Lots and lots of bust outs in the first 25 minutes. We have lost a lot of players already. Richard Hayes out, Phil Clark out, Tim Chung out, Anthony Hughes out, Chris Maguire out, Phil Tate out, and the last bust out, Andy Back. Spand is gone as well. So there's some bust outs that have happened in the first 25 minutes. So players falling quickly, and under the gun shove here from Adam, shoving for 11 big blinds. Ryan with King Jack here in the big, and against Wilco, he's got the chips to call it off. But is Wilco going to have King 10 suited here? Is he going to have Jack 10 suited in his shove range? These are the questions Ryan needs to ask himself, and if he thinks the answer to that is no, he'll probably fold. If he thinks that enough of the time we're going to be good enough against a whole range of hands, Adam shoving, he'll make the decision to call. But I think against this specific opponent, he might just choose to let it go. He's got the chips to call it off, Ryan, and looks like he is going to make the call.
He is.
got
Raymond Darder, Irish Open winner, is going to make the call, and Adam Wilkinson is at risk.
So flip situation, he'll be happy to see that. Ryan didn't want to see a hand like ace, king, king, queen. This is the scenario that he was hoping for, and it's off to the races again. Saw the pocket pair hold this time. Wilco is going to need it to happen again to keep his tournament alive.
Queen, Jack, 3. Bad news for Wilco.
Draw into a 7 or running spades. And that's a queen on the turn, so only a 7 now for Wilco.
That
Otherwise,
7 of diamonds has been passed as well pre-flop. Oh, unlucky Wilco. Always good to see you making day 2 on a regular basis this year, but unfortunately not running deep. Unlucky Adam Wilkinson out in the first 30 minutes of day 2.
It open 10-6.
Tell me 2 7s come out.
could potentially see Ryan make a deep run in this. He's chipped up nicely. Very good player. Like to see him do well in this tournament. Definitely has a foothold on this table now. I think closest to him is this man here, James Williams. Oh, Andrew's got over 100k. Andrew Morgan actually is fairly chipped up as well. I know Dan's comfortable stack of 100k. And raise from Dan on the button with the pocket threes. And ace queen for Dan Cryer here in the big blind against this particular opponent. I would be free betting it, but he looks like, okay, he has free bet it. Sorry, I thought it was calling chips. So free bets to 10k. And action back on Dan here. These players are 51 big blinds deep, 52 bigs. And Dan's going to call for that reason on the button, facing the big blind free bet from Dan Cryer. And it's a flop of 9-7 deuce rainbow. So the ace queen of Dan Cryer probably going to come in for a C bet here. Don't need to go big, no more than 7k. Round third pot. Is that 10 from Dan? It's a bit large if it is. It's 2 chips. Could be a yellow and a white actually. So a bet of 8k from Dan. And, Dan Cholton makes the call with the pocket threes. And this 9 on the turn could be a scary card for us as Dan Cryer to currently carry on betting. Dan Cholton's going to be tealing all his 9-8 suited, 10-9 suited, Jack-9 suited against our free bet in position, 50 big blinds deep, button versus big blinds. So we need to be aware, although it is a free bet pot in this particular scenario, there are definitely some 9x out there in Dan Cholton's range, and a bet of 14k here from Dan Cryer. And from Dan Cholton's perspective here, this is kind of a weird one because a lot of the time you may expect hands like overpairs to potentially check this particular turn, and if Dan calls here, that's the reason he's going to make the call, because he just basically doesn't think that Dan Cryer is going to be playing an overpair like this. He thinks he's probably going to check it a lot of the time, quite a high frequency on this turn. So if he's not playing an overpair like this from Dan Cholton's perspective, then a lot of the time the threes can be the best hand. Still ahead of ace king, ace queen, ace jack, some king queens in there that he elects the 3 bet, and he's just gone for it on the river. Dan Cryer, no fear at all, just puts it all in, and Dan Cholton sitting there with the pocket threes. And if this is a river that is going to hit Dan Cryer, if he's played ace king in this manner, he's now made top pair, top kicker. But from Dan's perspective, what hands are we beating here? Dan Cholton, that is. Like, it's basically ace queen and ace jack, or maybe like an ace 5 suited that just elected to go for it. But Dan Cryer there with the ace queen just goes for it. An absolute power poker. You love to see it.
Saying you're at it, I know, but I just can't make it call.
Love to see it. Love to see it. It's free bet.
Afternoon, James Acey is watching on Facebook. And afternoon, everybody else, whatever chat box and whichever social you are watching us, you can follow us. Where can they follow us, young man?
They can follow us on Facebook, on Twitter. We're at Grosvenor Poker on both of those, and on YouTube and Twitch it's /GUKPT.
Drop-man says, what's the buy-in? It's £750 was the buy-in. Buy-ins have now finished, and we've collected £288,250.
How happy you are with yourself, I've always said
Which is phenomenal.
Good reason.
Here she is. Here comes Wendy Watson.
Oh, yeah, Wendy.
She looks like she's got chips as well.
Amazing. Yeah, said she had about 140,000 yesterday. You Wendy. Nick Chiodo says, how many runners do you expect the bounty comp to have? I reckon between 80 and 100.
Yeah, I think
For
that's
the bounty.
perfect line. Say exactly that, in between 80 and 100.
The bounty tonight starts at 6 p.m. If you want to check all the details for the buy-in for the bounty tonight, it's on the Poker Live app. If you just scroll down to Westgate, Wellington Bridge Street in Leeds, you go to the tournaments, the bounty comp comes up.
So we've got James making it 2.5 with the Ace King. And it's just raise and take. Mohammed not opting to defend.
The bounty, £170 in total. Every time you knock somebody out, you get £50 in your pocket. Starts at 6. It's a one-day event, 30-minute clock, 15,000 starting stack.
Bratman06 says, how come Goliath wasn't live this year? Well, all the work and logistics after going to the Goliath to get it all set up. Obviously, it's not just going to happen straight after we come out of the lockdown. We need to get it all set up, ready for next year. We will be back live, ready for the Goliath next year, but with everything that occurred, the pandemic going on, there's just no chance that we could ever get it ready for 2021. But we are back. Goliath dates have been released for 2022, so next year we will be at the CVS Arena.
Yeah, the logistics of a Goliath comp with 10,000 people in it was just impossible to run live this year. Yeah, Wolf is watching on his patio with a beer, going to watch the Ryder Cup and also watching the live stream. Good on you. Nice one, Neil. Reggie Strong, Vinicum not playing today. Alan Vinicum was eliminated last night and is not in the building today. Departed the building late last night and is not on day 2. Ewan McNicholas has sat on the same table as Boz, the same table as Chris Cooper. Not be a live table.
Boz looking for a big score for a new t-shirt from the looks of things. Hope he gets on the featured table later.
Yeah.
So open from Ryan with the ace-9 off. Under the gun +2, gets a call from the King Jack of Dan. And Ryan on this board, I think he's just done with the hand, and Dan with the King Jack. Does get Ryan to fold the best of it, but after Ryan checks to him, wrap around that Queen backdoor spades, just King high, we can try and get fold from some ace high holdings, and that's exactly what he has done.
Chip leading the table, Ryan.
Dan Cryer come to the table firing. Really amped up the aggression early on here in day 2. Really fun hand between him and Dan Charlton.
Fancy playing some online stuff?
A Haymaker series.
Oh, it's free.
It's free.
It's don't cost a penny. And you've got a chance of playing David Hay live in London in a couple of months' time. 7 weeks of free rolls with £3,000 added every week. £20,000 at Adelaide and 40,000 in total. Win one of the free rolls on a Wednesday night, and you can play David Hay in an invitational tournament that will be streamed by the team during GUKPT Grand Final week. We cannot wait for that. There's 7 winners and David Hay, that's 8, and there's a 9-handed table. It only means one thing.
What are you up to, Tower?
Oh, seat 5.
Seat 5, that would be great.
Yes. So the David Hay tournament, the free rolls, kicking off at 8 o'clock on Wednesday. Just enter them, get yourself in, and the winner will be down in London live for invitational sit and go with the man himself, who reckons, I heard it saw him on Instagram earlier, he reckons AJ will outpoint usage tonight. He thinks he's too strong for him. So there we go. So I don't know what time the fight's on, but it's on tonight sometime.
So Ryan just picked up another one, opened the pocket 4s, raise and take for him. Started well here early on day 2.
Nobody can re-enter the tournament now. All tournament entries are finished, so once you're knocked out, it's unfortunately home time. No re-entries anymore. We have to stop entries at some point, and the beginning of day 2 is that time. So every time a person gets eliminated now, it's try next event.
So Andrew in the small blind, 9-8 suited, blind on blind versus Dan Charlton, and looks like Dan going to be coming for a call. Raised to 2.6. Dan's going to peel the Queen 5 here in position. One thing I will say here with Andrew, he's got to be sizing up here, blind on blind. I mention it a lot. You can't just go 2x or over 2x. Go 3.5x, because the good players, as we can see from Dan with the Queen 5, they're just going to be peeling these wide hands against you, against that open size, and just be able to play a pot in position against yourself. But when you is folding around shooting the small and you do want to come in for a raise, just try and size up a little bit more, 3x, 3.5x, even if it's, you can even go 4x on some occasions against certain opponents that are maybe a bit too sticky, but definitely don't want to just be clicking it for another big blind, because it means the player on our left can just defend a whole host of hands in the big, and then not only is it harder to put them on a more condensed range post flop, we're also out of position as well. But, in that scenario, it worked for Andrew, because he c-bet the ace-high board with 9 high and did get Dan to fold the best of it.
Hi guys, says Maria watching on YouTube. Good afternoon, Maria. Hope everybody's good, wherever you may be, whatever time of the world it is, wherever you are. Anybody want to play a bit of cash? The cash tables will be open when the players want to sit down. in Leeds, the cash games. Some players have got their names on the list. There's no tables open just yet. The cash tables will open very soon. There's a bit of interest around the club. And then, of course, 6 o'clock is the time for the bounty. The bounty starts at 6 p.m. tonight.
Afternoon, Grizz. How's the PLO cash been going, Jay? To be honest with you, Grizz, in the last probably 6 weeks, I'd say, 5, 6 weeks, I've played one session. That was it. I've literally played one session. I've had other things going on.
Hairdressing.
Hairdressing, as Tower calls it. Oh, and the mother, I should say. But yeah, I've had other things going on. I've literally played one session in 6 weeks. It weren't a good session either. I've done 5 figures actually in that session. But yeah, I've just been doing some other bits, having a little break. I've been hammering it for the last 2 years online during the pandemic and obviously when we come out. So it's been nice to have some time off actually, but haven't really been playing as much.
How wide does Wendy want to spread her chips? Says Woollyback. Woollyback will. You're right. When a player comes into seat number 5, to be fair, we are 8-handed on day 2s. So we'll be dropping down 8-handed. So luckily for Wendy, with all the chips there, she can spread them out as much as she wants. But most of the people stack them in stacks of 20s. Wendy stacks them in 10s. In the World Series main event, if you don't stack them in 20s, you get a warning. Fact of poker. Don't know why. It's a fact. If you don't stack them in 20s, you get a warning. Obviously when you can. I'm only that short stack, there's never 20 in a stack.
It's nice when you have a massive stack line, you start building towers with them.
Oh yes, absolutely, making pretty patterns and all sorts.
You put 5 stacks of 20 at the back, 4 in front of them, 3 in front of them, 2 in front of them, 1, and you just build these triangles in front of them.
And strangely in the States, the biggest chip goes on the top.
Yeah, I know.
Whereas wherever we play in the United Kingdom, we always have the biggest chip at the bottom.
Why is that called?
We got a coin.
A coin?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Everybody got a coin?
I might do. I do have a coin tower. I actually do. Here we are.
He's got the mask on. I can tell he's smiling. I can tell he's smiling even with the mask on. So that's 100%.
Heads or tails?
Heads.
Tails. T-run.
Oh no! I should have gave him my double-headed one, like Only Fools and Horses.
There you go, young man.
I'll tell you what.
Back to the game.
I'll tell you what. I'll go in a second because we've got a hamper in here.
I'll let you off.
Yeah. I just want to cover this one, and Ryan coming in for a 3-bet here with a 9-8 suited to 8k, and Dan with the kings here goes the full 3x with his 4-bet here to 24k, and Ryan's just going to snap fold, and I'm off on the T-run.
T-run in the water if possible.
Okay.
Thank you very much. You can have your 50p back. I don't need that. Thank you. Winner, winner.
I'm sure that coin's double-sided.
Cheers, buddy. Hey dear, 1 for 1 for today. So we're on day 2. We eliminate players and they can't re-enter. This is the elimination chamber as it stands. We started with 139, and we know it always is a busy elimination time at the start of day 2. And we have lost a few players from the outer tables. I think we last told you that Anna Wilkinson we saw on the feature table, he was eliminated. We saw Ray Ryder going out. Gary Bertram, Kyle Sokol, David Vidana, John Bousfield has gone. Craig Smith is out. James Jagger is out. Peter Mock. Well, quite a few names leaving the building already. Up to the last out being Cully. In fact, just heard that Cully Sidhu has just been eliminated as well. So a former champion from Manchester, quite a few years ago now, but Kuljinder Sidhu, Craig Smith, John Bousfield, James Jagger and David Vidana have all been eliminated in the early stages of the day. Towers treble is on its way. Paul Leverage. We've got, I think we've got nailed on treble. Don't know whoever says that, but it'll be on Twitter in 5 minutes, and we shall put it in the chat boxes, and we'll get Jay to do a command as well.
We're glad it's there as well. Well, I was coming down with Ben and Liam, they said we're leaving at 10 in the morning. Yeah. I'm trying to convince them.
He's here. Thank you very much. T-Boy's back. We're going live with Towers Treble shortly.
Oh.
Are you going to make it a command?
Yeah, I will wait. I will be making it a command. Grizz asks, where's the best study material in your opinion for PLO? Looking to improve, just been looking at running once videos so far and bits and pieces. To be honest with you, Grizz, because it's 6 card that I'm playing, most of it's just been intuition and sample size and playing lots and lots of hands over the last 2 years and sort of just out of the box thinking. There's not really too much study material on 6 card PLO, but I think it just comes down to problem solving. They're pretty deep games and sort of intuition and spots. It's a game which obviously very high variance, but I think the deeper you go, the more skillful it becomes. But regarding 4 card, I haven't played 4 card in a long time, other than the other night actually in the tournament. But there's definitely loads of material on 4 card all over the internet, but not really a game that I play at all anymore. It's just all 6 card, and when it comes down to 6 card, I just think if you're good at like problem solving games and whatnot, it can be very good. There's just little plays in there that I'd discuss with other friends that play the game as well. They're sort of the only study sessions I'd have on 6 card PLO. When someone sends me a hand, how would you play this? Would you bluff river here? Stuff like that. It's just come with experience and playing the game lots and lots. But no real study has been put in with the PLO. It's just come down to experience and intuition. Obviously, it helps having a Hold'em base fundamental and knowing the fundamentals of Hold'em, but it's just a crazy game. There's some mad stuff that I get up to in hands that probably you wouldn't see many, if any, people do, but it's just all of my own doing. Might make a 6 card PLO course tower. That's a gap in the market.
Absolutely.
Gap in the market.
Oi, oi.
666.
The number of the beast. The devil's arrived. 666. The number of the beast. Sung by Iron Maiden. If you didn't know, you probably don't know why Iron Maiden or either. So we'll stop the conversation right there. 5 on the turn as it's checked. Bet 3,000 from Andy on the flop. Call from Mo. Bet and a call.
What's on the board?
Any aces about. I've got the nuts. I'm all in. Got to be a call. Moore's got a call. Well, Moore's not in the hand, unfortunately. It's not C8. It's Wendy. Wendy folds the nuts. No, wrong hand, that's why. Wrong person in the hand. Moore wasn't in the hand, it was Wendy. So we'll get that rectified for you. Sorry about that. It wasn't, I think we have to sort the chips out as well, which I think he's just realised that Wendy was in the hand now. And Dave will sort out the chips. He apologised for his error.
Yeah, Chris says he'll think he'll leave it for now, the 6-card realm. But some mad stuff that I like to do anyway, some pretty mad stuff, mad plays, like 3-bet river bluffs with like straight flush blockers and stuff like that become so profitable. 3-bet river bluffs with like hands that block top boat and have the bottom trips in their hand so your opponent can't have quads. Like just 3-bet river bluffs in these spots for chunks and chunks of money. Like when you actually put lots and lots of big blinds in with these hands, people find it very, very hard to call unless they've actually got it. If they've got the nut flush with both of the other end of the straight flush blockers, then obviously they have to call it at the time that they got them hands. But I've found over the last couple of years how print these spots have been for myself. 3-bet raising rivers in PLO as a bluff with straight flush blockers and quad blockers. It's just 90% of the time opponents are always folding. Certain opponents I may add as well. I'm not going to be doing it to the biggest whale at the table. I'm not just going to be trying to get him to fold a nut flush with a straight flush on the board. You've got to pick your opponents carefully. Played a lot of PLOs as well. Only 5-card actually with a man in seat 4. Played a fair amount of hands with Ryan over the last 2 years online. Our styles are definitely different the way we play PLO. Ryan's a lot more on the tighter side. Definitely a winning player in the game as well though. Yeah.
I do alright.
Chiesa, I played a live game once, flop was 666 and right then the ceiling light fell on the table.
Ah, yeah. So, yeah, the devil's number.
I've actually got a bit of story time from yesterday on one of the outer tables as well. I'll wait for this hand to finish. But, there we are, just like that. So yesterday, Christian, the dealer, I was just having a chat with him on a break yesterday. He was dealing a table. Seat 2 got it in against seat 7 with pocket 9s versus pocket 7s. And then the flop comes, seat 5 goes, it's always coming 7. The flop comes 7-7 brick. So he makes quads on the flop with quad 7s. And then obviously the 9s are out the door. And then Christian goes, seat open, table 7, seat 7. And there was quad 7s.
Seat open 7-7.
Yeah, like crazy stuff.
Right.
We were figuring out the odds of it, but
We're just tweeting the treble.
everyone-
We are
everyone-
tweeting the treble. We're coming on, guys. It's coming on. It's coming on. Towers treble
get
will
into
be
your
live very
savings.
shortly. Yes, indeed. Seat open, table 7, seat 7 with quad 7.
yeah. It's crazy, ain't it? Like we actually figured out the odds of it happening as well, and it was like 70 million to 1 or something
Amazing.
like that with all the players in the field. It was
Brilliant.
crazy when
Right.
stuff like that happens. But if you're ready to win/lose a bit of money, Tower is going to be tweeting out win. We're going to go with win. But Tower is going to be tweeting out the treble very shortly.
I'm just looking for a gif of. I'm ready. I'm ready for it. We're ready. We are absolutely ready for this treble. We're coming on it. We're having it.
Get ready on the commands and command. James opening the ace-3 suited, and Dan Cholton, really nice from him, 3-betting the effective button in a way, as the button was not there. He was the cut-off, so Dan just 3-betting the ace-9 off out of small. Very nice to see from him. Gets the job done.
Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube and Twitch. All Grosvenor Poker related. Get yourself on. We are just about ready to release the Towers treble for Saturday afternoon. Wherever you are in the world, wherever you might be.
And if you want to do Towers treble every Saturday, not just on stream, you can follow him on Twitter, the Tower68. He will post a treble every Saturday, and once in a while it does come in.
Yes, it does. Honest.
It does.
Honest. It's hard to do trebles when you're looking for value and you're trying to find out teams that are in form. So obviously the prices are pretty short, but we have come up with an absolute beauty, and I'm ready for it.
So Mohammed Ace Queen just comes in for a limp here, under the gun +2. Oh, strange to see that here day 2 in Leeds, but that's going to allow Dan Cholton to limp the button, complete from Ryan in the small, and Jamie checks his option would be a 9-7 off. Queen 10-3, 2 spades, lovely flop for the ace queen here of Mohammed, and he's going to come in firing, but not going to get any action from any opponent here. There'll be 3 quick folds onto the next hand.
So, Towers treble today.
Right, I've got to write it down. Right, go.
Towers treble today is Stoke City.
Yep.
Harrogate Town.
What? Who?
And Leighton Orient. And it's a 5.8 to 1 treble. And if you want to add Sunderland, you'll make it an 11 to 1 acca. I mean, I'm loving it. Absolutely loving it. Stoke City, Harrogate Town, Leighton Orient, and the acca is Sunderland added. Oh, feeling good. Where's the James Brown music? Diddle-lit, diddle-lit, I feel good. Yeah, he doesn't realise Harrogate's about 4 miles away, does he? Upper Leeds. So there we go. I'm getting excited now.
He did pay for it though.
Afternoon, Barry. Barry Neville watching in Sheffield, unless he's in Ipswich. I'm guessing he's not in Ipswich, but big Sheffield Wednesday fan is Ulbaza. Who's your pick for taking this down at this early stage? Wow.
Your guess would be as good as mine, Barry. It's so hard at this stage of the tournament. Still over 100 players left.
Yeah.
It's still anyone's game, really. There's obviously a few very good players that are chipped up that will be in the running, but
at the start of day 3, when we know, or at the end of tonight, when we know who's making day 3, tomorrow morning from 8 AM on Grosvenor Sports, we will be having the Sportsbook open on the players left in the GUKPT, and you can have a little flutter on your favourite player. It will be priced up overnight. regarding player and chip count related. And if you fancy it, it's on Grosvenor Sport, UK based betting site, and you can have a little flutter.
The blinds are up first time today. Move into the 8-16 level as Ryan comes in for the 3-bet here with the King Queen in the cut-off. Cold call from Wendy in the small blind with the Ace Queen. That's going to bring Andrew along. This deep versus Ryan with the pocket deuces. Flop of Jack, 9, 6, 2 hearts. And it's been checked over to Ryan here. He'll be happy to be heads up, well, to be three-way against these two opponents. He has position as well. With this particular holding equity, the nuts and the gut shot, going to see bet some of the time, but opts for the check behind. 7 of diamonds on the turn. So still just ace high for Wendy, deuces for Andrew. And if this is checked to Ryan again, I think we might see him come in for a delay continue here. But it looks like it's going to be Andrew who's going to take the initiative in this hand. And going to come in firing with his deuces. Maybe thinks he could actually have the best hand. And a quick fold from Ryan. And Wendy looks like she's going to make the call. No, she gets out of the way, so Andrew actually has the best hand, takes it down.
Sabria Bass, I've just realised Sabria Bass is a palindrome. And I've been trying to work out how to say it for the last 2 days. Sabria Bass is a palindrome. So, afternoon boys, South Portsmouth waiting for the ferry. Great comms as always, thank you very much. Get yourself on Towers treble.
I'm on.
You're on.
I'm on.
Miller plays, he's on it as well. Bob's got plenty. Young Mike Tomney is a brilliant little player, so don't, so long as he doesn't blow up. And Chiesas give us Inter Milan, Valencia and West Ham and Watford for a 26-1 to 1 acca. Nice one. Andy Bridger, good luck. Rooting for you, rooting for us. Towers treble. Let's do it. Towers acca. The treble and then the acca if you fancy it.
There we go. Prize pool is out, running across the bottom of your screen.
Oh.
Is £72,200 going to the eventual winner. 50k for second. Third is 30 bags. And if you make the final table, you've locked up £4,610.
Very nice.
How many places do you reckon to play? We have no idea, guys, actually. It's the first time seeing the tick up.
44-ish?
I think that's a good little
Yeah,
little guess.
439 runners. If we do what we normally do on a 10% basis, we're looking at 44, maybe 45. We're scrolling along with you. We don't know ourselves.
we don't know what the min cash is.
38 to 44.
Look at that.
£1,440. Absolutely perfect.
How'd you get that?
As a payout structure. So there you go. You double your money. If you get in the money, it's like a payday. And 44 players will get in the money when we eventually get there.
See, I'm not the only one that puts a lot of money on your trebles. Andrew's with me as well.
Good old Andy.
Andy Bridger's
Good
with
luck.
me.
How much is first place? Scrolling along the bottom, 72,000 and change. How many left to fight multiple bullocks? Well, it doesn't really matter because the multiple bullocks is now part of the game. It's not anything new anymore. You've still got to re-enter, you've still got to make day 2 and you've still got to make day 3. So yeah, there's always that little bit of how many bullets have you fired at it. And I know what you mean regarding min cash. If you have only had one bullet or even satellited in, That's why they make it a nice chunk for getting into the money, because if you satellited in for a wanna and you turn it into £1,440, you feel pretty good about yourself. Andy Bridger has got 50 on AJ. What price is AJ tonight? Is he big favourite? Is he favourite? I'm not seeing the betting for the boxing tonight. I know Ricky Hatton's son's boxing. I saw him at the weigh-in. I'm on about spitting image of his dad.
Is it?
Wow, absolute. Yeah. He's 1-2.
Good luck, Andrew. Man, tonight.
He's not, to be fair, he's normally 1-100 and 1-50 and stuff like that, Anthony Joshua.
Hope you have a few beers before, settle the nerves.
Yeah. 1-2 seems pretty short, pretty big for it must be a very close fight. If Anthony Joshua's only 1-2.
And Jay on Twitch asked how many entries total. 439 was the amount of entries we had total in this event, creating a prize pool of around 295k. 2% of that does go towards the National League. Speaking of which, it was said yesterday that it's very likely to be a 6th package added to that, the National League.
What is happening from now on in, because it's been such a huge success since we started back live, since the pandemic, the money for the National League was collected rather quickly. And what they've done as added incentive is for every £20,000 collected from now on in regarding the National Poker League, a diamond package worth 10,000 and 2 5,000 packages will be added. So that's fantastic news. So scrolling along the bottom of the screen is the prize money. We'll take it off shortly, but the prize money there is being scrolled along the bottom of the screen. £72,000 and a bit of change up top.
So Jamie opening to 3k, playing 500, 1500. Action on James here in the small blind with the ace-9 suited. It looks like he's going to opt for 3-bet here. Really like the choice to do it with this hand. Makes it 9.5. The only one thing I would say is probably want to size up a little bit versus Jamie. But still gets the job done. Jamie just snap folds the King 10 suited. If they were a bit deeper, potentially would have peeled that hand, but James Williams in seat 1 takes it down with the 3-bet bluff. That was small.
Good player, James Williams, as well.
Yeah, it's been nice to watch him already today. So, playing very well. Obviously, it helps when you're playing as well. Confidence is there. Start choosing right sizes. You start picking bluffs in good spots. And Chiesa says City 1-0 up against Chelsea.
Really? I thought Chelsea. Well, I'm not saying they won't win the league, but they certainly can do it this year. I think they've got a very good chance of winning.
So James in the button 6-4 suited wants to be opening this one. Comes in for a raise.
City 1-0, what a fluke. So you play the last hand and you lose it. You end up with £51,890. Nice.
Andrew Bridges says, were you boys in Blackpool 2019? Yes, we were.
Yes, we were. I don't know if you remember the unfortunate scenes.
There was a band there, wasn't
Unfortunate scenes on the Saturday night where there was a live band on and we were trying to commentate over a 4-piece Oasis band. Unfortunately, that was.
I wasn't there, was I? I had,
you had
I was ill.
flu
Yeah, I
and
had
sickness and all
tonsillitis.
sorts. They had the lot.
I was. I done the day 1A and the Sunday, and that was it. But Friday, Saturday, I missed out on. I think it was Kimbo was in the.
Andy Bridges says, do I remember seeing you? Well, there were 1,000 people in the casino. If you're watching in the Mankini, I would have remembered you. Andy, you'll have to enlighten us, please. We've been through a pandemic, and I've also slept. Apologies if we don't remember Andy. We really should, but apologies. We were there in 2019. Jay was there for the week, but he wasn't well. It was the Northern Air, and realising you can get a pint of beer for £2. It knocked him sideways. People refer to me as Drew. Drew Bridger. Nice one, Drew. You can buy a house for a tenner with change. We will be in Blackpool again this year, 27th of October until the 7th of November, inclusive GUKPT main event plus side events. We are looking forward to it. Hi Rhino 95, how many guys are left? We are on 100 players out of 139. I'll give you a list of a few eliminations that we've had in the last 20 minutes or so. Since we lost Cully Sidhu, which was the last time we had a chat about eliminations, Paul Rigg, Natalie Bromley, Macapac Chris Johnson is out. He's had a bad week in Leeds. Ian Hamilton, Nuno Duarte, Maz Baco's been eliminated. Tom Lynch, Chris Woods, and Ying Ho has been eliminated. And Mini Vidus Kersulus, who we saw on our feature table yesterday, has also gone, bringing us down to 100 players from 139. Yes, Nick Peters, the Towers Treble, is on Twitter, and we'll keep referring to it on Twitch if you're on the Twitch live stream.
It says a command. I'll keep plugging it in before free.
I'm very confident. Stoke City, Harrogate Town, Leyton Orient, 5.8 to 1 treble, and then you can add Sunderland to an 11 to 1 acca, and we're on it.
Ladies for Andrew makes it 3.5. And then no action for him. Wendy not going to be defending the 9 deuce. Wendy's got a very nice stack up to 150k.
Jamie Nixon sat at the side of her and she's thinking, you move your chips, you. Get your chips to your side. So she had to put a couple of stacks in the 20s.
To be honest, it was Jamie that busted Wendy with 4 tables left in the mini main earlier this week. I was on the table at the same time. Yeah, Jamie had 6-5 of clubs on 9-7-5-2 clubs. Wendy had ace-king of clubs. The money all went in, and it come brick, and Jamie won like a huge pot with a pair of 5s. But she'll be looking for vengeance, I'm sure.
Especially Jamie went on to win it.
Yeah, Jamie went on to win it as well, of course. So.
So, Leeds has been excellent. 439 runners in total. 44, as you can see there, getting the money.
So So could have some potential fireworks here. Jacks v Aces. James opening under the gun +2. Andrew just electing to flat here, and Dan Cholton had a hand that's definitely going to be getting involved. Looks like he's going to get involved in the way of a 3-bet.
Yeah.
And this is fine from Dan. Just run into 2 hands in this particular spot, but like the decision to 3-bet this hand against an open and a flat. Don't expect the flatter to be too strong, although he is on this particular occasion. But action going to be back over to James here. We saw James flat the kings earlier and play them deceptively. It'd be interesting to see if he's going to do the same with the aces here. Got to understand that if we make the call here, there's going to be 31k in the middle, and Dan stacks around 50k. So we're working with about 1.7 SPR. Definitely a chance to get the money in post flop off of that SPR. So may choose the flat, but the worry for him is if he does flat here, Andrew's probably going to come in a lot of the time behind him as well, getting that price and his money closing the action. So then we're going to be splitting equity three ways, when would probably preferred to get this one heads up with aces. So might just make it 25k, something like that. It goes for 21, and now Dan 9k to win 40k, getting 4.5 to 1 in the call. Has position, has king jack of hearts, but problem is, as I just mentioned, now that there's a 4-bet in there, SPR is going to be even smaller, less than 1 if Dan makes his call. If he makes his call, it's going to be about 0.8, but because he's getting this price with this particular hand, he's going to call and go post flop with the king jack of hearts. 9, 3, 6, 2 diamonds. A lovely flop here for James with the aces. Expecting to continue. Won't go too big. I know the SPR is a pot size bet and some players may elect to move all in, but in these 4-bet situations, often you're going to see a down bet, probably around 15k on this particular board with the ace of diamonds here. Can't see him going no more than 3rd pot, but he's actually incorporating a little check here, and it's actually nice from him. And now Dan with the king jack of hearts, action over to him. Really well timed check here from James, as we can see Dan drawing nigh on dead. He's only got 8% equity in this spot, but I guess James just thinks Dan's going to be betting this flop fairly often once checked to him, but Dan has just checked behind. He's taken the free card, and this comes a heart. Could be a potential action where it's the queen of spades on the turn, and now if I'm James, don't mind the check at all on the flop, but now I think this is where we want to come in, start trying to get some value. But once again, same as before, no need to just shove for what would be around 0.8, 0.9 SPR. Just going to come in for probably a small bet here, 15k or so I'd like to see. And it is 15k, really like the sizing. And action back over to Dan now, who is getting over 4 to 1 in the call with king jack of hearts, but just can't do anything here in this 4-bet situation. He was looking for a flop with 2 hearts in it, or maybe like a 10 queen type flop that gives him a bit more equity. But I like the way that James Williams has been playing today. Obviously a very competent player, can have a whole host of hands in different situations, strong and weak. A very balanced player from the looks of things from what I've seen so far today. A nice little hand there.
Nice one. Nice one indeed. So welcome to Leeds. This is day 2. We're into elimination mode. 439 players have played. We started today with 139 and we're down to 100. Review eliminations as they get booted out, because they do happen on a regular basis. Anthony Sutcliffe, Ross Atkinson, Paul McTaggart, John Hanley, Michael Simmons, Michael Sezal, and last out William Bowley. Starting to drop. Starting to drop. Welcome one and all, wherever you might be, wherever you are. If you don't want to, if you can't make this event and you can't make Edinburgh next week, don't forget, right there is the schedule for the remaining 30/30s for the rest of the year. Wednesday, starting next week with an online day one as well, and then Thursday in the clubs at Reading, Leicester and Blackpool if you can't make it up to Edinburgh. But please be aware, there's an online flight for the main events for Edinburgh, because obviously the festival's shortened because of restrictions in Scotland and it being replaced by Coventry. Then it got put back onto the map. So the online leg for the first time ever of a main event is on Wednesday, as well as the online day one for the flights of the 30/30. And if you bag up the online flights, you can choose where to play. Reading, Leicester or Blackpool. You can't basically take the stack and then say, oh, I'll wait 3 months and I'll go play in Edinburgh in December. You can't do that. But Reading, Leicester and Blackpool are there for the rest of the year. Portsmouth, which has changed from Southampton to Portsmouth, Berrynoo Road in Glasgow, and then the last set of 30/30s for this year will be in Leeds, Luton, Bolton and back up in Edinburgh. But we're in Edinburgh next week for the GUKPT main event. If you want to play any 30/30s, online satellites running for as little as £5. And satellite the way in, because it's the best way to play pool. Satellite into a main, cash out for the max.
So blinds are 1k, 1.5. We've had a few more bust outs from the outer tables. Ross Atkinson is out, Anthony Sutcliffe also out, Paul McTaggart, John Hanley, Michael Simmons and Michael Chesel all out of the tournament, so players are dropping like flies at the moment.
Jeff.
Wow, here's Wendy in the hijack, 5-4 off, and opens to 4.5k. I don't think anyone expects to see this hand when they watch it back in half hour. 3x open with the old 5-4 offsuit, and James with a6 here, just going to fold tower against this open size. And Wendy gets it through, and using her image to her advantage there. Like to see it. Be aware of how you're perceived at the table. If everyone thinks you're really tight and you're only going to be opening your jacks plus and your ace king and your ace queen, then start opening a bit more. Pick up them blinds, Auntie. And good to see from her.
She's only playing the game. So just over 35 minutes left at this level, and then the first break of the day. $288,000 collected in the prize pool and a bit of change. 72,000 just over for the winner sometime tomorrow evening. Ladies flop of King, Deuce, King.
Yeah, this is Dan Cholton's board. He's opened under the gun, so going to continue here with the Queen Jack, and that will be that for the hand. You expect King, King, Deuce, Rainbow, and Andrew just makes the quick fold.
Is the treble winning yet? Oh, it's not 3 o'clock. I'm excited. I'm excited for it, man.
I'm usually excited for it as well until the first 40 minutes in when they're all losing 1-0.
Yeah, oh great, thanks for that.
And then that's what we need, I think. I think we need them to go behind because they always go in front.
Yeah.
And then it gets turned around. I think it would be better if the other team score first. We'll do the old swivel. But there's so many times on the treble where we got 1-0 up, 1-0 up, and a draw in the other game, and then before you know it, they're 2-1 down. But hopefully, it's a numbers game, ain't it, Tower? Eventually, one's going to come in.
Absolutely.
As Dan Cryer opens the 10-8 suited in the low jack. Dan Cholton not going to defend, and Dan Cryer picks that one up. Yeah, Bluebells, she's flying. Flying well. And she cashed in the mini main earlier this week as well. It's already got a cash once this week.
Doing it well, playing well. Thank you. So the Lions are 1.5, 1,001.5 with a 1,500. Kings for the local lad.
On the button as well. No one ever gives you credit for a hand on the button. So open from Andrew to 3.5k and Ryan with Jack 6 off here in the big blind. Pretty trash hand, but gonna defend. He is heads up. Obviously feels like he's gonna have an edge on his opponent. But no matter how good you are when you're up against kings with Jack 6 off, you're gonna do very well to win the pot. 10-6-3 rainbow, and action checked over to Andrew, who's going to come in for a continuation bet here of what looks like 4,000. Ryan will be calling once. We've caught a 6 here, so have to call and take some turns as he does. Oh, it's a jack on the turn. I just said, it doesn't matter who you are, you do well to crack kings with Jack 6, and it looks like that's exactly what Ryan is about to do. And once faced,
Andy, we're feeling for you.
Yeah, and once faced with this double barrel, I really think Ryan might raise here, tower, get some chips in the pot. It looks like Andrew actually has a hand here once he comes in for the second bet. Like if he's got 7s, 8s, 9s,
he's not
he's
staring at the
going
board,
to check.
he's not bothered about the board, he's looking, he's staring into space. I don't care what the board says.
And if I'm Ryan here, I'm just going for my value straight off the bat, trying to get called by overpairs and perhaps turned ace-jack, things like that, charge the backdoor spades, and really big fan of Ryan's decision not to slow play this one here. Just get some chips in the pot.
Yeah.
And back over to Andrew now with the pocket kings. We have an overpair to the board, but obviously, as I always say, out of the big blind, Ryan's got all the 2-pair combos here. He'll have 6-3 suited, he'll have 10-6, he'll have Jack 6 suited, Jack 6 off in this occasion, Jack 3 suited in there, Jack 10's in there as well. Coming up with some bluffs for Ryan though, like Ryan's main bluffs here, tower, are gut shots of a turn spade, so hands like 4-5 of spades, 7-8 of spades, Queen 9 of spades. These are all the hands Ryan's going to have here as potential bluff candidates on brick rivers.
Any threes about?
On brick rivers, you just expect Ryan to go for value against this particular hand. It looks like he has maybe an ace-jack or a king-jack for like a top pair. But Ryan's never checking this spot. He's got to come up with a
Does it go half
size.
pot size?
40, 50k, I think. I don't think he's going to go any bigger than that. I think it's going to be around the 40, 50k remit. That's the size I'd opt to choose here in this particular scenario. Assuming that we're targeting the over pairs and some turn jack X, I'm probably going to go 40, 50k as Ryan here. Especially because all the bluffs have missed as well for us. But no, it looks like he's gone even bigger than that.
That's about 60,000 by the looks of that.
62 and a half, I think it is. And it is. So Andrew now with the pocket kings. This is a stone cold bluff catcher for him. He'll know, well, he should know that Ryan never has a worse hand for kings for value here. He's not going to be doing this with like jack 8 or queen jack that he can have out the big blind. He's repping 2 pair plus. One of the bluffs has got there on the river, the 4-5 of spades. But other than that, the 7-8 of spades, 7-9 of spades, queen 9 of spades, all these type of holdings have bricked out. But as mentioned before, Ryan is going to have all the 2 pairs here.
Yep.
Out of the big blind, 6-3, jack 6, 10-6, jack 10. All these hands are in Ryan's range, and there's the call. And Ryan with the jack 6 has won a monster pot, and that's going to put him probably one of the chip leaders in the room. And Ryan takes a huge one, huge, and that is massive for him. Player of his caliber going to be right in the mix of it now, and unlucky for Andrew getting his kings cracked, but Ryan with a huge pot with a jack 6 off there, and that is massive.
Ryan Mandana, Irish Open winner 2 or 3 years ago. Been on the circuit ever since. Big name in the game. He's now one of the chip leaders in the game. Hello! Well done, you.
I've seen a lot of them, yeah.
Emily pipes up.
Of course she does.
Emily pipes up because she's already looking at handbags and shoes. How you doing, Emily? Hope you're well. It's good to see you in Coventry when we came down, and we'll see you again soon, I am sure. Hope you make your way up to Blackpool like you did last time. Good on you. Glad you're well.
Yeah, I'd be good as well, Emily. Seeing the other half win 150 big blind pot when there's 70 bags up top. I'd be good as well.
Definitely going to Blackpool and playing, not dealing this time. Good on you. Good on you. We'll see you at the tables.
King 10-8 at the flop, and that's middle set here for James. Jamie does have a gut shot here. 7 would make him a straight.
Wendy Watson says, Kirsty, indeed it, playing well. Got a lot of chips as well, she's playing well. Good to see. Local lady, doing amazing, loving life. Ah, you chopped it for a grand, I do, yes. You chopped it for £1,000. our intrepid F1 reporter, Taku Logan, says Lando Norris is in pole position. Who's Lando Norris? Where's he from? Up and coming driver, is he? And who's Russell? See, he's starting in third. I don't know many Russells. It's always the fastest car that wins.
It's not.
It is. Whoever's got the most money wins. It's the most corrupt sport in the world. Well, not corrupt, but whoever's got the biggest funding always wins.
You can say the same about football, can you?
If you put Lewis Hamilton in a minute, he's never going to win.
Yeah, of course, because he's up against, but like
Yeah, stick him in one of them guys who's positioning on 17 and 18 on grid in that car, he can't win.
I reckon he could.
Not a chance.
Well, the thing is, he might not be positioned 17th or 18th on the grid because he might in the.
He can't drive it faster. It's technology. If the car goes quicker because it does, like having a Lamborghini compared to a Ford Fiesta, then the Ford Fiesta's never going to win, no matter who's driving it.
But there's only slight moderation, slight differences in the costs.
There's far too much money for the top people. Well, to be fair, it's the same in every sport.
And the thing is,
Man City have got billions behind them. They're never going to play Halifax Town.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
You can say the same about a lot of sports.
Of course.
But the thing is, if the better drivers get to drive the better cars, that's how it should be, right?
Ah. Yeah, I've just said that. It's exactly the same as most sports, especially team sports, individual team sports, so like football and stuff like that. If you've got the money and the sponsorship behind you, you buy the best. Simple as that. But he says, to be fair, I must admit, I don't watch it, and if it's been exciting this year, then good on it. They've upgraded the car during the season. Good on them. And it's obviously worked. So we started with 139, we're down to 95, and we are 20 minutes away from a break. That's why you're on a break.
I'm not. We got some Welsh cakes. You want a Welsh cake? They're like mini scones. That's what I think they are. Yeah. We can open them.
They were a present from Ian Bosley. Ian Bosley brought the Welsh cakes into town. And Cara, one of the massage girls, who's dealing with the aches and pains of poker players, is just about to try a Welsh cake for the first time ever. Oh, sorry, we're not a McMuffin.
That's what they have in
But yeah, oat cakes.
Oat cakes, that's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, they don't have Welsh cakes in Stoke. Stoke's not in Wales. It's like you can't have a Cornish pasty made in Rotherham.
You can't have champagne made in Halifax.
That's right. It has to be from France. Afternoon, carpet catcher.
Afternoon, carpet catcher.
Is that the West Ham fans on the way to Ellen Road?
Is that today?
Yes.
3 o'clock?
Yes.
Ah. I'll make sure to stay inside at mid-dinner break.
Verdict? Oh, look at smile on the face. Let me tell you, Claire. Claire's just said she'll love them. You're not wrong, there's a big smile. 10 out of 10 for the Welsh cakes. As we see our local lad Andy all in with the ace queen.
Yeah, shots for 17 bigs here.
Is he getting any action?
Closer to 18 bigs. But right on the line, this one. Andy at this table, I don't mind the shove of ace queen. I think at a weaker table, you can just come and open that hand and try and get some action and value from your hand. But at a pretty strong table, this, he's got Dan, Brian and Jamie all on his left. Just opts to move all in, and that's perfectly fine from him. So he just had the caller against Ryan, was up over 100k, but had a rough one against Ryan Mandara.
Don't worry, I'll just give you the... I was last year on a table and I was at 2 hours. She got 7 measurements. And she was bringing solutions and everything. Crushing, honestly. They were all going quiet when she wasn't in.
Taco says the best car struggled today. Yeah, I know I'm overemphasising the emphasis on the fastest car wins and all that, but and you do have to, you do still have to be good. But everybody likes their own sports.
I'll tell you what, we put you in Hamilton's Mercedes, and we'll put Hamilton in a minute, and I'd still have money on Hamilton.
Well, yeah, because I've never sat. To be fair, I wouldn't even fit in the car. But I know what you're saying. But if you swapped Hamilton for the guy in the 18th fastest car,
Force India or something like that.
yeah, and then swap the Force India driver to Hamilton's car will finish in front of that car. There's not much difference in the drivers.
I don't know.
And yeah, there's a skill, because obviously it's the same as football, there's skills in football players and he's better than him and all that kind of thing. I understand that. I know, man, right? Good to see you. Right. Always good in here, love it in here. Old Grummit's still in. Mo, ace queen, raising it up.
Wendy's raised it up tower. Wendy's got 7-6 of diamonds, late position, actually opening this hand, which is very good to see. And Mo free betting, and Wendy just makes a quick fold. Mo's been fairly tight, to be fair, what I've seen so far. This session, we've only got 15 minutes left before we head out on the first break.
Indeed, indeed we have.
And when we come back, Towers Treble will be kicking off.
Yes,
Get
on Towers Treble, ladies and gentlemen. We've got 45 minutes till the start of the 3 o'clock kickoffs.
Get yourself on Grosvenor Sport.
Good
All
luck.
right, Cara.
Have a good afternoon. So all the players making their way back live. You know, we're on a 30-minute delay. If you're watching for the first time, then good afternoon. Don't forget you can follow us on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube and Twitch. All Grosvenor poker related. Chip counts will be going up. We'll try and get some chip counts for the start of the next session. Still having a back rub. Here's the man. It's a superb listed building, this Leeds Casino. It really is. It's an old gala casino. It's fantastically shaped. It's on 2 floors, and it is packed with poker players at this time because the GUKPT is there, and that the man is in front of the NPL at this moment in time. First place of the National Poker League, Ewan McNicholas.
Caught in mid-yawn.
Oh, it's a tough
table.
Tough at the top. It's tough at the top. Speaking to Rob Sherwood last night after the game had finished, he was happy to get through. happy to get through.
There's Tom Hall, started the day as one of the short stacks. He looks like he's got a double up.
There, Tom. Yep.
Ludo on that table as well. Obviously, both of them.
Ali as well, sat at the side of him.
Looks like sub-average. Still a tough table, that one to be at.
Always good to see the outer tables. Always good to see the outer tables, it really is.
Oh, taking over the new danger mouse position, have you?
So nuts beat nuts, and you're going to be chopped up when we get to showdown. 6 of diamonds on the river, and action on Dan Charlton here with the King 10 against Wendy. Absolute nuts here for him, and comes in for a big bet, and Wendy says she's all in, and Dan calls, and it's going to be chopped up King 10 and King 10.
Dan Charlton giggling away. Started on 90,000, he's got just shy of 60. So Towers treble for today is in the football. 3 o'clock kickoffs in the English Football Leagues. Stoke City, Harrogate Town and Leyton Orient for a 6-1 treble. Add Sunderland for an 11-1 ACCA. Good luck, Towers treble. Chiesa says Villa are beating Man United. Wow. What time is that? 12:30 for some reason. That's weird. Sunday House scored. Whoever he is. That must have been from a corner.
So Wendy, pocket 9s, raising it to 4.7, and Dan with the Jack 10 suited here, very deep with Wendy. Don't think we're going to be seeing him fold it, but he is going to fold. Wendy is raised 3x, maybe that is why he's opted to fold there. We saw her open 4k with the King 10 off, so maybe he just thinks she's going to have a more nutted range in that particular scenario. If she opted for a more standard open size, I think we would have seen the Jack 10 suited girl, but it's raise and take for Wendy, and she keeps showing 100%, letting everyone know she's got the goods.
Aaron says, how many entries do you reckon for the bounty tonight? Somebody asked that earlier and I said between 80 and 100. There'll be plenty of space. I reckon between 80 and 100 with one cash table running.
And 10 minutes time.
Yeah, 10 minutes.
What,
10.
What a table
What
we've got after the break as well.
Somebody give you inside information.
No spoilers yet, but well, you won't want to miss this one. This is some star-studded table coming up after the break. Some big names on it. Probably the 2 biggest names in the field.
No, that'll be Ludo then, I'm guessing.
Yep. It's going to be a good watch. It's going to be a good watch.
Amazing. Well, we have just found out there's a 200k stack on coming in, and that's Jessica Pilkington. 200,000.
Come on, Jess.
Stu McAnally, who we saw in the little feature there, 170,000, and that's the table that's been chosen for our next table.
So we've got Wendy opening here. It's not Dan Cryer, slight graphic error. That's going to be changed shortly.
Our intrepid our intrepid reporters are telling us that Man United have got a penalty.
Obviously
in the
they have.
93rd minute.
Of course they have. It's Man U. So to the flop, it's Wendy up against James. Unaware of Wendy's holding, we know that James has ace king. And the flop of queen 7 6. 2 clubs. Wendy playing and throw checks it over to the aggressor. James going to come in for continuation bet here with his ace king, and I can't see Wendy putting any more chips in the pot here with the ace jack. Just a snap fold from her, and a nice pick up from James up to 140k.
That'll be the Villa fans cheering in the background as Manchester United miss a penalty apparently.
That Bruno Fernandes is good.
Why did Ronaldo not take it? Ronaldo's never missed a penalty in 72 years, and he's only 40. Amazing. So we started today with 139. We are down to 89. We'll give you all the eliminations before the close of, for the start of the next level. We'll give you the rundown of the last 10, 15 eliminations, because there has been a lot.
Lots.
There has been a lot of eliminations starting today, because we started with, we've lost 50 players. 50 players we've lost. 5-0. 5-0. 50. We know the short stacks, and we know the buy-ins are coming in. Wowzers. So there you go.
So King Jack for Dan Cryer under the gun makes it 3.5 to K. Wendy going to defend this one in the big blind. To the flop. Ace, Jack, 6, 2 diamonds. Dan like his decision to check this one back with the King Jack. Potentially pick up some bluffs on later streets, and once it's checked to us the second time, we can start coming in some value. Pretty confident that our Jack's going to be the best hand with the nut kick up. Scala asks, what time is the bounty on / buy-in?
6 p.m.
6 p.m.
It's 6 p.m. 15,000 starting stack, £170 in, £100 entry, £50 every time you knock somebody out in rock hard cash, and it's 30-minute levels all the way through. I'm guessing between 80 and 100 people. It's pineapple crystalline. I was speaking to him this morning. It doesn't have the pineapple. It doesn't have the pineapple hoodie on. He says he has his lucky hoodie on for day 2s, and he says if he makes it through, we might have to go and buy a new one. So we told him all the puns yesterday about the pineapple guy's got chunks, and that he'd been eliminated by a big pair. You know, we told him all those, and he was enjoying it. And he just said, "I've not seen any of the action." He says, "But I heard there were a lot of banter going on regarding the hoodie." And he actually bought the hoodie during lockdown because he wanted to play poker in his bedroom in a hoodie, and that was the reason he bought it. He bought it just specifically to play poker. Well, he couldn't get out of the house while we were in lockdown.
We got Ace King v Ace King here, guys. It's going to be chopped up most of the time. If it's any sweat flops, we'll take over the comms. But this one just likely to be chopped up between Ryan and Matthew. It's the free roll for no one there, and that is that. This will be chopped up.
Chop it up. So yeah, Chris was a good sport, laughing and joking about all the pineapple jokes, but our pineapple man is still in, as we believe. We'll find out where he is sat around the tables.
And Aaron asks, how many runners do you reckon for the bounty tonight? Tower, I think, hit the nail on the head earlier. I reckon between 80 and 100 is a good shout. Somewhere around that. You have players that busted day 2 that are getting back involved, want to play the bounty.
Great time on the horizon.
Ace-10 for Andrew. Under the gun +2. He just hits the shoves for 26k. Quite a lot of big blinds to be putting it in for this mount. 18 bigs, just open shoves the Ace-10. Probably would just prefer an open from him, but like I said before, when he had the Ace-Queen at this particular table, maybe you just don't want to go post-flop with certain opponents and happy to just pick up blinds and ante. Puts him up over the 20 big blind remit now.
2 or 3 minutes to go to the end of this session, and then a brand new table with a lot of chips on it. And a lot of good players. We cannot wait for the next table.
It's going to be a fun one next session.
Ludo, Stu McAnally, Tom Hall,
Ben
Jessica Pilkington. Cannot wait.
And Ben and David are on it as well. It's like really tough table.
Ben, Ludo, Stu, Tom, and Jessica, all with chips. Cannot wait. And at 6 o'clock we have the bounty. People making the way across to the GUKPT for the bounty event. Tomorrow's side events, the seniors at 1 and the £200 final event at 4. And then the the final of the GUKPT main event will continue as well.
So Jamie, who's been very card dead this session, I must say, there's not much he's been able to do. Sometimes you don't get dealt any hands, and you just got to keep folding until you've got a hand you can potentially open. And this one probably going to be going the way of Jamie. Going to be continuing this one fairly often. But sometimes in these spots, I'm not a fan of just going one big blind tower. Just going like 1500 here on the ace jack, but he's gone tiny 2.5 and gets a call from Mohammed, who's not going to fold the 8. He's going to call once. 9 of spades on the turn. Now, from Jamie's perspective, it's hard for us to double barrel this spot, because you think a lot of the time Mo's range, once he calls here, is going to be ace-x and jack-x, which aren't going to fold, and then flush draws, maybe some gut shots in there like queen 10, and Mo going to check once more with the 8s, no reason to bet, and Jamie probably going to check this one behind. We beat some flush draws, and does check it behind, and the pocket 8s of Mo, the best hand. Oh no, Mo coming for a lead, a 6.5k. 6.5 with 8s, never getting called by bet. I'm intrigued to know if that was a bluff or not from him, but what we're trying to get to fold out. Mohammed there just comes in for a random bet on the river with a hand that you never expect to bet in that spot. Jamie obviously couldn't do much there with just king high, just let it go. And on to the last hand of the session. One more to play, and then we will be on a 15-minute break.
Yeah, people starting to stand up and leave right now.
Dan taking initiative with the king 10 off, may elect to fold this in some scenarios EP, but people are going to be wanting their break. May fold a few more hands that should be in their range that continue. So taking advantage of that, opening to 3,000, and Mohammed's called here on the button with an unknown holding, and Matthew has called with the pocket 7s in the small, and it's a three-way action here, guys. I know it says there's 2 players to the flop, but Mohammed's actually in this pot as well. Flop at king, queen, 9, 2 spades. Definitely a hand we can check here as Dan.
More's definitely in the hand in C8.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Dan Cholton's check here. These are the top pairs that we need to incorporate into our check range. We've got a straight draw with it as well. Yeah. Very nice.
Just lose the graphics while we realise that there is an extra player in the hand, and bring him back into it.
Yeah, now once it's checked through, Dan Cholton is going to come in for some value here on the turn tower. And there it is, bet of 3.5k. And Matthew and Mo just going to have to fold, and that means we're going to be on a 15-minute break, guys. We are back at quarter to 3, I should say. We are back at quarter to 3. We will see you then.
See you then, guys.
Welcome to another hour with the Tower, and we have had to go to Vegas for the next special guest because, regarded as the best online MTT player in history with 16.5 million lifetime total earnings, under the legendary nickname Moment1, which now means you know who it is, 5.9 million in lifetime earnings, holding 2 of the 3 Triple Crown. He's got a World Series bracelet and a WPT. He's 9th on the all-time money list in England, but that doesn't matter because for an hour with the Tower, it is the one and only Mr. Chris Moorman.
Thanks for having me on the podcast, Bill.
Oh man, how you doing? How's Vegas?
Yeah, good. Like it's getting hot here actually. Oh well, obviously it's summer, but actually it's not as hot as it normally is for the the World Series every summer. It's been quite chill. It's actually you can go outside and not sweat your balls off. So it's
Welcome to another hour with the Tower, and we have had to go to Vegas for the next special guest because, regarded as the best online MTT player in history with 16.5 million lifetime total earnings, under the legendary nickname Moment1, which now means you know who it is, 5.9 million in lifetime earnings, holding 2 of the 3 Triple Crown. He's got a World Series bracelet and a WPT. He's 9th on the all-time money list in England, but that doesn't matter because for an hour with the Tower, it is the one and only Mr. Chris Moorman.
thanks for having me on the podcast, Bill.
Oh man, how you doing? How's Vegas?
Yeah, good. Like it's getting hot here actually. Oh well, obviously it's summer, but actually it's not as hot as it normally is for the the World Series every summer. It's been quite chill. It's actually you can go outside and not sweat your balls off. So it's been nice.
How's lockdown been?
Yeah, not too bad actually. Like I was quite fortunate because just before it all went down, I was away. I was in England in the whole of January. I was playing a couple of live tournaments. I had an 8-at-8 tournament in Madrid. And I was playing a big tournament at Dusk Till Dawn as well. So I was away for the whole of January, and then just before it all kind of went down, I got back and I was in Vegas because obviously it would have sucked to being sort of away somewhere and not being able to get back home and being apart from my wife for like months. So yeah, I was kind of lucky that I was back home and at least I wasn't lonely. I had someone to hang out with, and yeah, no complaints really.
You've been in Vegas a couple of years, all right?
Yeah, like on and off. I kind of split my time between traveling the circuit still and and like staying here.
Brilliant stuff. We're going to start basically at the beginning because how did you learn? Where did you first start playing poker, and when was it?
God, it feels like a lifetime ago now. Guess it was like I was at university at Essex University studying economics, not doing too hot. Like kind of failing. I was getting distracted. Like at the time, I was getting distracted by pool. I'd always played pool growing up, and then we at university, I joined the pool club. We had a pretty good team. We played in the national championships every year, and I guess this was it was up in Derby, I think, the national championships, and we'd gone to Derby, played that year. I think it was my first year at university. And on the way home, one of my friends saw in like the student newspaper about this free tournament on Victor Chandler Poker that all students could play. It was free to buy in, and the winner would get. I think the winner got the equivalent of about $500, but they also got a seat in this big live tournament in London. So me and my friends didn't even know the rules of poker at this point, but we decided, okay, we'll give it a spin. It's free to enter. It was on a Monday night, so there was not much going on campus that night. So me and my 4 flatmates went on Yahoo because it wasn't even Google back then. We went on Yahoo, printed out a set of rules, started playing amongst ourselves with like two pence coins, and just played the free roll every week. And first sort of 5 or 6 times did absolutely nothing kind of thing and lost every hand. And then I actually came second one week for like $120. Obviously, I was gutted to come second because I missed out on the live seat. But still, $120 was good good money to me. I was a broke student. So now I had a dilemma of whether I cash out and sort of take my money and run, or sort of play around with it and see what happened. And I was really 50-50. I kept asking everyone because I didn't want to be determined as a gambler kind of thing. And in the end, I just decided to sort of have fun with it. And yeah, it went from there, really.
You've turned into, obviously, the early days of poker, you've turned into the number one, an absolute phenom. We've looked back at your pocket fives. Do you know exactly or roughly how many online cashes you've got on pocket fives? There might even be more that's not been on there, but would you like to have a guess?
God, I don't know, like maybe 10,000. I don't know.
It's just 11,594. That's to date.
So that's a lot of poker, yeah. A lot.
That's a lot of poker. That's a lot of cashes, by the way.
Yeah.
That's a lot of cashes. Your first on there is fifth for 13,000 in July 2006. I'm not being funny. That's 14 years ago.
Yeah, that's not a bad first cash either, right?
where is it? Apart from the years, where have they gone? 13,000 as a first cash. Was it instantly? This is going to be bankroll, or are we just going to squander it?
Well, actually, it's kind of funny because I'd been playing poker for quite a long time at that point, and I was playing mainly cash games on the Victor Chandler site.
Yeah.
And it was the first. The site got shut down. It was I can't remember what the exact act it was called under, but it got shut down. And I only really played on that site at the time. It's quite a small site, but I knew everyone. I had like my all stats on everyone. I was just a cash game player, played a few tournaments on the side. And I was like, okay, I'm going to have to move sites. But I was really reliant on my HUD back in the day, which is kind of funny because I don't really use it anymore. But yeah, so I was like, okay, I can't play on, like the big sites at the time, Full Tilt and PokerStars on the cash games there without having all my database set up. And I didn't really know much how to, do all that kind of stuff. So I had to wait for my friend at university to be free, and he had exams that week. So I was like, okay, what am I going to do? I haven't got, can't take a week off poker. I was addicted to it. So I was like, okay, I'll just dabble in a couple of these tournaments. I played like this Sunday online tournaments that I hadn't really played before on the sites, because I was like, okay, well, I don't need my database for this. And I played them, and I was like shocked at how much worse the players were in the tournaments and the cash games. And obviously I had that 13K score that day. I came fifth, I think, or something like that in the big Full Tilt Sunday tournament. Yeah. And from there, I was kind of hooked on the tournaments. I really enjoyed just the different dynamics, different stages of the tournament. And before that, I'd just been playing cash game, kind of building my bankroll. I'd done pretty well, but the games were starting to get a bit stale because, with cash games, you always feel like you have to keep moving up and up when you're doing well. And I didn't really want the swings of, even if you're the best player in the world, you're playing big cash games, you're going to have crazy swings. So yeah, I just got hooked on tournaments. And then even when I got my buddy to set it all back up, I tried to start playing cash games again, and it just wasn't the same. And yes, that's how I really started, really, because at that point I'd been playing cash for maybe over a year and been doing well. But obviously, cash and tournaments, there's different, levels of. I was just going under the radar kind of thing.
Did you multi-table? Was it mad? Did you have screens absolutely everywhere?
Oh yeah, I was one of the biggest multi-tablers. I was just like, my philosophy was like, if you're not in it, you can't win it. But like also, I didn't really have a timeout and stuff. I was 99% of the decisions were like real quick for me. I was always been amazing at maths, like one of my strongest point. And so like I just would put different tournaments on. I had like 2 screens, and I'd put them at different parts of the screen, which ones were important to me, which ones were getting deep. And so I just did it like that, and I played, would pay more attention to the ones that were obviously deep in the tournament, and I would late register a lot of tournaments so that I just didn't miss the tournament, but I could still play and just come in a bit later when the blinds are bigger. Yeah.
So basically, it more or less gave you the impetus that this was a career and this was it. What were the parents like? What were the family like? Or did you keep them under the radar for a year or two?
Well, yeah, kind of pretty funny. Maybe a year or 2 or 10 almost. No. Well, because what happened was I was playing at university and sort of going to less and less of my lectures doing really well. At first, it was just sort of a bit of fun, and then I was making some serious money, and I was like, wow, maybe I can do this for a career. And then it almost got to the point where I had to do it for a career because I basically had to drop out of university because I got so far behind. I tried to stop playing and, you know, catch up with my studies, do my dissertations, which is like 10,000 word document on your subject. But yeah, I just couldn't get past the first sentence really. So I went into the I went into the like dean of the university and told him that I was gonna sort of leave my degree, and he was like, "Oh, what are you gonna do?" And I told him poker, and he kind of laughed in my face. And the only person I really told outside my friends was my sister, and was my younger sister, and I got her to because I had to confide in someone, and I knew my parents wouldn't you know, probably jump at the chance their son's going to be a gambler and play poker. But at this stage, I didn't even know if I could do it myself. I was, you know, I'd had a few good months and stuff, but yeah, I didn't know if it was sustainable. So yeah, I just grinded, stayed at university. A couple of my friends were in a lower year than me, so I just stayed on the campus and played a lot of poker. Just took up all the information I could and got better and better, and paid off all my student loans. And then in the end, when at the end of my university, I ended up making up that I passed my degree essentially, which but I went for I basically said I got a third, which is the lowest pass possible, so they kind of believed me, my parents. But obviously I didn't have a degree to go and get a job, so I had to tell them, you know, that I wanted to give poker a try, and they were very skeptical. But my dad gave me, he'd seen that I paid off all my student loans, so obviously they were happy about that I didn't have any debts and stuff, and I had some money in the bank. And he like wrote down every sort of all the money I had in every poker site, like had all my bank account details, everything. And he gave me 6 months to see how much, you know, essentially I'd increased my bankroll in that 6 months to see if it was sustainable to live on and stuff. So that 6 months, you know, at the time I guess I was like 21 years old, and I was just like, all my friends are going out on a Friday night, and I was just like, I've got to stay in and play poker. Like I have to play every day to just, you know, make sure I hit enough money where my dad's going to be impressed and let me do this as a career, not send me back to school kind of thing. So I really didn't want to go back. And yeah, luckily those 6 months went really well. I qualified for the World Series, my first ever World Series at that point, got smoked there. So that was a bad start because obviously, you know, Vegas always gets you, do a bunch of money there. So then I had to grind it back even harder. And yeah, that 6 months went well, and just kind of went from there really. But it wasn't actually until my second book came out where I like kind of said some of these stories and stuff that my parents didn't know. I never told them that I hadn't got my degree until like 2 or 3 years ago. So yeah, I had to break the news just before the book came out, but luckily yeah, it all worked out in the end.
We are back. There we are. Second session of the day. We've got a great feature table coming up. I'm really looking forward to this one. Let me just run through
a few eliminations
I'll let Tower do that.
Start that. Get all the older so I can see. We lost in the last session before we went on a break. We lost Danny Petros, Michael Eglantine, Tom Haney, Zong Lau, Joe Newby, Christian Ramsden. Chris Vernon.
Chris Vernon's out.
No, the Pineapple.
He's got a following from yesterday watching.
Pineapple Chris has gone. John Walker. And that is it. We're up to date. 88 players were coming back for the start of this session. 88. Amazing. Tell you what.
So down to 10 tables.
51 players in 2 levels of poker. So, we're coming off. And we are now back. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Leeds. With the prize pool has been announced.
Yeah, 72k up top, going to the eventual winner, 44 places paid.
Let's have a quick scan as the table comes back, and there it is, scrolling on the bottom. The GUKPT Leeds main event. The prize pool payout, first place and the trophy, £72,200, £51,890 the second, and then they lock it up to 44. 44 players get the money. Flight, crash, repair, repeat. Good afternoon. Our very own Pineapple Chris has been eliminated. We are just about set for level number 3 of the day. And what a table. Run us through that table, young man.
Yeah, I'd love to know the amount cumulatively everyone's earnings on this table, because there are some couple of superstars on here. In 1 is Jessica Pilkington, she's a chip leader at table, 200k for her. In 2 is Jacob Mulhern. In 3 is Tom Hall, started the day as one of the short stacks in the field. He's managed to triple his stack that he started with. Stuart McNally is in 4. Ludo needs no introduction in 5. Ben Merrigetts is going to be in 6. Robertus Godinas is in 7. David Doherty is in 8. And Gary Stephen Smith is in 9. David started the day well chipped up. He's down to 57. Would have liked to know what went on in the outer table, but did definitely start with around 150. Ludo definitely headlining this one, as well as Tom Hall, both of them. Probably, I'd say, around 10 million in earnings online between them. So looking forward to the next session. And in 10 minutes time, you can still get yourself on Towers Treble.
Yes.
Get on the Grosvenor Sportsbook, have the little treble on, pays 5.8 to 1. Stoke City, Harrogate Town and Leyton Orient. Add Sunderland in there if you want a little 11 to 1 acca. And good luck if you have got on.
Have you got your car? Oh, that's a shame. Oh, I didn't know whether you were going to drive from Leeds up to Edinburgh.
No, we just get a train everywhere.
Right, because I was just going to say, from Leeds, you need to go to Betty's Tea Room in Harrogate, but you can't because you've got the car.
We check out the hotel on Monday and we're going straight up there.
Harrogate literally is 10 miles that way. Beautiful town, very posh, and Betty's Tea Room is synonymous to Harrogate and England. A cup of tea. Yes. But if you're not got a car, then it's pointless.
No car, Tower.
No car. Straight on the train, Leeds to Edinburgh, hour and a half. Thanks for coming. See you next week.
So straight off with Jacob opening under the gun, Jessica defending the 10-9 suited. Go on.
If you're in Edinburgh,
yeah.
Well, the kit's going up there Monday afternoon. You might as well set up.
Do you want me to?
Absolutely.
I'll see
Move it!
Yeah.
You might as well set up, man.
Definitely.
Imagine.
Wouldn't be out of the imagine. Yeah, I'd still be there Wednesday, Tower, and I wouldn't even had the first bit of the rig up. I wouldn't know what I'm doing.
Oh, brilliant. Oh. Imagine.
And what would you do actually if all you boys turn up Wednesday and the whole thing was set up, everything was perfect, and I'll be like, I've done that. You wouldn't believe it, would you?
You've got guys in. You paid for guys to come in and set it up. Oh. Towers, you can't exclamation mark Towers Treble on Facebook.
It has to be.
It has to be Twitch.
If you want the commands.
And you're on Twitch on a regular basis because you're a sponsored fruit machiner on Twitch. You're a gamer on Twitch. Why are you not on Twitch, Lenny? Yeah, but Lenny does all that gaming on Twitch. He gets people watching him. No, I know. Would you like a Welsh cake? Have you had breakfast? You had here. You've had a banana. I don't care. But that's not for 2 hours.
Hour and a half.
No. We're timing it well. Looking after you. Eat. No problem. Oh, I didn't want you to have one as well. Healthy food, Welsh cakes. There you go. We're passing the Welsh cake out to all the staff because they deserve it and because they're good. So he's on Facebook now. Yes, Stoke City, Harrogate Town and Leyton Orient. Alright. with Sunderland making it 11-1 Acker. In fact, what you should do is back the same fourfold for half time.
Right, just gonna jump back into action because we've got a call to flop. Ace king for Tom, top pair, top kicker, and Gary flopping the stones with queen 10. To check this over to Gary on the turn, and with Gary, we want to be betting here, setting up a river jam for ourselves. Tom gonna have to call here tower. Gary can bet king queen here, king 10 that we are ahead of, but the spot's gonna occur on the river for us as Tom, because Gary has to move all in now for his last 15k, and then Tom with the ace king going to be in a bit of a spot. So, does Tom think Gary's ever going to shove king queen or king 10 here for value? If the answer to that is no, then what bluffs is Gary supposed to have here? He's going to have 10-9 suited, which we're behind to as well, that would call flop. Hands like queen jack and jack 10 probably aren't going to bet turn. So from value perspective, it's hands like king jack, king 9 suited, queen 10, maybe pocket jacks that didn't elect a free bet, but which actually probably would free bet off of Gary's stack size. We can exclude that. So there's not actually too many bluffs out here. So Tom has to come to the decision whether he thinks Gary is going to shove king queen here for value, or king 10 suited, something like that, because there's not really a bluff there. And I think Tom just pays it off, getting that correct price, sees the bad news, has to show the ace king because it is an all in and a call. Gary flopping the nuts, Tom getting that price on a call. Very difficult to fold that one as well. Would Gary shove king queen there for value? Maybe. So just flicks in the call, can't blame him on that one. Very difficult to fold, especially once we check ace king on the turn, and once we're getting that price to call on the river, nearly 4-1. It's very hard to fold ace king there. Pocket sevens for Ben. Going to be opening this one. And Jessica, the lady, has the ladies on the button. Incoming 3-bet. So 3-bet to 20k. Comes in for the 5x 3-bet here. And I think due to sizing, if Jessica opted for a more standard 3x around 12-13k, probably would have seen Ben pill this one out of position, but against this particular sizing here, I don't think he's actually going to continue with the pocket sevens, and I think he's just going to let them go. And good fold from Ben, discipline lay down, and that just comes down to the sizing that I think Jessica opted to choose. I think if she does go 12-13k, just over 3x, more standard, I think we'd see Ben pill there out of position, try and flop a set, potentially win a big pot, but in that scenario, makes the correct lay down with the sevens. Jessica obviously played very well on day one, was one of the chip leaders. She's been chipping up today as well from the looks of things.
Playing well. Good player. She was very unlucky in Manchester.
Saw her in Coventry as well, actually. So I think she's going to be a regular fixture on the GUKPT, which is nice to see.
Yeah. It sure is.
We don't. We only have probably a handful, I'd say, of female regulars that turn up and play all main events, and it's really good when we get more getting involved and playing these tournaments. As I always say, it's fun when we see one make a deep run. She looking to become the first GUKPT female champion. We're still on the hunt for one of those. But there are a few females still left in the field today. The flop of King Jack 9, King Jack 6, 2 spades. And Ludo flopping gut shot and nut flush draw. Potential cold deck on spade turns and rivers. Both players flopping a flush draw here. And Stuart McNally going to be calling here. You expect with his 9 deuce of spades. Ludo's sized up his c-bet here. And there is a raise from Stuart. 17k, and with Stuart Ludo with his particular hand just probably going to rip tower.
Rip it.
53k back. We've got heaps of equity. Maybe might flat actually because he can keep in some flush draws. But I wouldn't be surprised to just see him. Yeah, he's just moved all in effectively. He's coming for the free bet, so willing to free bet, call it off. And this is one of the problems as Stuart was raising this flop against Ludo's stack size. Ludo's playing a stack of 60k. We were at the 1k, 2k. So yeah, he's playing 30 big, so probably would have just flatted the flush draw here, because now once we get put in this spot with the 9 deuce, we're just going to have to fold with Stuart out of position to Ludo. Unless we think Ludo's ever going to be folding if we rip, which isn't going to be the case. He's not free betting 65% of his stack to fold to a 4-bet, and Stuart should be aware of that. And the other thing we can't do, we can't just flat here as Stuart, so it's fold or all in. And more often than not, it should be fold in this particular spot, and there is the fold. But I think we just want to be flatting that flop bet from Ludo for that specific reason. Actually worked out all right, because if the spade did roll off on turn or river, we end up doubling up anyway. But Ludo was taking initiative there with the ace-10 of spades.
I'll take the same latte and 2 sugars. Thank you. Have your small one.
So there's a big stacks at the break coming across your screen. Chris Cooper, he's been in the chip cupboard. 390k.
Somebody finally check his pockets for the keys.
Mike Allen up there as well, 260. Sean Johnston.
Not moved.
Not moved.
He's gained 1,000 chips.
We saw Ryan last session.
Yeah.
Freddie Winterburn in there. Thomas High. Matt Bushell on 200k as well.
We need a new avatar for Jay. Because Matt Bushell says, you know them avatars with Tower and that other guy? Who is it?
Yeah, I was speaking to him before today started. He thought I was filling in for the guy with a hat and glasses. He thought I was filling in for him until he got back. Yeah, I know. I do look a little bit different, but we do need a new avatar. So if you're watching, Tom, Grosvenor Tom, definitely need a new updated avatar. Either that, or I need to eat some more Welsh cakes and put another hat on. Yeah.
What you want to do is go into lockdown, lose 2 stone, and then come back on a GUKPT circuit and put it all back on. That's what's happening to me. You get treated with Welsh cakes and bacon sandwiches and breakfasts and sweets, and wait while we go to Edinburgh. We've got tunnocks all week. fried Mars bars and everything. Edinburgh next week, do not forget. We'll give you the update on what the schedule for the shortened version of its UKPT for Edinburgh next week is. Cristiano's got a few small footy bets on. Have a good feeling today that today is the day. Well, fingers crossed it is. We're on Towers treble. We've got it on. Stoke City, Harrogate Town, Leyton Orient, and then Sunderland is a 4-time ACCA. Good luck us as they kick off in the English football leagues. Wherever you are in the world, if you fancy a little flutter, stick it on. If not, just pray with us. And Chris Cooper, chip leader in the entire room at this moment on 390,000. He played against Ludo de Chiesa. Yeah, he's been around players all over the world as Ludo. Quality player. Lovely guy to talk to. And if you want to talk tactics with him, tell you what, next level thinking, that fella.
So action here had Robertus continuing for 7k on the Jack 8-3 Rainbow after opening early position.
In one!
In two!
In two! Your very own cheesemaker! In three! You can mop around the floor with these new mopping buckets. In 5. That was Phil, the card room manager. That was amazing. Did you see Paul Fox getting married? The Scouser.
Yeah.
With the Bruce Buffer announced him into the wedding room. Oh no. You not see it? You know he's a mad UFC fan. His wife paid for it. Paid for him to do the announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, completely fantastic. It was unbelievable. You watch it on his you watch it on his Facebook. It was amazing. He was absolutely he just couldn't believe it. You got Bruce Buffer to announce him into his wedding room as Mr. and Mrs. Fox. But they did that to Las Vegas Raiders last week. First game with fans at the new stadium. Yeah. Bruce Buffer announced everybody on. Ladies, it's time! You know he shouts, it's time. Yeah. He was brilliant. They had a band on and all that for first home game for Raiders. And Bruce Buffer had just announced it all. It's time! Brilliant.
It's not your fault, it's their fault. That's the big problem.
Yes, Penny. Yes, Penny. Yes, Penny. 100% correct, Penny. We've not taught him to fill the cup up fully yet.
It's been fine this week.
It's been half-filled mugs.
Yeah, that was because in Coventry it was we had bigger mugs.
We're in Manchester where we can free flow it to the top if you want to.
Yeah, but last leg in Coventry we're using the machine and it only filled them up halfway because you had them big cups, didn't you? Here I'm all right. There ain't been no half-filled cup of teas here.
Penny spotted it. Is Tom Hall in seat 3? Yes, he is.
So Jacob with deuces, going to open.
If you want to know the table, C1 is Jessica Pilkington, round in order is Jacob Mullen, Tom Hall, Stuart McAnally, McSwally to his mates, Ludo, Ben Merrigads, Robertus Gordonas, Dave Doherty and Gary Stephen Smith, and we see a flop of 6-4 King, 2 spades.
A lovely flop here for us as Robertus, flopping top pair. I'd like to see a continue here from Jacob. He's reached for chips and is firing a continuation bet. Going to have lots of bets on these king high boards as the early position opener. And on this occasion, though, we're not getting our opponent to fold. And Robertus here comes in for an old school raise and was top pair. One of them situations where just want to Cool, keep some bluffs in from our opponent. Obviously, he's still got the stronger holdings in there. He's got ace-king, he's got the aces. I know it's only a few hands, but he's going to have a whole host of hands like queen 10 suited, jack 10 suited that we've got drawing very, very thin. We want him to potentially come in for some bluffs on later streets, but in this occasion, Roberta's just happy to take down the pot there. But there are situations, especially nowadays, it's changed because people are aware that not many people are raising top pair. So say cut off or button open versus big blind, like big blind may be inclined to raise some of their better top pairs on flops, which is fine, but I just think against early position there, better to flat as Roberta's play some turns and induce some bluffs on later streets, as Jessica has the pocket 10s, makes it 4.5. Stuart calls with a king, queen and a low jack. That brings Roberta's along with the ace-4 suited, and Gary defends the pocket 6s. So 4-8.
7 jack 3, 2 diamonds.
Jessica's still with the best of it. Pocket 10s the best hand. Just one overcard to 10s here. We have gone 4-way though, so maybe a bit wary. Definitely get behind a check there from Jessica. And over to Roberta's, who just has ace high, not electing to bluff it into 3 players. So take a turn when the action picks up.
We're straight behind. Roberta's checked on the flop. We are the street behind, unfortunately, guys. 3 of spades, pairs the board.
Yeah, and a big fan of this from Jessica now, coming in for a bet with pocket 10s, just aware once it checks through, and Gary, the player that can have a jack because he'd be playing in flow, checks a second time. We've then sort of got the green light to come in for some value with our pocket 10s. Very unlikely that a jack X type holding is out there, and Gary now with the 6s. Just gets out of the way, but nice pick up again from Jessica, just aware, checks flop, and then once it's checked against, not worried about the jack no more. Good from her, shows she's thinking about the hand and ranges of opponents. Tom shoving just over 10 bigs, just under 11. Jessica in the big blind going to ask for a count here with pocket 4s. Tom Hall with 11 bigs here. He will have deuces and 3s in there, which we are ahead of. He will maybe have some ace deuce and ace 3 suited as well, which we dominate, but a lot of the time, as Jessica here, we are just hoping to be in a flip situation. She's got the chips to do it. She does make the call. She sees the pocket 10s, and this is not the man you want to be doubling up, but
absolutely not.
Have to call in this spot. Too tight to fold this hand for 10 big blinds.
Big chance to get back right in the mix. Tom Hall, pocket 10s. Well, Queen, Jack, 7. Good for the 10s. Still good for the 10s. Tom Hall is going to double up and get right back in the game.
Oh, what? No, he's not. Why do we always do that on the turn when it's 2 outs?
Not. Oh, man.
Wow.
Jessica Pilkington moves up to 250,000. Tom has gone.
It's just like...
Wow.
I've seen it quite a lot this weekend. I remember in commentary there was hardly any suck outs, and then here in Leeds, There's been 2 out of Hill every day. And usually on the river as well. 4 on the river, and that sends Tom Hall to the rail. I'm sure he's had a fair share of 2 outers go against him in his time, but once you get past the flop, you usually feel like you're clear, but always, wow, even 4% equity sometimes is going to get there.
Wow.
It doesn't sound like 4% the amount of times it's been happening this weekend, but it should be 1 in 25 times after you get through that turn, and we've seen it a few times already this weekend. But Jessica, running good, playing good, can be a lethal combination at the poker table. Not only that, knocked out probably one of the better players in the field, and Ludo opening the Jack 10 here, and Ben just flatting the pocket aces. Big fan of this, especially against Ludo. Ludo opening a whole host of hands. If he's opening Jack 10 off under the gun +1, and we're aware of that, and he's opening hands like Queen 10 off, Queen Jack, then this flat becomes very good from Ben. If it's a more tighter opponent, then may incorporate some more free bets in, but just going to call with the aces, and lovely flop for him. King 8-4 rainbow. So Jacob flopping top pair. Ludo going to continue here on the king high board for 6,000, and Ben with the pocket aces not going to be going anywhere.
Nowhere.
Is he going to continue staying under-repped? Just call in position. He is. And now a bit of a difficult spot here for Jacob with the king 7 of diamonds. There's been a bet from Ludo, who can plausibly have some king X. There's been a call from Ben that can plausibly have some king X. So the problem we got here as Jacob is, like, there's no draws out there. So a lot of the time we're actually going to be behind after this particular board texture goes bet call, and it's the 5 of diamonds on the turn. Check from Jacob, check from Ludo, and now Ben going to be wanting to come in for a bet with his aces here. Don't really want to go to the river freeway, try and get it heads up. 6 and 7s are bad cards, not in the fact that someone might make a straight, but in the fact they can potentially kill our action as well. So now Ben going for chips. We're going to come in for a bet, and Jacob has picked up a gutter to go with his gut shot here on the king 8-4-5. Bet of 13k from Ben, so 3.5 to 1 my money is Jacob. But going back to that flop action here, doesn't look like our king is going to be any good a lot of the time. Once Ludo bets and Ben calls, like, we need Ludo to specifically continue a hand like ace queen or queen jack, and Ben call with 9s, 10s, jacks, something like that. And 9s, 10s and jacks aren't going to be a bet on this turn. They're going to be a check behind. So even an 8x is going to be a check behind. So it looks a lot like Ben has at least a king here, because there's not really too many bluffs. And it's a 3 of diamonds on the river. End. And this is going to go check bet, and then I really can't see how Jacob can call. You've really put this hand together, just piece it together. After Ludo continues flop and Ben calls, Ben's sort of calling range on the flop is king X, 9s through queens, some 8x suited. The 9s through queens and the 8x suited are not going to bet turn. So once Ben then comes in for a fire with the turn, like the worst hand he should have in this spot is like king queen, king jack. So hopefully Jacob will come to the right decision and figure this one out. But if you it really comes down to the flop action. On this dry board texture, there's no bluffs, like there's no hand that Ben can call with as a draw. He's not going to have 6-7 suited in there, calling an early position raise from Ludo. That's not there. So once Ben calls, he has to have a king X, 9 through queens, 8x suited, like 8-9 suited. But the 8-9 suited, as I said, and the 9 through queens are going to check turn. So once Ben checks turn, it's just a king at very worst, and this is a pretty easy fold for Jacob. Like, it's just one of them hands. It's easy to range our opponent. Should know exactly where we're at. Yes, we got top pair, but yeah, it's a good fold.
Good fold, young man.
Could potentially fold turn as well, but Ben with the aces takes that one down.
Eliminations around the room. You were talking about good players. Jamie Nixon's just been
has he
eliminated. Matt Lewis, Richard Pearson, Mitch Hynam, Donald Jones, Richard Harrison, and as we've just seen, Tom Hall. And bang at the same time as Tom Hall on table 10. Table 1, the National Poker League leader, Ewan McNicholas, has been eliminated, which means we're down to 77.
I was last.
Okay.
Don't worry about that, I was last. Big blind. 0 cost, he was second, I was top. I got the bronze medal in that.
44, get the money. 4 and 4, 44.
Yeah, just.
Heads up to the flop. Sharon, who's just come to the table with the ducks. Whack, whack. Gets out flops Jessica Pilkington in seat number 1 with 240,000. Here goes, check, check. Oh, oi, oi. Just the 2.
Quack, quack on the turn. Set of deuces for Sharon. Then Jessica's actually picked up a flush draw to go with her.
Better 5k from Sharon. Instant call from Jessica with the flush draw. Oh, 2 pair instead of the flush. Wowzers. Bet. Insta bet. Into snap call. Rivers 2 pair and it's no good. Shannon picks up a nice pot.
Sharon's got chunks as well. She's up to 230 odd K. Both the ladies, chip leaders at the table.
Absolutely. Guess where we're going next week? Edinburgh. We're on his way. Can't wait. We're going to be up there on Wednesday, and Wednesday night is satellite night, as you can see, and don't forget the feeders down the bottom as well. Thursday, main event day 1A, we'll be there as a team. The whole team will be there, live streaming the main event up in Edinburgh with the Turbo and the main event Flight B on Friday. On Saturday, it's day 2 and the bounty event that's been added. There is a £135 bounty, and then Sunday will just be the final day. We're looking forward to it. We know it's a shortened version. We've put it back in, and if you are heading up north, mandatory face coverings to be worn walking around indoors. So you will need face coverings during the day if you're walking around the casino itself. Any other information, we will get it off the guys before we head up there and before we close down here in Leeds. But we are heading up to Edinburgh next week, and we can't wait to get into the fantastic city.
It's going to be nice for you. Get there, feature tables all set up, ready to go.
Well, you're going there on Monday.
Exactly.
I've said that. You're getting there on Monday, and Jay's setting up the feature table on his own. He'll get it all sorted out, and by the time me, Andy, and PK get there on the Wednesday, it'll be done. When will we begin the GUKPT back in Reading, says James Hastings. We'd love to come back to Reading. We really would. I tell you what, there was talk that they were adding a few legs for next year, and obviously with the way things have gone this year, no scheduled talk yet, but Coventry's definitely back on next year. We'd love to be back in Reading. I think Reading's a great card room. It's well worthy of a GUKPT. So we'll have to see what the powers that be come up with, and see what's happening with the GUKPT events for next year. Any news on the football? It's like we've been 20 minutes in and there's not been a goal. I'm not used to that. I'm used to winning at half time and then passing on it. I fancied Bournemouth today, but they were odds on.
Better than no goals and a goal to a team we don't want.
Well, yeah, I did fancy Bournemouth, and I also fancied Swansea as well, but they were the two that I was thinking about putting in. Leeds United playing West Ham. Any updates on the teams, just let us know. Have we heard of Paul Stainton? No. I haven't. I don't think I know the name. Not recognisable instantly.
So open in the low, no, open under the gun +2 from David. Gary Peels in the low jack. Sharon comes along on the button, and Ludo going to defend the big with the ace-6. So ace-10 of space with Gary, 9-8 of space with David. Ace-6 for both Sharon and Ludo. Sharon with the suited variety. Queen 8-5, rainbow. Not much for anyone here. David actually flops the best of it with his middle pair, and likes to see the check there. Good check candidates, these middle pair hands, especially if you are the pre-flop opener. This king on the turn does bring in a potential nut flush draw for Sharon, and if it's checked to her here, yeah, I love this from Sharon. it's been checked over to us. Pretty confident that no one's got a king here, so we're going to rep that king. And the time that we are called, we've obviously got equity to make our nut flush on the river, but big fan of this from Sharon, not taking the free card, trying to take the pot down here, and if we are called, we can sometimes make a flush on the river, or even better, which is probably the best approach, actually set up a double barrel for ourselves. Gary here now, the opponent in the pot, other two are folded, so we can be pretty confident that Gary's not got too much King X here. He's probably not going to risk checking King X with one player behind him. So if Gary does call here, I would really like to see Sharon double barrel on bricks, but Gary just has to get out of the way, and that's exactly what he does. But nice pick up from Sharon there. It's good to see. It's really good to see.
Oh, the video printer's working. Leeds are winning.
1-0 Leeds. We haven't got them in the accolade, have we?
Sing and win, na 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 na. We are so proud. Leeds are winning. Newcastle 1-0. Apparently Newcastle are winning against Watford. What a team! What a team! Your mum's an old school bookmaking betting company. Can I do a podcast with you? Andy, send me a message. Do we know each other on social media?
So we've got Jacob here with the pocket kings, makes it 6k to go. Ludo in the small blind, just going to flat the A7 suited, can come in for a 3-bet some of the time as well with this particular holding, but just opts to flat on this occasion.
5-8-9.
Jacob just going to come in for a continue and snap fold from Ludo with his gut shot. Can check this board some of the time here as well. Pocket kings definitely favours the small blind. He's going to have the 5s, 8s, 9s in there. Might even pull 8-9 suited. Just snap bet from Jacob and a quick fold from Ludo.
Currently Towers Treble are all 0-0, says Razor Kev. We're not losing.
Yeah, that's
we've got no teams losing.
Positive.
Now that's it. I take that as a win at the minute. How are Newcastle winning? That's like the shock of the year. Sunderland are one up for the Acker, says Jay. Thanks, Jay. Jay Glampen watching on YouTube.
So Stuart, or McSwally, his nickname. Jack 10 in the cut-off, makes it 4.5, and Ben 7-8 of diamonds here. Definitely could be free betting this one, especially versus cut-off open here. Wouldn't mind seeing him make it like 16, 17k in this spot. Very nice hand to do it with. It looks like he's opted for the passive approach, just going to make the call, and happy to play. Oh no, he is free bet. Has free bet. Nice to see. Nice to see. He actually went really small there. Went 11.5. Didn't even opt for a large sizing. Went for 2.5x out of the small blind.
I was watching at the break earlier, some of the Ryder Cup. Whistling Straits has to be on the bucket list if you ever play golf, of any golfer in the entire world. The scenes, the picturesque scenery, unbelievable.
Ladies and gentlemen, our first £1, £2 cash
So if that's a message for Twitter, it's at the Tower 68 on Twitter. Drew. At the Tower 68 on Twitter. I don't know how you go direct message on YouTube, I must admit. I'm not up on YouTube, bitch. Maybe somebody should tell me.
About 7k from Sharon. And David, this table all flat in their big hands. Literally all of them are doing it. I love it. David with Kings just flatted in the big versus Sharon's open.
Yep.
And 9 of spades on the turn. We'll check it over to her once more. She's just going to check behind with her deuces. 8 of spades on the river. And David's an extra 7k out of this hand because if he free bet, he certainly wouldn't have been getting a call from Sharon. So adding a little extra 7k to his stack that he wouldn't have got if he did elect a free bet. Wow, Sharon's bluffing at it. She's going for it with the deuces.
Nah, and a quick call from David. Yeah. Saw through it. Yeah. And got the Kings. And wins a nice part. David Doherty building up to nearly 80,000. Yeah. 3 cash tables going on at this moment in time. Yeah, Drew, if you at the Tower 68 on Twitter, and if you send me a message on YouTube, I won't know how to get it, so I don't know how to do that bit. And maybe I have to log in to start.
Seeing neither of us are logged into YouTube.
Everton 1, Norwich won't. Everton were a big price, man. They weren't a big price today. They were massive odds on. I thought Everton could be -2 or -3 Everton today. By the time the video printer's going around, there's not many goals.
Ace 10 of clubs for Ben in the cut-off. Raises to 4k. And Gary with the ace jack in the big blind, playing what is 28 big blinds, just shy of. Just opts to call. Can definitely free bet this one versus Ben's cut-off opening range, but just going to take the passive approach and see a flop heads up out of position.
7-8 queen.
Check from Gary and Ben. Probably going to continue this one. Backdoor clubs, some backdoor straight possibilities. Just sitting here with ace high, and there is the C bet from him. Gary could still call once here, Tower. I'm just about to say ace high here versus cut-off opening range from Ben. Second nut high hand here, so if Ben doesn't have a pair, we're going to more often than not have the best hand here, but incoming double barrel you expect here from Ben Marageds. This is just a very good turn card for us to start barreling on, like against the big blind range. I know Gary's got ace jack here, but he's going to have a whole host of hands. He's going to have some 7x, he's going to have some 8x, which are going to fold to our turn double barrel. We can set up a 3 barrel against some queen x for some river shoves. It's just very good for us, and Gary just can't continue here with his ace jack, especially against this size from Ben, 21 into 17, and Gary just going to have to let this one go. But it's just understanding the hands your opponent's meant to have in this spot and how this king is so much better for us. I'm really glad to see Ben double barrel that. They are the clear double barrel spots. Not only the turns that bring a card that's now the top pair on the board, but also a card that gives you more equity as well, because it's very hard for your opponent to have those in their range after calling flop out of position. However, we can be c-betting with those hands and actually have more of those in our range, and that's why Ben elected to double barrel that particular turn card. Very nice from him. It's a good table.
Here's a way of seeing the leaderboard. We gave the big chips out at the start of this level, but that's nearly an hour old now, so we'll give you as many chip counts as we can at the dinner break from the outer tables.
Is George talking about the National League leaderboard?
Oh, the national. I'm guessing it's the chip counts from the thing. If it is the NPL leaderboard, then we'll show you that. But the chip counts from around the room, we will get at every break. So Joe McNicholas was the last man out. We said Simon Baker, Stephen Lockett, and Irvin Raphael have been eliminated.
Gary's got an easy call here. We're checking this hand 3 times. Unaware of Ludo's holding.
Gary Stephen Smith scooping in the chips. So Mick, there's the prize pool, £72,000 and a bit of change for the winner, 51,890 for second and third, 31,710.
There's some chips on this table. 3 players over 200k. Don't forget as well, we have been mentioning it, the Haymaker Knockout Series. Haymaker is going to be coming to London for the grand final. Get your chance to play against him in an 8-man sit and go. There'll be 7 qualifiers. We've got 7 free rolls running, starting on the 29th of September on Wednesday, and then every week following up to the grand final. Invitational tournament. It's free to enter. All information about that at the bottom of your screen. Grosvenor client is all you need to play that. Get yourself in the free roll. It's free to play. 20k added. It's just crazy money, and great promotion that the guys have put on for everyone here.
Absolutely.
You hear that
And
one?
live stream it.
Yep.
We'll be there.
Did you not know?
I'm also going to be playing it to try and get in it.
Yeah, but you can still put a wee notification on it, wee flash score number. Want me to tell you who scored?
Afternoon, KT. Had to nip out for an hour. Got yourself to miss half the featured table. Beast lineup. We'll definitely catch a session when I'm back on. Catch up later. Any big hands / pots? No, not really. There's been no monster pots. Tom Hall busted against Jessica. Got it all in 10s versus 4. Jessica found a 4 on the end.
Yeah.
That's about as much action as we've had so far.
Oh, Stoke City are winning.
Oi, oi, Kev.
Stoke City are winning.
We like that.
Oh, nice one. Thanks, chat box.
Ludo 9-7 of hearts under the gun. Makes it 4k.
Ace Ace 7.
Continue and a quick fold.
Gully Math, our intrepid John Watson says Leicester 1 and Burnley 1.
Yeah. You might hold on and win it, you never know. What a price.
Afternoon, Katie. Yeah, what a lineup this is. Hope you've been well. Anthony Park for an hour. Always busy, that Katie Swift. Good of you to catch up with the stream. I'm sure you'll be on later when you settle down with a nice little glass of sparkling red. Sparkling red? Maybe not. No. Sparkling red doesn't really associate with any drink that I've heard of.
David opening.
Have a nice G&T.
To 4.5. Sharon going to pill the King Jack suited on the button. And Ludo not defending the big blind, heads up between these two. Queen 3 deuce, 2 hearts. So David's still the best hand, but both players missing this board. David going to come in for a continuation bet. Quick call from Sharon. Going to pull out the float here with the King Jack of diamonds. 5 of clubs on the turn. Probably going to put the brakes on now, David. Did he check? I didn't even see him check.
Should get a check.
There goes check, check.
2 diamonds on the river.
That's why he does the old arm check.
The
The old arm
the
check.
arm check. That we have to work out what he's doing. I've got an itch when I do that.
So about 12k from Sharon on the end here. We do beat hearts here as David, and is Sharon going to be checking back a Queen X on the turn? That's what he's got to come up with. 2 things got to go through his head here. Is Sharon going to value bet a hand like 6s through 9s here? And the second one is she ever going to check back a Queen on the turn and come in for value on river? I have both of the answers to that question in his head. Is no, then he may find a hero here because he has an ace jack without a heart in it. We do beat all flush draws. That's simply because if it's ace king of hearts that Sharon has, she's going to free bet that pre-flop. So we've essentially got the nut high hand here and bet a 12k, and David thinking about hero in here with ace high. But they're the 2 questions he's got to ask himself here. I know Sharon's only just got to the table, will be unaware of her tendencies, but if he does feel like she's not the type of player to check back a queen on the turn and come in for value on the river, he may call this one off tower. Like, is she ever going to go for value here with a hand like 8s or 7s? Probably not. So it'd be interesting to see if he can find the hero here. David, very good player. Definitely capable of picking this one off with ace high, and does pick it off with ace high.
Call.
And king high
That's
shown.
fabulous.
And, David's going to show the ace high, and he's going to take that one with the ace jack. Nice call from the man there in C8, and I like it a lot because like against some really good players, they're probably going to value bet maybe 8s, 9s, 7s there. But if David makes that assumption that Sharon's not going to have these hands there and that she's going to bet a queen most of the time on the turn, then he can profitably call in that spot there with ace jack, and that's exactly what he's done. Nice pick off there from the man in C8. Ace high hero calls, always love to see it.
How does Jamie Varney score an own goal? How?
Corner?
He's a number 9.
Corner? It's always got a bit of corner or free kick.
Yeah. He should be on halfway line waiting for break.
I'm pretty sure Harry Kane's got an own goal in his
That's how we used to. Harry Kane. Well, not this year. Harry Kane can't put 2 passes together this year. So our intrepid reporters keeping us up to date with all what's going on. Sally's watching here at Derby, supporting Ryan Mandara. So is Sally
Ryan's mum.
Ryan's mum?
Yeah.
And Emily is watching as well.
There'll be a few down this morning. There's struggle to come back.
I actually put Sally into. We was playing.
So is Sally Emily's mum?
Yeah, Sally. Sorry, yeah, Sally's Emily's mum. Yeah,
Right.
that's right. That's right. That is correct.
Nice one, Sally. Glad you're watching. Ryan doing very well. He was one of the chip leaders at the last break. Was Ryan? Was on the feature table before the break.
Sally, was it yourself or was it Ryan's mum? I can't remember when we played that Hold'em game and you was there. Me and Ryan were in it and ended up flicking you into the game and you was playing with us for a bit. I can't remember whether it was Emily's mum or Ryan's mum. Yeah. It was fun. It was a fun night. That God, must have been about 3 years ago, but it was quite a good laugh. I think Emily was actually dealing that game as well. Blinds are going to be going up in 2 minutes' time. Take us into level 4 of the day. So Jacob, Jack 9 suited in the low jack, opens. Makes it 5k. And Robertas with the ace 10 in the big blind. Gonna come in for a easy defend. Ah, that's the one. It was Jenny, Ryan's mum. But it was such a long time ago. I can't remember. So Roberta saw him do this earlier with top pair, raising top pair again. This time Jacob with an up and down straight draw here.
When did it come at the foot? I think it'll be like just before the end of the next level.
And just opts to let it go.
Afternoon to Richie P watching up in Borough, who unfortunately lost in the more early game. Thanks for a wonderful week, wonderful day out last week. Went to watch the corporate Borough versus Blackpool. Corporate football when you're getting older, it's great. They look after you. So does Richie P. Hope everything's good, Richie. Watching the live stream. Egging on Towers treble. We've got 2 out of 4 so far. 2 out of 4.
Oh yeah, Sunderland. I'm only on the treble. Didn't do the 4-timer.
2 out of 4 so far, and the other 2 are 0-0. So at half time, I class that as a win.
Could be worse. Put it that way. Could be a lot worse.
Absolutely.
10-9 suited for Jacob. Raise to 5k. Raise and take. Sharon opening the pocket nines. Robertas with the ace 10.
Gone clubbing in Leeds. 10 deuce 5.
Yeah, what a flop this for Robertas.
Yeah, any flops about?
And Sharon with 2 red nines. Robertas flopping top pair and the nut flush draw and top kicker. I'd like to see him just flat here. Please don't raise Robertas. We've got such a big hand. Ah, he has raised it. He has raised it.
Yeah, you just got rid of.
Yeah, you want to just flat.
Sometimes you just done it.
The thing is about raising that spot there, it's so difficult to ever get called by a worse hand.
Exactly.
It's like if nines are folding there, then it's just never going to be good to raise. You want to keep hands like 19, keep your range wide, make your opponent think you can have hands like ace king, ace queen with the ace of clubs, king jack with the king of clubs, all these type of different holdings. But as soon as you start raising there, you're basically repping a set or a flush for value.
Yeah.
And got Sharon out of the way with the nines, and maybe a little bit of a misstep there. He did take the pot down, but Robertas now on 3 occasions I've seen him raise top pair, and especially if competent opponents are aware he's going to start doing that, it could get him in a lot of trouble in the long run. It's worked for him so far at this featured table. Where's that coin?
Oh, no way, you
don't.
don't forget you follow us on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube and Twitch. Hold on a minute. No, you can't do it live.
I won't do one of them,
Wait a
them
minute.
silly
Look,
flips
let
like
me-
that.
Let me suss it out. Let me suss it out, right. What was that?
I don't know.
Go on, flick it, go on. Go on, I'm not looking.
Right, go on, heads or tails?
Heads.
Tails. Tails again. Tails again.
Damn,
You know what that means? We'll see you in 5 tower.
T-Boy's on his way, is that what you're saying? Unbelievable, Jeff.
Lost the quid. Yeah, and I lost the quid.
He's got somewhere.
That's a better way to do it. The old flip of the coin. As we see Ludo 4-bet here after McSwally elected to 3-bet the ace-4 of diamonds, and Ludo has cold 4 here, so I'm guessing it was early position open. 3-bet from McSwally, good choice of hand to do it with, but now we're faced with this cold 4 from Ludo, and is he just going to mark? I thought he might be thinking about going beast mode and just 5-bet ripping, but yeah, it's just no need to do it here on this 60-minute clock. We're going to find better spots throughout the day. Big fan of the 3-bet, but once we get 4-bet, yeah, that's fine. Just let it go. But it's definitely not a table I'd want to be on this one. There's a lot of good play going on. People playing lots of different hands in lots of different ways, and very difficult to play against that. We've seen 3 hands. We've seen kings, aces, and kings all been flattened against an open pre. We've seen 3-bets from a whole host of hands. It's just not a good table to be at. And some news coming in, filtering through. We have lost a couple more players. Jason Shellham is out, Michael Tomney is out, and Dan Cryer, who was chipped up pretty well on the last featured table, is out the door. I'm sure he had over 100k, but he is out of here. Which means we are down to 77 players. 30 odd spots off the money. There's a king deuce for rainbow flop, and that's a set for Jacob. Been sets everywhere today on the featured table, and quads I should mention. David going to be c-betting this one though. This is a pretty slam dunk c-bet for us on King 4 Deuce Rainbow. It's King High, we've got equity to a will, and we've also got backdoor clubs, and Jacob here on the rainbow board. Big fan of this. No need to start raising our deuces. We want to keep some of David's bluffs in. He's going to be c-betting this board high frequency with a whole host of hands and the 7 of clubs on the turn. This is definitely a card as David that we can be double barreling here. Picked up the nut flush draw, we've still got our will draw, and as well as that, we're against the big blind range. We can come in for a double barrel, start folding out some 4x, some deuce x, some 5-6, some 5-3. All these type of hands are going to fold to a bet here on the turn. However, for us, Jacob has actually got a monster sitting here with a bottom set, and now it just comes down to how he's going to proceed with this hand, whether he's going to go with it here or whether he's just going to flat. And the thing is, what he needs to think about here, let's say if we rip here as Jacob, is David going to be calling off with a king? That's what we got to make our mind up as well. Is David going to call us with a hand like ace king, king queen if we come in with the all in, or are we just going to flat and try and let him come in for value with those hands on the river? Obviously backdoor clubs are a thing, but can't always be worried about that. I know David has it on this occasion, but more often than not, he's not going to have backdoor clubs, and I'm a big fan of this from Jacob, I must say. Just flatting again and keeping all them bluffs in the range of our opponent, and seeing if we can potentially get him to do the same on the river. And we're going to love this river as Jacob, because a lot of the time it looks like David's going to have a king here, and well, he just leads shoves. I'm surprised he hasn't checked that. It's the only thing I'm going to say about this hand, where the mistake is. Just check over to David there. You've got 2 things going for you. 1, it looks like David's going to have a king. 2, the times that he hasn't, let him bluff with it. If he has got a bluff there, yeah, he's going to check back some of the time, but we're never getting called. So check it over to him. If he wants to continue going for it, and then we can snap him off with our boat. And the thing is, all his king X are going to bet this river anyway, so it's just one of them spots where, yeah, you lead and you get called by the king, but the king's going to bet for value anyway. You need to understand that. And then not only that, you can incorporate the bluffs that David's going to have there that might still go for it. I know on that king river, David's probably going to shut down anyway, because his opponent can perceivably have a king in the big blind. He's going to have a whole host of king X, all the king X suited. But from like a standpoint where we can't see the whole cards, would have much preferred a check there on the river with the deuces for them 2 reasons. 1, keeps the bluffs. David still might go for it. Very small frequency probably on that particular river, but still. And 2, he's going to value bet a king anyway. So if he has got a king, he's going to value bet that hand, and we can check shove. But still, I'm happy with how he played it on flop and turn, just flatting both times because of all the things that were just mentioned. Back to this hand, because it's blind on blind. We've got Jacob with the Queen 3. Complete 7-4 for Sharon. A nice air from Sharon. Like it a lot. Just come in for a little bet, blind on blind. If it's checked to us, see if we can take it down there with just 7 high, no equity. Seems like she can play the lady in seat 3. So Roberta's opening the pocket 4s, makes it 6k to go. And action is on Jessica in the cutoff with ace jack of clubs. Jessica is in this hand. She has made the call, and so has Stuart. So three-way action. Hopefully we get them graphics rectified ASAP. I'll talk you through the hand anyway without them. There's ace jack of clubs for Jessica. So this has gone three-way. It's checked over to her, and I wouldn't mind seeing a bet here from Jessica on this particular flop. Yeah, this is nice from her. We're going to have king queen. We're going to have king jack, king 10. All these type of holdings here. We've got ace jack. We've got equity to Broadway, and not only that, backdoor clubs in there as well. And now action on Stuart McNally, who is in the big blind. He's going to make the call with his Broadway draw. He also has the backdoor flush draw as well with the ace of spades, and Roberta's now got the easiest fold out of the lot. He does have the best hand, we can see that, but this has to be a fold from him. And there it is, and we're going to take some turns. And I'm interested to see, especially if Jessica is aware, obviously, McSwally and the big blind going to have lots of different hands in there. If she does opt to come in for a double barrel, probably not on this particular card. We've picked up a bit of showdown, and not only that, the spades do complete. McSwally's going to have a whole host of spade combinations defending out of the big blind. So I'd like to see Jessica check this one back now, and there is the check, very nice. And doubt she's going to put another penny in the pot, because for us to win this hand now, we need a Stuart to specifically have a hand like 5-6 suited and be turning that into a bluff on the river. If he's got a hand like Jack 10, he's probably going to check with his showdown. So once Stuart bets here, there's just all his calls on the flop. Like he'll have some Queen X, King X, but flush draws are definitely in there. Obviously straight draws as well. We can see he's actually pinging Broadway on the turn. But facing this river bet, there's just not much that we beat now as Jessica, and I'm expecting her to make a pretty quick fold, quicker than most actually. It's just a snap fold. Just knew exactly where she was at, how it's just so hard to have the best hand after that particular turn card, and lets it go. Yeah, it is Chiesa. I like it when they have deep runs. It's really nice. Be great to get a winner at some point this year. Is a lady. I think may see a booming ladies playing the poker if there is. Always rooting for them to run deep. I do try and be unbiased in the comms, but it is always nice when they do have a deep run. And even final table, it's really great when there is a woman on the final table. But these two showing the men up at the moment. Sharon and Jessica playing very well. Two of the big stacks.
T-boys back.
And you?
T-boys here. Oh look, it's a full cup. Have you shown all the viewers what a full cup of tea looks like? Have you not shown them? No? Hey. Newcastle have battered Watford and should be 3-0 up at least, says Bacon Ruffles. How's the food been in Leeds? Alright. Been well looked after. Well looked after. A lovely chicken madras the other day. Well looked after, and so have the players. Wanted for nothing this week. The valets have been excellent. Flickers the camera on. Flickers the camera on.
Tell you what,
Well,
we'll do that one.
about
We'll do the
that,
bigger
right?
one for a...
We'll talk. Okay, because I want to show you something. Because obviously everybody uses the app. That's what happens. That's what comes up when you are playing in Leeds. And you can put your name on the list if you want to go there. They're all the games in Leeds. Obviously, the screens are here. The 1, 2, Oldham, they're all on there. Leeds, Westgate, all there. Play 3 players. And you can put your name on the list if you want to. You can actually get your name on the list via the app, and then you can lock up your seat for a length of time, and then you can get yourself here and play the game. And I love it. I absolutely love it.
Yeah, it's a great app, ain't it?
It's a great app. It really is. I love that. So just be aware that the app is very important regarding everything poker related. Obviously, it keeps you up to date with how many people are playing and everything's live.
Adam Faith, charge your phone tower.
So sorry, what's the 97%? It's on. Sorry, it's only on 97. I need to charge it. Unbelievable. Do you know what? My screen goes blank. It goes dark after about 5 seconds. I don't even know how to change the app.
Do you want me to change it for you?
Because it keeps reverting back.
Okay.
It doesn't. If you know, like you said, keep your phone active for 2 minutes. After 10 seconds, it goes dark. I don't know. Plug that phone in. I have dropped my phone through jack. But the most important thing is the app. If you want to play a cash game and you look at the cash game on the app and it says there's people waiting, put your name on the app and you can lock up to a place on the waiting list and you get yourself here and get sat down playing because it's a bit active out there.
Yeah,
I'm not funny.
Yep.
When I went for the PLO game,
Looks good.
what's them black chips worth?
25.
Flipping heck. They're like pennies. Like pennies over there.
Yeah, I saw Tim Chung's playing that actually.
It's a big one.
Yeah,
so
Tim
yes,
Chung's in that game.
it's good. And then if we could just flick onto the 30-30 for us, just to let us know what's happening
there we
regarding
are.
those events for the 30-30. It's coming up towards the end of next week. I know we're in Edinburgh, we keep talking about Edinburgh, but Blackpool, Leicester and Reading have got a 30-30. There's an online flight as well, so if you want to get involved, there's so much poker to play that we'll get back to the table because we've got about 45 minutes to go until the end of this session.
And MBIs are good. I think Jessica's got the boots.
Oi, oi.
Exit 5.5 and McSwally coming in for the 3-bet here with the King Queen. And big fan of this. Big fan of incorporating 3-betting with this hand some of the time, not all of the time, but at a certain frequency you've got to make them decisions up yourself. And the best way to usually do it, what frequency to 3-bet these hands is the suits. Maybe choose a suit, a combination. There's 16 combinations of every hand, 12 offsuit combinations. Maybe choose like 4 of those offsuit combinations in your head, and when you get dealt that's when you come in for your 3-bet, and it just randomises it nicely for you because you never know what combination of suits you're ever going to get dealt. And Jessica comes in for a bomb of a 4-bet. 60.5k, nearly full 4x 4-bet, and big sizing from her there. Maybe she was just happy to take what was in the middle, but when it comes to sort of 4-bet sizing, guys, you don't need to go too large. It's usually 2.5x is fine, maybe 3x out of position. Like I opt for around there, 2.5. around that sort of amount, but in that scenario Jessica coming for a huge 4-bet there, and got the King Queen to fold. Not much we can do there as Stuart McNally, but nice from her. She's picking up chips. She's had the ladies, she's had the aces.
So we've got the full cup of tea and a bottle of water. We're set now till the break. We're in situ. I lost the flip. Can't believe it. How's the Towers treble going on?
It's half time, ain't it?
Half time still. 1-0, 1-0, 0-0, 0-0. That's the Acker. The fourth. One of the 3 in the treble is winning. The 4-timer Sunderland is winning. We'll carry on. We'll keep trying. We're not losing at the minute. We're not losing. There must be a cash out. The mighty Rotherham United were 0-0 at half time against the bottom of the table Crew. That goes down well.
David coming in for a bet here on the turn. Like this a lot once it's checked through on flop. we feel fairly confident that our ace-9 is going to be the best hand here. Yeah, Ludo may have some checks with queens, jacks and tens, but there's a whole host of hands that he'll be opening in the cut-off, so can't just immediately give him them hands. They will be in there, but he's going to have lots of other different holdings in this particular spot, so trying to get value here from our second pair top kicker. And Ludo just makes the quick fold with the ace-10, and David going to take that one, but up to 78k now. David, I saw him call with ace-high earlier. He's chipped up nicely this session, coming with around 55.
You can pause the live action, Penny, if you need to nip to the loo, but then obviously when the chat goes crazy, if something happens, you might be behind. So just be aware if you do pause it to think about it, because you will be behind when the chat starts going off if something really big happens. Hey, London girl, not in the building.
Yeah, what's how I said?
Knocked out yesterday and not in the building. Didn't make day 2. How's the eliminations going since the last time we checked?
When you went on the tea run,
yeah.
I did mention who had busted out up until then. Dan Cryer was the last bust out. Let's see if we've had any more. Yes, we have. Alex Marr is out.
Good player, Alex.
That is that. We lost one between the tea run and now.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, Alex Mark was the last player out.
So Penny's still half an hour behind. Not a long week. 7 of hearts on the turn. Check 9 of hearts on the river. Ludo, river in trip 9s. Sharon, river in trip 9s. Bet Nicole, well, betting a raise. We raised it up. And now we're going to get a call and we're going to take it all back because we're going to chop it up. You can't have a 9, I've got a 9.
It's a weird hand because Sharon actually nipped this one. Just picked up on the action, but as Tao said, it is going to be a chop pot. Looked like Sharon limped, Ludo raised. Sharon donk flop, Ludo called, check, turn. They both river trips, and they're going to chop this one up.
Chop it up. And so three juicy cash tables running at this moment in time. 6 o'clock, there is the bounty.
We've got just over half hour left of this session, then we will head out on an hour dinner break.
We will. We will indeed be heading out for a 45-minute dinner break. Keep up a tight.
So it's Jack for McSwelly, opens to 5.5. Come on, Dave. Raise and take for Stu.
Easy, tiki.
I thought Sharon's ante was his open from the last hand still. But we are on to the next hand. And ace king this time. Upgraded is ace jack. Opens to 5.5. Sharon going to defend the A7 suited.
Heads up to the flop.
Queen for 3 rainbow. And McSwelly not opting to continue this one. 10 of diamonds on the turn. Picks up Broadway draw, so now going to come in for delayed C-bet. Afternoon, Clive. There's 44 places that are being paid.
No, we have a haymaker knockout. We'll talk about that very shortly. But Ross Gordon on the bottom, Clive. 44 get the money, and a whopping £72,200 up top.
David opening in the low jack, Gary with the pocket aces. Comes in for a 3-bet. And going to be an easy fold for us as David, once it comes back round to us. But McSwelly with the pocket 10s, Gary playing 60k, so Gary actually playing what is only 24 big blinds. And 24 big blinds, pocket 10s, but Gary's been pretty snug this session, and that is a top quality fold from McSwelly. Very disciplined, just not getting involved. Understands that Gary's probably been one of the tighter players at this table. Doesn't think he's going to have too many 3-bet bluffs in there, and just makes a very nice lay down with the 10s. Could have been to do with his food there as well. Thought, I'm not getting involved. I'm going to eat my food. But good lay down there with the pocket 10s from McSwelly. And Gary's ace is getting no action. Gully says Stoke are 2-0 up. But we sort of need Harrogate or Leighton Orient to get some goals.
Yes.
Are they both playing 5-5-0? 2-0-0s.
Yeah, some good money for the GUKPT Leeds. Fantastic turnout of 439 runners and 44 getting paid. Absolutely brilliant.
as Ben opens the pocket nines under the gun, and David with ace king here. David playing a stack of 29 bigs, makes it 17.5. And action on Ben here with the pocket nines. David, very competent player, won't just have strong hands in his 3-bet range, and Ben here with the nines, going to ask him for a count for 29 bigs, just sub 30 bigs. I think if this was a late position dynamic, we'd see Ben rip here with the pocket nines, but Ben's opened under the gun, so he's repping a strong range, and then the fact that David's 3-bet him after he's opened under the gun, he's also repping a strong range himself. A bit of a difficult spot here for Ben. And what way to go? We can call for 12k potentially. We could 4-bet rip. Is that a 4-bet? No, it's just a call. Just a call from Ben. And it's heads up to the flop between Ben and David. 41 in the middle already.
4-7 deuce.
Yeah, it's a lovely flop for the pocket nines of Ben. It's really good for us from our perspective as well now, because all the ace king, ace queen, ace jack, king queen that David may 3-bet. Like, he's going to 3-bet ace king almost always, but ace queen more often than not, and then some of the bluffs in there, we're still going to be ahead of them. 7s, 4s and deuces aren't going to be a thing. He's not going to be 3-betting them hands, so we're going to feel fairly confident with our pocket nines in this particular scenario as Ben Mara gets. A bet of 9k from David here. Obviously Ben not going anywhere, but not raising either, aware that David has 10s, jacks, queens, kings and aces all in his range. Take a turn, which is the 5 of diamonds. David does pick up a will draw to go with his ace king, and playing 45k, so 0.75 SPR. We've got a 3/4 pot bet left behind. I've got to think about the range of hands that Ben's got as well. Ben calling our 3-bet, 8s, 9s, 10s all in there, and David just moves all in, and Ben with the pocket nines here.
I think Ben calls this.
Going to ask for a count. Well, the thing is, Tower, it comes down to, does Ben ever think David's going to run it here with ace king, ace queen? Are we going to fold out 9s, 8s, 10s in this spot? Obviously Ben against that size will have some floats, like some ace queen suited, ace jack suited with some backdoors. But as Ben, from our perspective here, we lose to 5 hands, that's it. So a total of 30 combos, 10s through aces. And it comes down to how many times or what frequency do we think that David's ever going to double barrel bluff this spot. And the fact that it's a diamond on the turn may make him more inclined to call as well, Tower. The fact that David could have hands here like king, queen of diamonds, ace, king of diamonds, ace, queen of diamonds. So tough spot for this man. Obviously aware that 10s, jacks, queens, kings and aces we're behind to. But David just running it here. Absolute going for it with the ace king, and Ben with the pocket nines, really in a tough spot.
Big call and a good call.
Yeah, really good call. And ace king, 9s for Ben.
Yeah.
And fade in a 3, ace or king.
6 outs. There's plenty being mucked, unfortunately, for Dave Doherty.
This is a 150k pot, Tower.
Oh no, he made the right call, the correct call, he made it good, but Dave Doherty has just hit the miracle king on the river. And he's back up to 150,000, and this guy with chips is going to be dangerous.
Yeah, Ben would have had 300k in front of him if he can hold there. It's just a pretty gross one. Hope he don't watch it back as well and see how many aces, kings and 4s were dead. Only had 20% there, David. 1 and 5 shot to get there on the river. Unlucky there for Ben, played it perfectly. Could say David did as well, actually. Like, really good aggression from him, trying to fold out maybe some of the floats. He is ahead of them anyway, but maybe thought Ben might pass him 8s, 9s, 10s in that particular spot, but Ben made the call with the 9s, and made the correct decision. But the problem about this game, as much as you want to make the correct decision, sometimes
you still get unlucky.
Exactly that, Tower. Exactly that.
We're at about 20 off the money. 44 get paid. The eliminations obviously have slowed down since the first two levels.
Yeah, we have a couple more bust outs in the last 5 minutes or so. So we've also lost James McCarthy, Ali Ahmed, Colin Gillen.
Colin Gillen's gone.
And Tom Noble is out
Gillen's
as
out. Best
well.
player in his house.
Does he live alone by any chance? No. I thought that's why you always say it. I thought it was a joke.
The local football team, Leeds United, are still winning. So Ludo down on 26 bigs and 66,000. Is Andy Morgan still in? We will try and find out for you if Andy Morgan is still in.
Assuming that he made day 2, he hasn't busted yet. He's not out on the bust out list, so he's still in.
You worked hard for that, son.
5 minutes. Not what is it?
Oh yeah, of course. Andy was the one that Ryan won a big pot against on the feature earlier. Busted his kings, but yeah, he's still in, still going.
The old Jack 6. We should get quite a few chip counts at the break. PK normally does an extensive chip count at the dinner break. So we should have some for the start of the new level, which will be when we return at 5:45.
There's been sets galore so far today.
Yeah. Evening, Nathan. Nathan Slater watching. Hope you're well, buddy.
Hello, Nathan. Saying that, we're off to Edinburgh next. Here's a bit of trivia for you. Who's a previous GUKPT reigning Edinburgh champion? One heads up against Michael Caine. There you are, Boovy got it.
Is it Nathan Slater?
There you are.
Is it?
Off to Edinburgh in a week's time. We will be there.
Oh, you're all right, pal. Well, we get everything resolved very soon, my friend. 28,000 on the turn from Roberto. Gary's not called in any of this. Not putting his tournament life in with their side. Gary Stephen Smith will have to wait for another time to try for a double up. Tried to get him off it, but Roberto, as we can see, is folding to nothing.
Yeah, no, Gary's just going to fold here. So he's just taking his time. Not much we can do, just let this one go. There's no way he's putting this in. If he puts this in, I'll get you a bottle of champagne tonight. There you are.
Without the dice.
Yeah, without the dice. Yeah, and speaking of Edinburgh, there we are. Right there, you can see our schedule for next week. It kicks off with a satellite on the Wednesday, main event Thursday as always. Friday we got the main and the turbo. There's a satellite on the Thursday night as well.
Yep.
And then there is a bounty event, side event, only side. It's going to take place up there. That is £125 to enter. And,
I wonder if they decide. Maybe not. I was thinking about a side event on the Sunday as it winds down, but with the staffing situation and what have you, and obviously the freelancers will be off on the travels and what have you. Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe. But we know the Saturday bounty is an addition. I think it's a great idea.
Yeah,
I love the
it's
bounty.
good that there's going to be a side.
The bounty will get very busy here soon. It starts in 90 minutes. The place will fill.
Especially if people have travelled down for the weekend, they're not a fan of cash, and then they bust the Friday night or they bust early day two, they then got a side event to play.
Don't forget this down here as well, because that's the best value satellite there is. The package satellite this Wednesday, because it's £750 buying and £750 expenses, which you could definitely use as a re-entry if needed.
So ace, king, 4, 2 diamonds to flop, second nut flush draw for Gary after opening his hand. And if I'm Gary here, I might just, actually I'm probably going to check call, just check call. Ace, king, 4, not the board that we want to be shoving on. If it was too low diamonds, if it was like a 9, well not a 9 because we have, if it was like an 8, 4, deuce, 2 diamonds, I wouldn't mind seeing Gary check shove. But on this ace, king, 4 board, it's just going to favour our opponent's range so often, and he has actually shoved here, and we're just going to get snapped off a lot of the time by some ace-x holdings that the early position opener is meant to have. They may even hero us with like a king here some of the time, but if it works, fair play. But I just think we want to be check calling on this particular board versus under the gun +1. Take a turn. I just think we get called too often. It doesn't look like Jacob's going to call here, but more often than not, we're just going to get snapped off by an ace, and he's open folded. Oh, he has called. He has called.
He has called.
I thought he folded face up like queens or something, but he has made the call. There you go, ace jack, and now Gary needs to find a diamond to stay alive.
That's not one of them. There's only a couple being
and 6
folded,
of spades.
but he fades them, unfortunately, for Gary Stephen-Smith.
Yeah, we lose Gary from
Out
the
the door he
tournament.
goes.
Opted to check shove his flush draw there, but I just think on the ace-king high board, opponent's going to check back king, queen, king, jack, thinking about it like that. He's going to continue, obviously, his ace-x and the bluffs in there. Like, probably going to shut down on turn anyway, so wouldn't have minded him seeing just a check call. Did have, still I think it was about 18, 19 big blinds back, but Gary, in the space of 2 hands, takes a hit and then takes a big hit and he's out the door. I'm surprised that there was a tank there with ace jack, to be fair.
Yeah, it was a long tank, but I thought about it. Thought about it in his head and then thought, you know what? This is me.
We've been playing 60 cup games in like
5.5.
Three players, ace, 3, queen. Quite a lot of these cards not showing in the boxes. I have to tell Dave, I think that a lot of these cards aren't showing in the boxes. They might need re-registering the brick. We'll have words with the guys in the background.
It's alright, I like this. Gets Ludo's hand. Ace, queen, 3 rainbow. He's going to have lots of bets on this board as it continue. He's going to continue hands like king, jack, jack 10, king 10 in there as well. Maybe like some 10-9 suited, 9-8 suited with backdoors that are just bottom of his range and try and take it down with 1 bet. But Roberto going to make the call in position with the nut queen. And 6 of clubs on the turn. So action on Ludo. And what he does here will give us a bit more of an idea about what type of holding he has in this particular spot. He does elect to come in for another bet. For value, we expect him to have ace 10, ace jack, ace queen and ace king, as well as pocket queens, pocket threes. And he is coming in for another bet, so I'm going to go with them hands. Ace king, ace queen, ace 10, ace jack, pocket threes, pocket queens are all the value hands that Ludo's got here. Now we've got to come up with some bluffs, hands that have turned backdoor clubs perhaps. A hand like 10-9 of clubs, king jack of clubs, king 10 of clubs, jack 10 of clubs. Other than that, there's not too many other bluffs here as Roberto. And Roberto just makes a disciplined laydown with the king, queen, and Ludo's going to pick that one up. So 10 minutes left, and then we will head out on the dinner break, everyone.
So heads up to the flop 9s we see again. Ludo this time with them. Queen, queen, jack, not the best flop for 9s, that is for sure.
Yeah, not the best flop for 9s, but we're against the big blind, so still will have the best hand a lot of the time here, unless our opponent has a queen or a jack. So Ludo, for that reason, coming in for a small continuation bet, and Jacob with just king high here, got no choice but to get out of the way. Well, I say no choice. He might be thinking about getting a little bit fruity here on the flop. And he is. He's going to float out of position against Ludo. Rather Jacob sitting there than me. 7 of diamonds on the turn. So now from Ludo's perspective here, we don't expect Jacob to float a hand like he has in this position. What's going to be going through Ludo's head is he's got either a queen, a jack, or a hand like 10-9, which we block, king 10, which is up and down. So the 4 of hearts on the river. And if we're floating flop here as Jacob, we have to be betting this river. We can't just call with king 6 off with no plan. So I'm intrigued to see what size he opts to choose. There's no way he's not. Oh, he's just going to check. Wow. Just floated the flop with king 6 off out of position and just doesn't choose to bluff the river. And looks like Ludo's going to come in for kind of mergy bet here. 8.5. With the pocket 9s. Stuart thinking about hero in this? He can't be. Wow. Gift wrapped. Absolutely gift wrapped. We don't even beat some bluffs there. If Ludo's bluffing with king 10, we lose. Just call twice with king high.
Sometimes they do have it, you know, these good players. Sometimes they do have it.
Katie says misread his hand.
No,
I don't know. I doubt it. I doubt it. I don't think anyone ever misreads their hand. Like honestly, it's very hard to misread your hand. It's a very hard thing to do.
They do say it though as an excuse.
Yeah, like, that's the thing. People will make like a bad play or something like that, and then they'll be like, "Oh, I've misread my hand." But a lot of the time, I'm a non-believer. I'm a non-believer that they've misread their hand and that they're just saying it because they've just punted off some chips and they're like, oh, I've misread it, that's why I called. But it's so hard to misread your hand. I'm not sure, like... He didn't look back at his whole cards though, Katie. Why would he not turn his whole cards over if he's got King Jack? Because King Jack beats pocket 9. So if he had King Jack, he'd flip his hand over because he thinks he's got King Jack. But he didn't even look back at his whole cards. He just tossed them straight into the muck.
Only joking. No. Cap lock. Oh well. We are heading towards the dinner break. I think we all need a breather after that. Anybody any late eliminations during the last few minutes? Oh
no! We have lost.
Who we lost?
Nicholas Swan.
No way.
And we have lost Tom Bacon.
Tom Bacon. Gone. Anybody else?
And that is it for the moment. We've got 5 minutes left. Yeah, it's a weird one, guys. Like, a lot of people will be like, oh, I misread my hand in like funny spots and stuff like that. But the thing is, like, the amount of times I've seen it and like people misreading their hands, they also always seem to misread their hand in losing spots, never in winning spots. They're never like, oh, I've misread my hand, oh, I've got the winning hand. It's just like too much of a coincidence for everyone to always misread their hand suddenly when they're not going to win the pot. It's like, it's one of them things, like, but what can you do? What can you do? Back to the action as
Big Ben, Ace Queen.
Got very unlucky against David earlier. Oh! And David's got Ace King.
Oh, wow. Oh, well.
And we've been here before from David's perspective. Ace King against Ben coming in for the 3-bet, obviously exact same size as well. It's almost deja vu. Ben opening to 5.5 and David 3-betting to 17.5. Action back on Ben here with the Ace Queen. Can't see him folding this one, Tower. It's whether he wants to continue in form of a flat or a 4-bet here. And Ben looks like he's just counting out calling chips and he's going to take a flop.
And then if this does come here side, this could be a huge pot.
Especially after the dynamic that's already been set
Now it's
between
come here
these
side as
two.
well. Here's 5-4. Oh my days. This could be a huge pot. And David Doherty, I'm making a prediction right now. If David Doherty wins this huge pot and it turns into a monster, Dave Doherty final tables.
Okay, they heard it here first. Tower at roughly 4:45 Saturday evening. If this turns into a massive pop, he's saying David Doherty is going to make the FT. But as long as the runouts aren't like diamond or like, the thing is, this like a 3 or a deuce is actually a better card for both these players.
Oh no! How does it not go in?
That is just
How does this not go in?
So Ben, it has not been a good half hour for him. Got very unlucky in a 150k pot to take his stack over to 300k, and now he's been taken to Cooler Town. Ace on the turn, and David here gonna be going bet, probably sizing around half pot here. Set up a nice comfortable 3/4 river jam, 3/4 pot on the river.
My days.
But I'd like to see around 30k here, just sizing up. So we got around 70% on the river, and Ben not going to be going anywhere here. 26k if Ben calls, there's going to be 118 in the pot. Perfect, leaves us a nice 70% pot river jam. And Ben going to be calling again here. Alarm bells will be going off a little bit in Ben's head though, because what he does need to think about is, hold on a minute, if David's got kings, queens, jacks, tens in this spot, this is a clear check for him. He's probably not going to fire. He's probably going to check this one behind. So once he comes in barreling here, like, although we have an ace in our hand, David can very plausibly have an ace as well, but he's capable of 3-betting hands like ace jack, ace 10 suited in this particular scenario. But as Ben, we're just way too near the top to ever be folding in this spot, and
just call.
He's not gonna snap call river. He might even fold river tower. I'm gonna say you that now. Ben is good enough to potentially get away from this on rivers, and ace 10 even gets there now. If David was messing about with ace 10 pre-flop, that's just got there. Ace 5 suited, there's actually 2 combos of that. Actually one from Ben's perspective if David was 3-bet bluffing and flop 2 pair, but David now just going to move all in tower. This is why he opted for that size on the turn. We've got a nice 70% pot river jam here, and Ben will not insta call this. I think Ben is going to be in the tank for a while.
Wow.
Actually, he might actually call quite quickly. David's probably going to shove ace jack here for value. But the problem is, what's he supposed to have as a bluff here from Ben's perspective? Is David ever going to, like these spots when this ace comes on the turn, they're just so under bluff. No one ever bluffs in these spots. Well, some people might, but I see it's such a low frequency. And there's the all in, and Ben straight in his head straight away. He's like, has he really got ace king here? And the other thing Ben's got to think about, the dynamic of what happened before against David, when David was bluffing on the turn and he actually had a bluff on that occasion. Is he really going to barrel off again in this situation? And there's the call, and not much we can do.
Not a lot we can do with this. We're definitely going to check the stacks. But David Doherty has just won an absolute monster of former champion Ben Maragets. The counting the stacks, but that, oh my days.
And why that hand was happening, Ian Bosley also busted.
Oh, Boz has gone.
Carl Shaw is out, and Oliver Breslin And Ben is going to be the last bust out before
he has,
we
he's
go
gone.
on break. And David Docky, David, you called it Tower. You said if this is a huge pot, David's going to FT. We'll find out tomorrow at some point.
We will definitely find out. David Doherty has got 303,000 chips as we are on, I think, the last hand. It has to be the last hand, doesn't it?
But that is as cold as it comes. That is just cold deck central. And the worst thing about it is the dynamic before. It's just a complete cold deck there for Ben, and not much he can do. And players, we're going to deal one more hand before we head out on the hour dinner break. But
just wow,
like with the dynamic actually that's occurred before, I don't see how Ben in what world he's ever going to fold that. He tanked for 15-20 seconds, but he's probably thinking, what am I doing tanking? Like, if he's got it, he's got it. It's probably one of my favourite lines in poker.
Yeah, if he's got it, he's got it.
Yeah. Like when you're just that high up your range, you've got to put it in, and against a good, competent player at least, against someone who's not going to have bluffs in that spot and not going to be free bet bluffing, then sometimes you can make an exploitable laydown, but against that particular opponent who is competent, can have a whole host of hands, just have to call it off. And unfortunately, Ben, after coming to this table with plenty, is out the door. So McSwally flat in the fives, Ludo out, and players are going to be on dinner break. And it's just sets galore. Ace, ace, 5.
He goes check, 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 check. Where was the bane?
Nowhere Tower.
Where
And
on earth was the bane?
that means
Waiting.
we are on a hour dinner break, I'd assume.
Yes, we are indeed.
Here we are.
We are indeed. What a fantastic session, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely brilliant. We can unplug that. We don't listen to them saying we're on for dinner. We will see you back in 60
session.
minutes. Dave Doherty, 62 players left. Tower says he's going to final table. You
You heard
better
it here
keep watching
first.
to find out. We will see you back in 60 minutes.
See you now, guys.
Your first few live tournaments, your first ending mob, 124th in the World Series 2K for 4,056. That was June 2008.
Right.
What was it like playing in Vegas for the first time? And how did you find it good at Vegas? Because obviously you played a lot online. So playing live to playing online, did you just have the complete contrast and thought this is just as easy as playing online?
No, far from it. And to be fair, that that's my first tournament cash, but I played quite a few tournaments before that and not even cashed. As I said, I'd gone to I think it was 2000, maybe the 2007 World Series, or maybe it was 2006, which was the one that Jamie Gold won. That was that one. It was
2000. That was 2006.
Okay, so I played that one, and obviously you just said that my first cash was in 2008, so I'd obviously played a few tournaments in between as well. But I stuck to sort of what was my bread and butter, playing online. And if I satellite into a tournament online, I'd go and play the live tournament. But yeah, I didn't have much live experience, and it was quite a different game to me, just like dealing, just so many differences. So it definitely took a lot of time for me to get used to it. Even like the first sort of 3 years after I cashed, I never really cashed anything big, like compared to what the buy-ins were. I was definitely a losing player at live poker to begin with. And just trial and error really, and like just perseverance. And then, I think it was 2011, it all kind of clicked for me. And it wasn't even that I was doing anything that different compared to before in live poker, but I was just winning the key flips, winning the key hands, had a little bit of extra confidence to go with my read and stuff. And I think in 2011 I sort of had a breakout year in live poker and actually started showing that I could be a winning player live as well as online, rather than before, where I was just sort of winning online, and then every time I played a live tournament, never cashing or min cashing, never making the final table. So it was quite a transformation.
Well, the first time we ever met, was
a long time ago. Yeah.
it was the same year, 2008. It was Luton, the GUKPT. You finished 17th out of 376 entries. Can you remember who won it?
Yeah, of course, cricket. Yeah, I gave him all the chips as well. With like 17 left, I started his career for sure. And it was funny because the night before we'd met, I think we'd been staying at the same hotel, and they had a pool table, and he's really good at pool, and I play a lot of pool, as I already said. So we played a few games of pool. I was chatting to him, and actually he's and his friend, who actually I knew more than Sam at the time, Pete Linton. And then we happened to both go deep in the tournament, and we played a huge hand. And my friends still make fun of me for this hand to this day. And you're actually in the background. I could hear you in the middle of the hand with your loud, booming voice. And it was like I think it was a 3-bet pot, and I had a pair of queens, and it came like 2, 3, 4. So like pretty safe flop. And Sam check called, and then turn was a 5, so pretty bad card for me. Obviously, any ace makes a straight now. But then the river was a queen, and so I now made top set. And Sam shoved all into me, and in my head, I was like, like in this spot, he never really. He either has an ace, or he's turning like pair of 9s or pair of 8s into a bluff. And I thought he was capable enough to do it, so I ended up calling. I didn't. Like, it was back in the day when people didn't really call 3-bets out of position very much. I was, especially when online, like I was used to people just folding or 4-betting. Maybe live poker, was quite different. But I basically thought if he had ace king, he would have been all in before the flop. So I didn't put him on an ace king. And if he had ace queen, I blocked. And there wasn't many combinations left of that because I had 2 queens. And so ace jack offsuit, I thought he would fold before flop. And so I ended up calling him because I thought he was turning like a 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s all into a bluff. And he just had ace jack, and I looked very silly, and it was a huge pot. And I just remember behind me, you were saying something about, Chris Moore has called and he can't even beat an ace. Oh wow, needle as well as I'm walking up. But that was my first big sort of deep run in a good tournament. So it was exciting for sure. But it was definitely very memorable as well.
Sam got the trophy. You did indeed.
I used my chips wisely.
But in 2008, it wasn't all bad because he became the world's #1 for the very first time. Had you been chasing it? Was this something that you obviously you're keeping control of what you were doing online? You were knowing you were there. You were top 10, top 5, #1. What did it mean?
At the time, it meant everything to me. It's like what I'd sort of devoted the last sort of few years of my life to. I was playing poker at that stage way more than even now. Like I was playing 6, 7, sometimes 7 days a week, every week, all day, long days. But like to me, it didn't feel long. Like the hours went so fast. I was really enjoying it. I loved the game. I was just learning all the time, getting better. And so it wasn't like, to me, it wasn't a job. I was just doing what I loved doing. So, once I discovered Pocket Fives and saw the rankings, obviously you start at the bottom in the thousands, and I was like always wanted to get into the top 100, so I could start talking. Like my thing was like I wanted to talk strategy with the other sort of top players, but I didn't want to message them before they were while they were ranked higher than me, because I thought they wouldn't accept talking to me, kind of thing. So I was like, okay, once I'm in the top 100, I can chat to this guy and message him. And so I kept like moving up, and he gave me incentives to keep moving up. And then obviously, like making #1, you always thought, oh, wow, maybe, you dreamed of it, but you didn't think it was possible. But then, suddenly you start making top 20, you think, wow, I could maybe do this if I run good for a couple of months, win a big one. And so to finally get there was an amazing feeling. It felt like a real accomplishment, And like at the end of the day, like the rankings, a lot of it was playing. You had to play a lot to get up there because of the volume thing. But normally, if you were, it was like to get #1, you had to be doing well as well. So it was definitely a sign that I sort of was being successful as well.
Yeah, I think one of the first videos we'd done, and we've obviously, because we've been in lockdown, we've been rerunning some of the videos on Grosvenor and the GUKPT. You were sat talking with Adam Clark from Blackpool, Clarkatroid.
Yeah, I remember him. Yeah, good guy.
Yeah, I think you said in the interview you just dropped away from number one, but you were going to get it back. So it was a fantastic interview. There were no chin hair.
Yeah, no.
We'll try and dig it out for you and send a link because it was a fantastic video. You and Clark were just bouncing off each other because obviously you knew a lot about him playing so much volume online.
Yeah. I think that was the first time I met him as well. So I sort of played him online. So that's always exciting when you got to meet people in real life after you played a lot against them online and stuff. And you know, it was weird. Like even though you sort of didn't know each other that well, like you kind of if you felt like you knew each other for years, kind of thing. Like I met a few of even at my wedding, like a couple of guys who are like in my groomsmen party. I met them through, I met them 10 plus years ago through poker, and we've stayed close friends ever since.
Yeah. Now we can't not have an interview with Chris Moorman and talking about the father in the GUKPT circuit.
Yeah, he'll be like, why are you
in Manchester? This is one of the greatest little stories of a GUKPT title. I do believe it was a birthday present. Is that correct?
Yeah, belated birthday present because I was at the time I was living in Australia, and my dad's birthday is on Valentine's Day, and so I didn't get back till I guess I got back from Australia in like March, so it was a month after my dad's birthday, and I was like, oh, what do you want for your birthday? And he was like, oh God, it's gone now, you missed it, blah blah blah, moaning. So I was like, come on, give me an idea. And then I actually came up with an idea. I was like, how about this? I'm gonna he was playing a bit of poker just on online, but low stakes. He'd only really ever played one live tournament before, and that was a £10 rebuy at Southend Casino, so a little bit different. But I was like, how about this? I'm going to go up and play this tournament in Manchester. It's £1,000 to buy in. I'll buy you in, and like we can work out maybe like a backing deal or something. I'll buy you in, and no pressure. We'll both play the tournament and go up, have like a father and son bonding weekend kind of thing, and just have a good time and have fun with it. And he was a bit reluctant at first because he didn't want to embarrass me, and he'd never really played live, so he was a bit nervous. But in the end, he agreed to go, and that was good for me as well because I don't drive, so he gave me a lift up there.
Ulterior motive.
Yeah, it was an expensive Uber, but whatever. No. So anyway, we both played the tournament. This was at the stage as well where still dusting hard in live poker, never done anything good. And so I'm thinking, okay, this could be the one for me. And anyway, we get to first break, and he's enjoying meeting everyone. He's meeting all the lads, kind of thing that he's sort of followed online because he really enjoyed railing me and stuff like that. So he met Trig, a few of the other boys, and on first break, we were all chatting, you know, how everyone does. Oh, I'm up to this chip stack or whatever, and he's tripled up. I don't even know how. He must have been getting out of line for sure. But I was like, okay, you need to chill out. Like you've got some chips now. Just play patient. It's a long tournament. It's a marathon, not a sprint. So I was trying to coach him on breaks, and after day one, we both made it through, and we were both actually top 10 in chips. So that was really kind of exciting. So like we're up for a few hours at night, sort of chatting like two mates, kind of thing, adrenaline's pumping, trying to get some sleep before day two. And then day two comes about, and I ended up losing a big hand. I actually get knocked out 5 before the money, so I was a bit gutted because I was thinking, oh, this is my tournament kind of thing. But I regrouped, went to the bar, got a few beers with a few of the guys, and then went to rail my dad because he was still in. And you know, at first he just wanted to make the money, made the money, he had a decent stack, and then after that, though, he really wanted to make the final table, and that's where it kind of started going a little bit wrong because he started changing his game, and he played too tight, and he was blinding out, and he got down short. And I tried to tell him on the break, okay, if you get anything, you're going to be big blind after the break. If you get anything in the big blind, just go with it. You know, you're only down to like 8 big blinds or something like that, I think. Yeah, so it's like anything half decent, king 9, whatever, go with it if it's a late position open. And folded to the legend of UK poker, Surinder Sarnar, on the button, and he was chip leader at the time, so he was playing very aggressive, like raising every hand. No one was really playing back at him, and he's 3.5x'd it on the button like everyone did back then. And my dad was in the big blind. He pushed all his chips in like Phil Helmuth style. I was like, okay, I'm on the round, like saying, no, he's got a good one here. That's good, yes. And then Surinder's in the tank because, you know, he's probably pot committed at this stage, made it 3.5 big blinds. My dad only had like 8 big blinds, but obviously he's not got a good hand by the way he's tanking. So I'm like, okay, we're going to be in good shape here. And he finally calls and they flip over the cards. And Surinder had like Jack 5 off, and I was like, oh wow, hopefully my dad's got like him dominated, like jacks, queens, like ace jack, something like that.
Yeah.
And my dad just proudly flipped over his 10-6 offsuit. I was just like, what the fuck? And then before I knew it, they just dealt the flop and it came 7-8-9. He just flopped the straight. And he was like, yeah, I told you, I knew. He's like, and then he doubled up there and he just like turned into a new person. He just like went back to his old self, just going like playing every hand. And, got to the final table and everyone else was trying to ladder up, play ICM. And my dad was just, going for it, putting them in a coffin, and ended up getting heads up. And yeah, the rest is history. Like, it was crazy because I was watching. It was so weird watching on the rail because it was out of my control. I couldn't, it was down to him, and I was so nervous for him. But yeah, for him to get the win was just really a fairy tale. And then it kind of like the reality sunk in, because then he started giving me shit for having a bigger cash for the next year of my life. I had to like focus more on live poker because I was like, I can't have this for forever. Everyone who meet is to tell them that I was a professional poker player, but he had a bigger cash than me. So. Yeah.
Well, he finished 13th in the Champion of Champions as well, and that's his only 2 Ender mob. Like, that's the only 2 cash he's got on the Ender mob. The Champion of Champions are winning the GUKPT.
No, he always says, I've probably got one of the highest ROIs in live poker, like, because he didn't really start playing much. He played like one World Series poker event, like a 1500. He got some of the boys to buy a piece of him when he came over to see me in Vegas one year. And I think that's about it, really. So he's played like 3 or 4 live tournaments ever, cashed 2 of them and won 1. I was like, must be nice. And then he always tells me, whenever I go and see him, I go to his house to play online or whatever, and he's playing online as well. And he'll be moaning about all these bad beats he's getting. He's saying, I'm the unluckiest poker player ever. And I'm just like, you do realize how good you ran to win that tournament? Like the tournament was like 100 times to buy him, but yeah.
Brilliant! It was a fantastic story, and something we have actually mentioned it quite a few times. Whenever you do pop up or on the live stream, and we do mention yourself, and you've won something big, and we just have to quickly mention that the story of your dad is just, to me, it is one of the nicest and best stories of while we've done the GUKPTs. It really is.
Yeah, it was amazing. Like, even all the highs and lows that I've had in poker, like, it's still like my most memorable moment. It wasn't even involving me directly. Like, it was just surreal. It was such a great day.
You touched on Australia. The Aussie Millions in 2011, 721 entries, final table, 7th for 173k. Were you a bit disappointed, or pretty pleased that you finished 7th out of such a massive field?
Mainly happy because, like, that was the first time I've ever at that point made a big live final table, so it's such a buzz. And also, like, I was free rolling anyway, because on day one I was chatting with Toby Lewis, and he was kind of mugging off my live game, and I asked him to put his money where his mouth is, so he gave me 5-2, I think, on making day 2 of the tournament, because in that tournament it's quite hard to make day 2. It's a long day 1. But I was like, okay, I'm going to do good in this one. He was like, no, you're not. I'm not swapping you or whatever. And I was like, what the, So we had a bet. So I bet I was like, what's your max amount? And he said 5k. So I bet max amount 5k at 5-2 that I make day 2, and made day 2 of a good stack. Actually, it was kind of stupid of me. Like, most people, if they got that much money riding on it, more than the buying of the tournament, would sort of, play tight near the end of the day. But I was telling my whole table that I had this bet. So then I was just pretending I had basically had the nuts every hand and just re-raising them and going crazy. Even on the last hand of the day, John Eames was on my table, and he knew about the bet, and he raised under the gun. And, we always give John shit for being a tight player. He's raised under the gun. He's the only person who covers me at the table. I've locked it up. There's no need to get involved. And I just see King 4 suited in the calf, and I had to free bet him, and start barreling away, but he folded on the turn. So I was like, but I had absolutely nothing as well. So I showed him there, and he was just like, "You're an idiot." But yeah, so I won the bet, and then made a deep run in the tournament. It was really fun. That tournament goes 6 max as well, which is my favorite game. With on the final couple of days. So yeah, it was really cool. It was made the final table actually with James Keys, like well-known UK, blast from the past, and Patrick Antonius is on the final table as well, and I tried to bluff him. That was my big downfall. Tried to fight. To be fair, he tanked for a couple of minutes with trips, so it couldn't have been that bad a bluff. So I was trying to get him to fold a little bit of a worse hand than that. But yeah, so it was believable. But yeah, that was where it all started going wrong for me. And but still, it was a great score and an amazing experience. And my friends were there watching and stuff. So it gave me the live poker bug and made me want to play more.
You said 2011 was probably the breakout year for yourselves. When you go to the World Series, you've just said that 6 max is probably your best game. Third out of 1,378 for 271, and also cashed in the 5K 6 max, finishing 11th. Incredible scores, and then 12 days later, so these 3 events are just going on and on and on. You just missed out on a bracelet, second out of 474 in the 6 max 10K. 3 massive scores, but obviously the bracelet and the runner-up. Was that a highlight low at the time?
No, definitely a highlight. Like the bracelet didn't obviously it would have been nice, but it didn't mean as much to me then as it would a couple of years later, kind of thing. I was just happy to finally, I've been going every year and sort of losing money and then having to get it back online afterwards, and now have the buzz of the final table, all your friends watching, all the British Rail chanting. It was just I just wanted to do well and not go out first on the final table, make it deep. And the first one, the 2.5K 6 max came third, was just that was, I think, one of the first rails where everyone was doing shoe bombs and drinking, which to anyone who doesn't know is drinking beer.
There.
Yeah, drinking beer out their shoe and going crazy. And I remember actually had kind of fucked me over on one hand because we were 3 left, and I played this hand where I was in the 9 seat and the guy I was playing was in the 1 seat. I don't know why we didn't all move around. But I couldn't really see him in the hand, which didn't really bother me because live poker, I kind of wanted to hide anyway. Still at this stage, I wasn't looking for reads on my opponents. And I've opened ace-2 blind on blind, and he's called, and I was kind of short step, and it came king 5-4, and so I got gut shot, and I bet, and he raised. And to me at the time as well, it didn't really make much sense. I felt like he was weak, and I was like, okay, whatever. If he's got king, he's got king. I got an ace or 3 to hit. So I shoved all in, and he tanked for ages. So I'm like, okay, he would have called already if he had a king. So I thought it was going to fold for sure. And the rails chanting, and then out of nowhere, there's a big cheer. So I wasn't even looking. I was just staring at the felt, just doing my thing that I did every time. And I just assumed that he'd folded because they were cheering that I was chipped the pot. And someone said, show the deuce. And I was like, wow, there's not very often you get the chance to do this. So I just sort of looked across and flipped over the deuce. And then as I'm flipping it over, I realized he still had cards. And then now there was another. I'm like, oh no, now what the hell? What's going on here? And then he tanked for another minute, and then he called me with ace deuce. So then we chopped the hand. But obviously, I don't know what was going on in the whole hand, to be honest. But yeah, we ended up chopping that hand. But obviously, it could have all been different. But no, overall, I was really happy with the results. Tough tournaments as well. The 10K 6 max was a very tough tournament. I got heads up against the player. I played online a lot at the time, so it wasn't someone that I felt like I had a big edge against. And we played a marathon match. Had to come back the next day and finish it off. But yeah, it just didn't work out for me in either of those at the end. But I was still really happy just to be cashing and making runs and final tables. It just felt unreal. It was almost back to when I first started playing online and started winning. It was back to that feeling because it had been so long in live poker that I'd been playing and not really doing anything. So to finally start making runs was just an amazing feeling. It was kind of better than if I'd have just come straight into live poker and started winning instantly. It wouldn't have been nearly the same rush.
Well, you obviously 2011, and it is just such a fantastic year for yourself, and it'll always be etched in the memory. But it was the first time that the World Series Poker Europe wasn't in London. It moved to Cannes in France, and second again.
I work on that heads up game. Nah, this was crazy as well because I kind of felt like I had massive unfinished business in this tournament because when it was at the Empire Casino in London, one of my first big live poker runs, I like it was a really long tournament as well. We were on, I think it was day 4, and we still weren't in the money. But I had a big stack on the bubble, and I was feeling really good, really confident, and even like one of the guys at my table went to the bar just so they could cash. So, you know, there was a weird dynamic where we're just, you know, that blind sitting out. So me and Johnny Lodden had big chips and we were both taking it in turns. Kind of there was a mutual agreement almost, but hadn't really clashed yet. But we were both the most aggressive players at the table, building up our stacks. And I was basically, you know, like 99 times out of 100, I'm going to cash in this spot, and let alone like I felt like over 50% of the time I'm going to final table because only 27 people cash. So once you're in the money, you know you got a real shot at making it, especially because I had over 100 big blinds. And we go on a break, like free off the money. A bunch of my friends came down, just sort of sweat the tournament. I was like, okay, well I'm going to cash for at least. I think min cash was real decent, like maybe like £30,000. So it was huge. And I was like, okay, I'll just shout everyone a steak dinner. So we go for a nice steak dinner on dinner break, like 10 of us. Buy everyone dinner, no big deal. I'm going to cash for 30K. Come back. I get kings on the big blind. Kings when the guy in the big blind is not even there. And Johnny Lawton raises. And I'm like, wow, this is going to look bullshit from me, especially like with our history. So he's raised, I've re-raised, he's re-raised. I'm just like, you know, so happy. Not even a thought in the world that I could ever be beat. We end up getting in. He just had aces, and my heart sunk. And I actually had him covered. Still, hopefully, I can cash, and you know, maybe I can run it back up. But like, obviously, I'm a bit demoralized and a bit shook up. And I played this hand where this guy 3x'd it under the gun. This Scandinavian guy, but everyone 3x back then. And I pocket nines, and he'd been in enough hands, and I decided, I'm not going to fold the cash. I'm going to go for it here, and I'll just go all in. But in my head, I was like, okay, I'm just going to re-raise half my stack because it will look stronger than going all in. I don't know. Weird theory back then. And I've misclicked. So I've min re-raised him. And he's like, how much more? And like, you know, he's made 10K and they're like 6K more. So it's like, oh my God. Just kind of trying to keep a straight face. And he like tanks for a bit and then he calls. I'm like, okay, just come a low flop. Just comes ace, king, queen. I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake. But like, obviously, you know, I got to still try and win it a bit. So I fired out a bet and he tanked for ages and someone called the clock on him. I'm like, okay, he's going to fold. And I'm trying to like project that I've got trip aces here to him, you know, like stay away. And then anyway, after like max time bank, he shoves all in. So then I have to fold that and I'm down to 10 big blinds, find a pair, shove, get called by ace king, lose the flip, and I'm out. One off the money, and you know, trying to avoid the cameras or trying to do an interview, make out the back exit out of the Empire, managed to avoid that. But yeah, I was kind of gutted, you know, I almost wanted to burst into tears. It was like one of the lowest moments in poker. At that time, I think that was 2007, I think is the one. John Joanda one. So like, yeah, you know, this was, or maybe it's 2008, but I'd never had a live cash over 10K.
And that won in 2007.
Okay, yeah, so it's 2008. So literally, like you said, my first cash was 2008, and so now this would have been like my third cash. I could have won the tournament for over, you know, like 1.5 million or whatever it was for first. I don't even know, but yeah, I ended up playing for 4 days and got nothing. And then there was EPT London the next week. I was so over it, I wasn't even going to play though, so I didn't plan on playing that. And I've actually woke up on the day, and I've woke up at 9 a.m., which I never did because, you know, I was always playing online all through the night. I woke up randomly at 9 a.m., took it as a sign to go and play that tournament because I was like, I'm never normally up at this time. So I went and got on the waiting list, played the tournament, bubbled that one as well. And that was when I actually, me and All in Stevie and Paul Fulton, we all went to, I told them, all right, I don't want to play online poker for a while, no poker. So we went to Ayia Napa and had like a 3-week holiday there. Didn't even take my laptop. And that's like basically the longest break I ever took from poker. But yeah, I was on life tilt after those 2 tournaments. So especially the first one, it was the worst. So I always thought like I had unfinished business in the Europe main event. Like the actual WSOP main event just seems so unattainable because you have to beat thousands of players. Whereas this one, you know, the field size is a lot smaller, like 500 normally, but you know, it's a much tougher tournament. But I felt like, I felt like this one was more winnable and a great structure, and I just was like, every year I was pumped for the tournament. So yeah, it was to make a run at it was really cool.
$2.3 million live in 2011, and you were still number one online.
Yeah,
how do we even juggle these two to stay ahead of the game while you were number one online? Because that was just a fantastic year for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I didn't do a lot other than play poker. Like, actually, it was the start of 2012 that I realized that, you know, I needed a bit more life balance, and I sort of New Year's resolutions. I hit up Jason Kuhn in Facebook chat, and I'd sort of just been eating really bad, put on a ton of weight, like just through poker, and I was feeling bad about myself. Like, even though I was doing amazing at poker online and live, feeling really good about that, I just wasn't feeling great about life outside of poker. So that's, I think, like why I kind of almost dived into poker even more, because that was the only thing that was giving me happiness. So I kind of, start of the year, you know, everyone gets New Year's resolutions. I was like, okay, I need to make some changes here. So I kind of, on a whim, hit him up and said, oh, I was living in Cyprus with some of my horses after Black Friday at that point. And I was like, well, do you fancy coming to Cyprus, and I'll back you for some EPTs and stuff. And if you'll sort of be my personal trainer and chef, it's like kind of like a trade-off, because I knew he was like the healthiest guy in poker. And so I kind of just, at the time in my head, I did it to like make myself, you know, at least I'm trying. I didn't think you'd jump at the idea or anything. I just thought, yeah, at least I can tell myself that I'm trying to make a change. And then he was like straight away, he was like, okay, I booked the flight. I'm then in 3 days time. I was like, oh shit.
I've got to do this.
At the deep end, I went from like not going to the gym for sort of 10 years to going like pretty much every day, and not, you know, he was cooking clean food. And yeah, I mean, I had like 2012, I think in the first 6 months, I ended up losing like 50 pounds or something. So it was a big change, and something that I really needed, because it was getting, it was one of those things that I had let it slip so much that it seemed like I needed to kick up the backside kind of thing. So yeah. That's
awesome. We've got 30 online Triple Crowns. Now, for people out there that don't know what an online Triple Crown is, just tell them how good you actually are. What is the Triple Crown?
It's pretty easy, really. You just have to win three tournaments with a 10K prize pool, and you have to have over 100 people in them. But in a week, but they have to be all on different sites as well. So that's the harder part. Is, you know, if you're playing every day, you play a lot of tournaments, so you can win 3 tournaments in a week. Not too, you know, it's not too out of the ordinary, but winning 3 on different sites, you know, a lot of time you get the first 2, like Poker Stars, you know, pretty easy one to get because you're playing a lot of volume on there, and then you get the first 2, and then it would be really hard to win the third one because you'd only have a couple of options to win the third one. But yeah, once I was kind of, that always inspired me to, because, you know, like week to week the grind can become a bit monotonous. But, you know, say I won 2 tournaments on 2 different sites on the Monday and the Tuesday, I'm like, okay, now I've got 5 days to win. So I was like, okay, I've got to be in every day, otherwise I can't win it. So I like got hooked on winning them. And you know, you don't get any, there's no real other incentive for it, but it was definitely like something I strived to do. And like, I wanted to be the leader, and once I got in the lead, I didn't want anyone catching me, so I kept grinding them hard. But yeah, I always wanted the live one, but it's eluded me so far. I'm two-thirds of the legs through, but yeah, 30 online is not too bad.
We'll get there. 2007 your first online Triple Crown, and 2019 your last. That's incredible consistency over the years. Do you think 30 will ever be matched?
It's like weird, because it's like, it's much harder these days, because you know, like people don't put their screen names out there on some of the sites. And back then, there was more sites you could play on. You could play on PokerStars France, Winamax. I mean, now I think you have to have like a European bank account and stuff to play on Winamax. So there was a lot more options. Now now I live in the US. I only really get to play PokerStars and that when I'm in UK or like travel for a series to Canada. So yeah, now it's pretty much impossible for me to do it. And other people are like, it's not as easy with less sites. So who knows? I mean, what's going on? Yeah, I'm sure someone will beat it one day, but it's fine.
Well, I was gonna say, do you think you'll ever get it back, or all the grinding days, the long nights, the long days, have they just gone now? Is it the last time you were number one was 2014?
Yeah.
So and you've just more or less said that grinding nowadays like that is just a thing in the past. Is that number one slot gone forever?
Yeah, I'm sad to say it, but yeah, I don't think I'll ever put in the volume to get it back. Like, I'd have to, like what I'd have to do is like, win one of the huge tournaments where it's like 2 or 3 million for first kind of thing that they have once a year, and then and then still have the sort of heart to want to get it after that, because you get a lot of points for that. So you could if you put the volume in for a couple of months after that, you could theoretically do it. But then if you just won 2 million, are you really gonna want to play poker every day? But like in my head, if I did that, maybe I would try and get it back then. But yeah, I don't realistically, been there, done that. But yeah.
Being the best in the world is never something bad to be said about anybody, and you've done it on more than one occasion. So it's always in the bank. It's always there. But one of the reasons why you lost the number one spot is because you went on and won a WPT. The LA Poker Classic, 534 runners and just over 1 million. Is it a big relief having a WPT?
Huh?
Was it a big relief at the time, getting yourself that WPT?
I mean, it was just a big relief finally winning heads up, to be honest. I was like, Dempsey was always giving me shit for losing heads up. So I was like, if I lose this one, he's going to have a field day. So yeah, it was just nice. And also at the time, I'd actually been on pretty much my biggest ever downswing. I had to get the backing of horses has gone really bad. I'd had to get rid of everyone. I'd actually sort of, even though I'd won all those tournaments before, I'd not been smart with the money, and I had to pretty much start all over again. I was down playing low stakes, $10 rebuys, like the lot online. I still enjoyed doing that anyway, but now I actually needed to like build my bankroll back. So I hadn't really been playing any live poker for sort of a year. I'd just been taking a break and playing online, trying to build back to bread and butter, build sort of my roll back. And I've been in quite a negative place as well. I've been that guy who's sort of been seeing other people winning and moaning about it and saying, "Oh, I'm better than them." Why that? Just like the guy you don't want to be, really. And I just started working with well, not through choice. Like my wife basically had enough of me being like negative, so she sort of put me in contact with this mind coach guy, Stephen Simpson. And he'd worked with a couple of people that I knew, like Liv Barry and a few other people. So I gave him a shot. He actually flew to Vancouver. I was playing online in Vancouver at that time. And he flew to Vancouver on a whim, didn't offer him anything at the time. He just said he wanted to have a meeting. He'd obviously read up about me and knew that, I had good potential as a client and stuff. And I met up with him. I came in pretty like, I just meet the guy, but like, I'm not going to work with him. But I actually got a lot out of it and met with him a few times and went on a good online heater, enough that I was comfortable sort of buying into this 10K event and just selling a bit of action to a friend. And yeah, played the live tournament and just ended up winning it. It was surreal. It was crazy. Like, it still feels not real to me now because I've been in such a sort of bad place, not doing well, and in the space of a couple of months of talking to this guy, it sort of flipped my mindset completely. And I still work with him to this day, like five plus years later, just check in with him once a month or whatever, and really recommend it. Like, but at the time I was completely against it. I was like, I can sort out my own problems, but really, you know, two heads is better than one, especially someone who knows what they're doing, you know. So yeah, like I came into the final table. The final table, it was one of those ones. The final table didn't even go to plan. I was chip leader with 4 left, and then I basically threw away a lot of my chips with some dodgy hands. Misread my hand on the final table, one hand where I thought I had a straight. I think the board was like 4, 5, 6, 7 queen. So pretty scary board. And I thought my opponent just had like a queen, so he wouldn't call that big of a bet. And I had jack 3 of hearts in my eye, so I missed the flush draw on the flop, but I backdoored into like the low end of the straight. Yeah. So I was in my head, I was like, okay, I don't think the guy's going to call more than like 50% pot here. So I bet 50% of pot on the river, and he's tanked for a couple of minutes and called. I'm like, okay, good, got max value. And I go flip over my hand to show the winning hand, and I actually had jack 2 of hearts. So I didn't have the straight at all. And so like obviously, and in my head, you know, if I had known I didn't have the straight, I would have, against this guy, I would have bet a bit bigger because I didn't think he would call a bigger bet. So yeah, I gone from that. So you know, that's the swing of being chip leader to being last place. Like you know, and somehow I ended up coming back and won a freeway all in with 3 left, which was just probably my most memorable hand of poker ever. To like get heads up, and then after doing that, I was like, I have to win heads up after, you know, being 1 card away from being eliminated, and it's this time I have to win, and I did. So it was amazing sort of feeling.
And then 2017, we get the bracelet. We get the bracelet, the 3K6 match.
Finally, yeah.
Just short of 1,000 entries, and it's really weird because the video's been online in the last few days. Can you remember that rail? What's it like having a British rail, man?
Yeah, it was really fun. Yeah, especially because like the last few years, like, you know, the World Series hadn't been that many final tables for British people, and so yeah, it was nice to sort of. I was telling everyone I just want to get a final table so we can have some positive sort of morale and have a British rail and, you know, layer up a few spots. And yeah, and the final table was like one of those dreams that, you know, normally you wake up from and it's like, you know, you realize it was a dream, but like I just ran so hot on the final table. Against the other big stat, the other best player at the table, I had top set in a 3-bet pot against him, and he had top 2 pair, you know, for all the chips. So that basically allowed me to sort of bully the rest of the table. I get heads up with this Brazilian player, good online player, and then he makes a comeback, stalemate. We're playing heads up for like 3.5 hours or something crazy, you know. And I was just like, oh my god, am I ever gonna, you know, win one of these things? And yeah, to finally get over the line was, yeah, it was really, really cool, and just have all your friends there cheering for you. It didn't finish till like 4 in the morning. It was late finish, but we still went out afterwards. Yeah.
When you stood on the back rail and everybody's behind you and you're all looking up at the screen and you're waiting for the final card to come, and then they just mobbed you. Just fabulous.
Yeah, I think I got in trouble for breaking the TV or something. Someone pushed me into it.
So we got 203 on the Triple Crown. The EPT has eluded you. Are we going to chase it? Will we when we come back to the live poker and the EPT comes back? And is it something you want to get the live Triple Crown, or is it just happens if I happen to be there?
Probably just happens if it happens, because like the thing is, I only really play. There's not even many like. That's definitely the hardest one of the 3 to win. You know, if you just need a WPT or a World Series bracelet, there's so many events you can play, and even the WPTs, a lot of them are re-entry. You know, so you can buy yourself a stack and stuff like that. But you know, the EPTs are freeze out or 1 re-entry, some of them now. But there's only, you know, 4 or 5 of them a year, I think, and most of them I don't go to. Like the only ones I really ever go to, I always go to Barcelona. And that's about it, really. Like I used to go to the Caribbean one, and so yeah, no, realistically it's going to be tough, but you know, obviously the funny thing was I actually had 29 Triple Crowns, and I wanted the 30th one to be the live one, and
that would have been nice.
That year I was doing good. I was like chip leader on day 1, and EPT Barcelona obviously so far to go, but I was in the money, and I was actually feeling, oh my god, this could be it. Like even though there's still 100 and something players left at this point, I was like, you never know, this would be really cool just to finish it off in that. But unfortunately, it didn't work out. But yeah, I had a few deep chances in EPTs. I think I final tabled EPT London. My mum came up to watch, and she gave me the needle because she came. Well, you know, it's not even that far a journey. She lives in Essex, so it's like an hour on the train to come up to Rail. And you know, I came in only with 20 big blinds, so I reshoved sevens or something, and got called by ace queen and lost the flip. And I'd like get away from the table, and she's like, "You done?" I'm like, "Yeah, yeah." Like, I'm all this way for that. I was like, "Yeah, yeah." So, yeah. Another one. She always used to give me, like back in the day when I was doing bad at live poker as well, she'd always say that she'd watch some poker on the TV and they all wore sunglasses, and maybe that's what I needed to do because I was giving away tells and stuff. So I think actually one year I got to the stage where I was like, oh, fuck it, I'm gonna do it. So it was like a 25k Bellagio big tournament. And I was on day 2 and I didn't know anyone on my table. So I was like, okay, I'm going to do it. So I went to day 2 and I put on the sunglasses indoors, felt like an idiot. Made the most standard raise ever, like ace-5 suited or something. And everyone tanked a little bit before they folded. It was one of those weird ones where everyone maybe had like half a decision or was just still asleep because it was first hand of the day. And, you know, it wasn't even a big hand. I won the hand. And I just felt so nervous. My heart was beating. I was just like, what? Yeah, I was just like, I feel like an idiot wearing sunglasses indoors. So that was the one hand I ever played wearing sunglasses. So I got 100% record on it, but yeah, I just can't do it.
Obviously, this year the World Series is not live, which is obviously a terrible shame because we'd all be there right now. We're chasing bracelets. You might even have another one. We're moving to online. Are you going to be focusing on the online World Series? And obviously, there's 85 events, there's 85 bracelets. They are real bracelets. Easier or harder for yourself, do you think? You'll have a chance of winning another bracelet?
Probably better for me because, like, online is like, you know, I've been doing it for half my life almost now. So I feel really confident, especially the first half of the events are in the WSOP. Nevada, sort of is shared between Nevada and New Jersey, and I've played on there for the last couple of years, so I know a lot of the players. I've got notes on them. I've had good results on there, so I feel really confident in those ones. So yeah, I'll hopefully can make some runs in those ones, and then my plan for the second half is to sort of actually go to Mexico in August and play the second half on the GG ones. I think the schedule just came out today, actually. So yeah, I'll plan on playing those and going to Mexico. And I have to get been in America too long this year anyway, so I'll get out of the country. So yeah, I'm excited for it because like that's what I know what to do. You know, it's how I grew up playing the game. So hopefully can make some runs and get another bracelet. And you know, I'd always wanted the online one. You know, every year now they've had sort of 4 or 5, maybe 10, as many as 10 events online. And I'd always wanted to win an online one just because, you know, that's what I'm sort of known for and it feels appropriate kind of thing. So this is, I guess, the best chance I'll ever have. So gonna put my heart and soul into it. So I've kind of been chilling a bit this week, playing some golf and stuff like that, just to relax. But yeah, the next couple of months I'll be playing pretty much every day.
Some quick fire questions as we head towards the end of the hour with the tower. Do you prefer live or online poker?
Online on the whole, but live when you get deep is unreal. But like day one of live tournaments is the nut low for me. I hate it so much. Like only bad things can really happen. Like you make it through, you kind of expect it to, and if you bust, it's like, you know, you're out the tournament, you got no chance, or you got to rebuy, and now the tournament starts getting expensive. So yeah, online day to day, but once you get deep, the final table is just it's like 100 times better live.
Not including the World Series main events, what tournament would you like to win?
Probably the Aussie Millions main event, just because, like, you know, I came 7th and they treat you so well there. Like, and I'm jealous a bit of Toby winning all the time there, so I'd have to knock him off. Like, ideally, I'd knock him out like on the final table on the way to victory.
Favorite tournament?
Favorite tournament? I guess that any of the Six Max tournaments of the World Series, I just love them. Like, I would say the World Series main event, but I've never done anything in it, so it's normally a negative experience. But like, obviously, if I did well in that, it would be amazing. But yeah, I'm excited for the Six Max tournaments of the World Series just because I've had so many deep runs in them. I feel really confident in my Six Max game, and like, even though a lot of those no limit tournaments you have to beat hundreds or even thousands of players, it feels like in those ones, I can do it, kind of thing.
Favorite casino?
Probably the Crown Casino in Melbourne. It's just really nice. I haven't been there for a few years as well. Yeah, I really like it down there.
What do you like listening to when you're grinding?
All kinds of like terrible music, really. No, like my wife comes in and she's like, "What are you listening to now?" Like, it depends. I'll just have like a grind playlist that has all kinds of different stuff on it. But then, like, sometimes if I'm on real tilt, I'll have to put on some. I hate to say it, but I'll have to put on some Disney tunes or something.
Why is the 6-4 of clubs your favourite hand?
I'm not sure it is anymore, to be honest. I think back then it was just like, I think I won a couple of big hands of it, and I think I hit a straight flush against someone who had the nut flush in a live tournament, so that was a pretty cool feeling. And yeah, I just had to, those were the days where you just 6-4 clubs, you'd play it from under the gun, you'd just be in there. But now you're playing a bit more sort of sensible poker. Sometimes I have to fold it when I'm on the short stack, so I guess it's not my favorite hand anymore.
The best player you've ever played against?
That's tough, really tough question. I tell you, one of the people I was most impressed with when I played with them, was JC Tran. I played with him in this 40. They had a special anniversary 40K buy-in at the World Series, and I'd satellited in a live satellite. I hate satellites. Well, somehow I won my seat, so I was really pumped for that. Played with him on day one, I think, and it was really deep stack poker, which sometimes I don't play that as much of because I late register a lot and stuff. So I was sort of sitting there learning, playing quite tight, watching the table, and he was in there every hand, and he was taking unconventional lines and just winning every pot without showdown. So yeah, he really impressed me that day.
If you could play and beat anyone heads up for your second bracelet, who would it be?
Oh, so many candidates. It'd have to be like one of my friends for sure. Just so I could have like bragging rights forever.
Toby.
Well, Toby would be good because he's never won a bracelet. It's like the only thing he's never won. So I almost feel too mean though beating heads up for a bracelet. I'd draw the line there. Maybe like someone who won one before, but like I think maybe beating Dempsey would be good. Just because when I lived with him for a while, I'd always win the flips against him. We'd always flip for dinner, and I was like 30-0 against him on flips. Just to beat him heads up as well would just be the icing on the cake.
Do you still play as much online as you used to, or is it just Sundays? What does the future hold, Chris?
Yeah, still playing quite a bit. Like there's a few American sites to play on. Play like maybe three or 4 days a week. Not like the full day grinds that I used to. Or I couldn't do them now anyway. Like back through the night, and obviously you can't play on all the sites here. But yeah, like I don't know. Like I'll keep playing poker until I don't enjoy it anymore, and then I'll try and find something else that hopefully I can have even 50% of the passion for. So yeah, for now, poker, but you never know. But for the foreseeable future, I think I'll still be playing a decent amount of poker.
And finally, would you do anything differently?
I mean, I should do so many things differently, but I'm a big believer in sort of, as long as you don't do anything too bad, like not, I wouldn't change the past. Like you make mistakes and you learn from them, and I had so many backing, like it cost me a lot of money in the end, but like I had so many great experiences from it. I was there on the rail of so many of like my players, amazing experiences, traveled the world, stayed at people's houses for free because of it, met so many amazing people from different places and different walks of life. So yeah, no, I wouldn't change anything really. It's all worked out pretty good in the end. So even though thousands of mistakes along the way, but yeah, pretty happy overall.
Well, 11 years late, 11 years since the first time we spoke. Well, I got a microphone in my hand. We've done it again. You've done absolutely incredible in the last 15 years, and every credit to you with the books, with everything you do poker-wise. Fingers crossed we get the live Triple Crown. That would just be absolutely amazing. And fingers crossed we see you on the GUKPT circuit once again. If you have to come over to the UK, that would be an amazing time because we get to speak to you yet again. Other than that, we'd have to come to Vegas.
Yeah, I mean, I have to, like, my GUKPT record's really bad, so I do need to, like, at some point, probably the most likely ones, you know, so occasionally I play the London one, so that's probably my most likely one. But yeah, I definitely like one day, even final table or GUKPT I've never done. So yeah, but gotta mix it with the UK guys for sure.
Chris Moment, thanks for spending an hour with the Tower. You're an absolute superstar. Cheers, buddy. Thanks very much.
No worries. Good to chat to you, Phil. It's been too long. Take care.
Cheers, buddy. Your first few live tournaments, your first Ending Mob, 124th in the World Series 2K for 4,056. That was June 2008.
Right.
What was it like playing in Vegas for the first time? And how did you find it good at Vegas? Because obviously you played a lot online. So playing live to playing online, did you just have the complete contrast and thought this is just as easy as playing online?
No, far from it. And to be fair, that, like, you know, that's my first tournament cash, but I played quite a few tournaments before that and not even cashed. Yeah, as I said, I'd gone to I think it was it 2000, maybe the 2007 World Series, or maybe it was 2006, which was the one that Jamie Gold won. That was that one. It was
2000. That was 2006.
Okay, so I played that one, and obviously you just said that my first cash was in 2008, so I'd obviously played a few tournaments in between as well. But I was sticking, mainly I stuck to sort of what was my bread and butter, playing online, and if I satellite into a tournament online, I'd go and play the live tournament. But yeah, I didn't have much live experience, and it was quite a different game to me, just like dealing, you know, just so many differences. So it definitely took a lot of time for me to get used to it, even like the first sort of 3 years after I cashed, I never really cashed anything big, like compared to what the buy-ins were. I was definitely a losing player at live poker to begin with. And just trial and error really, and like just perseverance. And then, you know, I think it was 2011, it all kind of clicked for me. And it wasn't even that I was doing anything that different compared to before in live poker, but you know, I was just winning the key flips, winning the key hands, had a little bit of extra confidence to go with my read and stuff. And yeah, I think in 2011, I sort of had a breakout year in live poker and actually started showing that I could be a winning player live as well as online, rather than before, where I was just sort of winning online. And then every time I played a live tournament, never cash in or min cash in, never make the final table. So yeah, it was quite a transformation.
Well, the first time we ever met, was
a long time ago.
It was the same year, 2008. It was Luton, the GUKPT. You finished 17th out of 376 entries. Can you remember who won it?
Yeah, yeah, of course, cricket. Yeah, I gave him all the chips as well. With like 17 left, I started his career for sure. And it was funny because the night before we'd met, I think we'd been staying at the same hotel, and they had a pool table, and he's really good at pool, and I play a lot of pool, as I already said. So we played a few games of pool. I was chatting to him, and actually he's and his friend, who actually I knew more than Sam at the time, Pete Linden. And yeah, then we happened to both go deep in the tournament, and we played a huge hand. And my friends still make fun of me for this hand to this day. And you're actually in the background. I could hear you in the middle of the hand with your loud, booming voice. And it was like, I think it was a 3-bet pot, and I had a pair of queens, and I think it came like 2, 3, 4. So like pretty safe flop. And Sam check called, and then turn was a 5, so pretty bad card for me. Obviously, any ace makes a straight now, but then the river was a queen, and so I now made top set, and Sam shoved all into me, and in my head I was like, like in this spot he never really, he either has an ace or he's turning like pair of nines or pair of eights into a bluff, and I thought he was capable enough to do it, so I ended up calling. I didn't like, it was back in the day when people didn't really call free bets out of position very much. I was, especially when online, like I was used to people just folding or four betting. Maybe live poker, was quite different, but I basically thought if he had ace king, he would have been all in before the flop. So I didn't put him on an ace king. And if he had ace queen, I blocked, and there wasn't many combinations.
Welcome back, everybody, and welcome to the 3, 4, 15th. What level are we on?
We're on level 5 of the day, level 15 of the tournament. Players just had their hour dinner break, going to be coming back shortly, taking their seats. What's Michael Allen been up to?
Whoa, Mike Allen, where's their cup? Whoa, 600,000 chips.
That's like average stack for probably like 15 players left. That's an incredible stack at this stage of the tournament.
He must have taken out two or three big stacks. Adam Bromley doing well on 272. Boz on 300. The Dave Doherty. The Towers tip. The Towers tip. Pardon? No, Ian Bosley. Ian Bosley from Wales, who brought us the Welsh cakes, has been eliminated. So they, right there, are a few of the chip stacks from the room.
The big stacks around the room.
So we're just about to start the next session, ladies and gentlemen. So we're right there. That's how we monitor all the chat.
We did actually lose one more as well, Tower.
Who did we lose?
Must have been just after the dinner break. Ben T is out, second in the National League. He exited just before the dinner break, so that means coming back
60.
60.
60. So 60 players. We're 8-handed, so every time we get divisions of 8, you will see. But as you can see, we have the table coming back. Who've we got? Mr.
In 1 is going to be Adam Bromley.
Burnley fan.
In 2, Stuart Rutter.
Sheffield Wednesday fan.
In 4 is going to be Rennie Z. Don't know who she supports.
No.
In 6 is Jack Harcastle.
Don't like football.
In 7, Narman Morris. In 8, Sean Cahill. And in 9 is Matt Bushell.
Matt Bushell.
Yeah, he's thought there was a different commentator earlier today.
You know them avatars? One looks like Tower and one was the other guy. It's him. No. So who's the commentator? So yes, it's going to be a great session. We're on 60, 44, get the money. There's the prize pool strolling along the bottom of the page. 2. First place, £72,200, 439 entries. You play the final hand and you lose it, you end up with £51,890. And 1. You can get up every morning and take a cup of tea. It's a tease made. And 2.
So Stu kicking us off with an open in the cutoff. Effective button. I'm assuming someone busted on this table just before the dinner break. It might have been Ben C, actually, Ben Teague, as it is a dead button. And Stu just going to raise and take the first hand. Sean is our chip leader on this table. Sean Cahill in C8.
So if we just have a look at them, quickly just look at them chip counts again. There are some big stacks building, aren't there? Because Ian Roberts, Sharon Horn, Elliot Catston from Blackpool, 291. And Dave Doherty, saw the big one with it. In fact, in 2 hands, he took all Ben's chips.
Yeah, I know, it's a crazy game, because if David don't hit the river there against Ben when he was caught at it, and Ben made a very good call, he's out the door, but then it's just,
like
see you later. But it's crazy, this game. That can turn so quickly for you. One card can really change your whole tournament.
Yep.
And Matt going to open the King Jack here under the gun +1, makes it 6k. Stuart's in the cut-off with the Ace Queen. Matt playing 29 bigs effective, and Stuart going to come straight in for a 3-bet here, and Matt's going to have an easy fold once it comes back round to him. And Stuart, back-to-back pots, good start to the session for him.
Yep. Truth, do GKPT winners have tax removed? It's tax-free. Poker winnings still in the United Kingdom are tax-free. Not so in many countries around the world. I think it's like 40%. Will you lean back and concentrate? Sit back. Some countries it's 40%. I think Vegas. I think America's 40%.
Yeah,
Scandinavia is 27%. So yes, at this moment in time, the United Kingdom is one of the only countries in the world where it's tax-free.
And I believe Germany's the same as well.
Germany as well.
Germany,
yeah. Yeah. So yeah, so whatever you win, you take home, you put in your pocket, you change into dollars or whatever you want to do. It is all tax-free until it comes a time where they class it. I don't know why sports betting and gaming is still tax-free, but it is, and the Brits are obviously glad of it.
Of course we are. That's why you get so many foreign poker players coming to reside in the UK simply for that reason.
Somebody's hit number 1, somebody's hit 0 on roulette downstairs, I think. Unless it's somebody's birthday. I think it's somebody's birthday. I don't know if you can hear in the background, but I'm thinking it's somebody's birthday. All he's done is fetch chips up. Oh,
too good, Tower.
Now the song comes on. Now the Stevie Wonder song comes on. Happy birthday to you. It's on downstairs somewhere. Some kind of birthday going on. Ready to celebrate.
Straight into the action here. This is what I like to see. Big pot poker between two good players. Jack opening the button. Sean 3-betting the Queen Jack suited in the big blind. Jack's going to peel the Ace 10 in position. Ace 9 6. 2 hearts is the flop. And Sean, if he's 3-betting this hand, going to be continuing here fairly often. Don't have to go too large. Probably going to go around quarter pot, 15, 20k, somewhere around there. Looks like he's gone even smaller. Oh, well, there you go, 17.5k. So it has gone 3rd pot, and Jack with Ace 10 here. Only one thing in his mind, should only be calling here in this spot, and going to take some turns. There is the call from Jack, and action to the turn, which is the 10 of spades. Actually a bit of an interesting card here. Sean with the Queen Jack suited has now picked up a double gutter here. King or 8 would make him the nuts, assuming it's not a heart. But whether he's going to continue barreling and potentially telling a story that he's got like an Ace King, Ace Queen, Ace Jack type hand, and it looks like he is coming in for this double barrel here. 2 big stacks going at it. The thing is, if Sean had like Ace Queen, Ace King here, I think he's going to check a fair amount of the time, and I think Jack will be aware of that. I spoke about this a lot earlier, the way the game goes nowadays. A lot of people with their top pairs, they'll bet flop and then they'll check turn and try and get their value on the river. So if Jack doesn't think Sean's going to play a 1-pair hand like this, then he's probably just going to carry on calling and let Sean bluff on rivers. Bet of 36k, so 36 into 87, so opted for around 40% pot here on the turn. And now Jack has an absolute lock on this board from his perspective. Top 2 pair, don't expect ace like 6s to ever 3-bet here. Maybe 9s are going to 3-bet some of the time, but Jack like to see the call there from him. Keep them bluffs in there that Sean can potentially have. And it's the 7 of spades on the river. And I think this is white flag territory. Sean knows that Jack will peel this deep. Hands like 8-7 suited, 10-8 suited, 9-8 suited, Jack 8 suited that he's going to open on the button. And no, is he going to go for it? I'd be shocked if he went for it here, Tower. I'd be really, really shocked. I like the double barrel on the turn, but I think on this particular river, it's just a give up from us. We've still got plenty of chips, and There's a check, and Jack just moves all in, and it's a snap fold from Sean there with the Queen Jack of Spades, and Jack up to 325k. That's a massive pot to win early on in this session.
Yeah, we said at the last leg that Jack Hardcastle is going to run deep eventually because he's playing well, and this is one of the only tournaments around the world that he's not had a very, very deep running. So we're looking forward to him. Final tabled London.
London, yeah.
Final table London, got unlucky. He got the eye roll going as well.
I'm pretty sure he final Reading in 2017 as well.
It's about time we lifted that trophy. Great player is Jack. Are we near the money? We are 16 players off the money from the start of this session. 60 players started this session. We're already down to 59 as Sean Farrell was the first person eliminated in this session. So we're on 59, which means we're 15 off the money.
There's the prizes running across the bottom of your screen for everyone. Open from Narman. Raises the 6.5k. Sean Pills with a pair in the small, and Matt's going to come along with the 7-6 offsuit. Flop a king, queen, 8 rainbow. And Narman, like his decision to check this one back. As always mentioned,
Just turns the set.
Yeah, these are good hands to check back, especially three-way here. Small blind can have plenty of king X, so we're going to check this one behind as Narman and call a turn bet. Unlucky for us that the 4 has rolled off, but we're going to call here with the ace queen and see what the river brings.
Oh! Oi, oi! Oi, oi, yes, the clubs.
Ace from space on the end.
Wow. It just looks so dry, doesn't it?
It does.
It looks so dry.
Saying that one of the main bluffs that he should have in this spot out the small blind, Jack 10 suited does get there, and it's a bet and just a snap call. Narman not opting to raise. What's happened here? Just a bet of 17k and a snap call from Sean with the ace queen, and Narman certainly could have got more value there, but he weren't to know that Sean had rivered aces up. So a nice pick up with the pocket 4s there. It's just been sets everywhere on the feature table today. 1 in 8 every 8.5 times. Well, on the flop at least, but it's seems like everyone's making sets, whether it be on flop, turn or river. Paul Fletcher, good afternoon. Afternoon, gents. Working away and only just managed to get the stream on. How's the pot washer and bottle snatcher getting on? Well, I think they are over there on the other side of the card room, sitting at a table, and I think they were running hands when I went and saw them on the break. So they busted, but they're still...
Yeah, Chris was one of the first out today, wasn't he? Yeah. Chris was one of the first eliminated. Ewan was out just after the first break.
A flop of ace, 5, 4. 2 clubs.
We said the bounty will be busy. We did say the bounty would be busy. There's a queue out the door. Out the door. Down the stairs. Amazing.
So now Jack's got chips. He's going to be one of the favourites to definitely make day 3.
Absolutely.
Definitely going to be up in aggression. Opening Jack 10 here, early position. And Sean with the pocket 8s, and Matt's probably just going to rip this one tower. I'd be very surprised if he didn't. He's playing 64k, 21 big blinds. Knows that Jack's going to be opening wider than usual off of this stack, early position. And we've got the dead flat from Sean in the cut-off here. So if I'm Matt, I'm only doing one thing, and there's the all-in. We'll see a quick fold from Jack, and action over to Sean. He has got plenty of chips.
He's calling with a snowman with that chip stack.
He's snap folding. Whoa. And a nice pick up there from Matt Bushell. I was going to save it for probably later in the session, but seems relevant now as Matt has just won an all-in. But Matt was involved in a pretty funny prop bet tower. You might like this one. You might like this one.
What's this? Go.
So the man in seat 9, he had a prop bet with his friend.
Yeah.
That when he played poker for 2,000 hands, every hand that he won, he had to stand up, put his arms in the air and shout, "I'm king in the world." And he had a clicker, a bouncer clicker, and he had to do it for 2,000 hands. If it was blind on blind and he got a walk, he'd have to stand up, put his hands up in the air and shout, "I'm king of the world." And he done it for 2,000 hands.
Where?
So
Everywhere.
at the Empire, I think it was. Yeah, I think it was at the Empire. But for 2,000 hands, he's straight that he won. He had to stand up, arms in the air, and shout, "I'm king of the world." I think it was like 2.5k. I think it was like 2.5k for 2,000 hands. But he was telling me about, there was a game he was, the man in seat 9, Matt Bushell, he was telling me about a game that he played in. I think he was up north somewhere, and the people, he had to change table because the people were getting a bit annoyed at him.
Wow.
He said it was a good game, but he had to move table because of his own well-being. Yeah.
Jeez.
Like, can you imagine being in that game and someone hits a 2-outer on you and they stand up and do that? But it's great. I love stories like that, little poker stories, little prop bets.
Saber Ebas says, ought to get to meet you guys at Blackpool, coming down to play the minute and a few side events. You think awesome. We will be. Don't forget, anybody who's going to be a first time meeting the team, either wear a name badge or just come and introduce yourself. We don't bite. You'll normally find us at the bar. just come and say hello to us. It is always good. I met Gullimath yesterday for the
we did
first time.
Mr. P-Man as well on Twitch, I met yesterday. He's actually in the field still today. Yeah,
Mr. P-Man, I've not seen Mr. P-Man. Who's that? What's his name?
Patrick, his name is.
Yeah, Blackpool is going to be very, very busy indeed. And he's on 90,000, Mr. P-Man, as Gullimath is watching the stream.
So, Rene, 21 big blinds, ace 10 blind on
If
blind.
only we had a player called Renato.
Rene and Renato.
Like me and you.
Yeah, it would. It would. But with Jack on her left, she may actually elect to just either complete shove this, or she's going to complete. So she's going to complete to shove, or what I was going to say is potentially just open rip here for 21 big blinds. Jack's going to be playing very well post flop against us in position. So taking that out of there could potentially just open rip this for 21 bigs, but opting to just complete. I'm assuming she was going to complete rip for 21, but Jack opts to check behind.
Yeah, it took me a while to realise it was a palindrome, or your name. It took me a while, but I got there in the end.
Really?
No, one of the guys in the chat.
And a bet from Rene, quick fold from Jack.
We started with 70 in the bounty.
Started with 70.
Started
okay,
with 70.
Our line might be a bit off then. It might be 120, 130 with re-entries.
Started with 70. I'm not being funny, but amazing turnout again.
Actually, I heard it. But it just didn't that so around
Danny Waddington, how many are left? 59.
That can't be right, Tower.
What's
I'd be
that?
shocked if it was.
What's the shocking?
Sean opening under the gun with King 6 off. There we are. There we are.
It's Jesus Christ, Dave.
There we are. Back.
Oh, dear.
And it was actually Adam that opened. He had ace 10. And Narman just going to check fold after facing the continuation bet.
It's totally understand we can get graphics wrong. It's one of the hardest jobs you'd ever wish to do. But when he tries to catch up from doing something wrong, it's like watching Tetris. Mr. P-Man, they're in the background, top right, so that'll be one of them on the outer tables.
There it is. There it is.
Just to let the White Lion know, Wrightington, the Tweedledee and Tweedledum, they're on their way to play the side event. The pot washer and the bottle snatcher are on the way to play the side event.
Raise and take for Jack.
You couldn't have said two worst things to eat ever. Pork scratchings and scampi fries.
I can't do pork scratchings.
Me neither.
It hurts me.
Or
Well, don't hurt me. I don't like the sound on my teeth.
Or scampi fries.
Feels like I'm eating rocks.
They won't do it for me at all. Scampi fries seem to repeat on me for like 3 weeks. Yeah, the numbers increased for the bounty, and those two guys are now sat in, Chris McGuire and Ewan McNicholas. Hardcastle needs to win one of these to be the GOAT. He's not held that trophy just yet. He'll get there eventually.
Yeah, I think assuming Jack continues to play this tour over the next few years, I think we will see him have a title at one point.
Yep.
It's just whether he continues supporting and playing the legs. You never know when he might start playing 5Ks or something like that next year. Just go and grind them. But if we do see him on the tour, I'm pretty sure at least a very deep run. I know final table with London, but definitely one to look out for over the coming years. One of the good up and coming young English pros.
And Alex Hartley on Facebook says, take it down Mike Allen. Well, Mike Allen's the chip leader in the entire tournament.
So Narman shoving for what is 14 bigs, and over Stuart's open, and Stuart against 14 big blind shove here after he's got 2 invested. Be very shocked to see him fold this ace jack unless he has some sort of read that Narman isn't going to make these light reshoves with his ace X. Like Narman off 14 bigs here, going to be shoving king, queen, king jack suited, all the pocket pairs, ace 10s in there. We can see ace 9s in there as well.
As the screen froze,
yeah,
does Stu know it's on him? Does somebody wake him up?
No, he
Stu,
knows,
it's on you.
He knows it's on him, but he's just. Stu's going to have a better read on this situation than us, Tower, simply because he would have been playing with Narman all day. If he perceives Narman to be on the tighter side, he might come in for the fold, but a lot of the time against population, people that are going to be shoving the right range, expecting to just raise call off ace jack against this particular stack size of 43k. 14 big blind shove. We've got 2 invested. He's going to be shoving maybe some ace 5 suited, ace 4 suited in there as well, all the pocket pairs. But no, Stuart makes a disciplined laydown, and Narman will see that he's got away with one there.
He has indeed. Probably just a positioning. Well,
yeah, that's the other thing. Good mention as well, Tower. Stu has opened early position under the gun +1, so maybe Stu thinks that Narman's going to be less inclined to come in with lighter shoves there, simply for that reason, because he has opened early position. I think if it was like hijack versus cut-off or cut-off versus button, we would have seen a snap from Stu. But just preserving his stack, don't want to put around 30% of it in with ace jack. And that is fair enough. We're on an hour clock, as I always say, plenty of time to pick your spots, and that one was a bit dicey.
Indeed. Another elimination. In fact, 2 on the outer tables in very, very quick succession. Melissa Pemberton and Leslie Williams. 2 eliminations.
Queen Jack suited for Rene. Rene actually was a runner-up in this exact event back in 2017. Probably should mention that.
Yep.
Closest anyone's ever come as a lady to
she had a chip lead as
GUKPT
well,
title.
didn't she?
Yep.
She had a chip lead.
I think she was heads up against Wayne Liang, if I remember correctly. Running across the bottom of your screen there, everybody, the Haymaker Knockout Series. We're going to mention it a lot over the weekend because it's just an incredible promotion the guys are putting on. 7 tournaments over 7 weeks, starting on Wednesday. Free roll. If you manage to win that free roll, you're going to get an invite to the grand final. Me and Tower will be covering it. There's going to be an 8-man sit and go. David Hay and 7 qualifiers, £20,000 added in that one. It's a great promotion, and look out for that, and obviously get yourself involved in the free rolls. You could be there at the Vic in a couple of months' time, sitting there playing against David Hay. That's a flop of Queen 3, 5, 2 clubs. Jack, the original opener here under the gun +2. He's going to opt to check, and action on Sean here in the cut-off. Might fire once here with the King Jack potentially. Going to have plenty of Queen X peel in the cut-off, but decides to check back, and this ace on the turn should be good for Jack's range, but Jack opts to check again, and Sean with the nut high hand just going to check back, maybe try and get to showdown. I think Jack could just have a hand like maybe jacks, 10s, 9s, something like that in this spot. Okay, now he's coming in for value, and unbeknown to us what he had. Definitely could have some ace-X that opted to check turn as well. Another pot going the way of Jack Hardcastle. He's really starting to chip up nicely at this featured table.
News about the former champ, Brett Angel, defending.
Out.
Not defending anymore.
We're going to have a new Leeds champion then.
We're going to have a new Leeds champion.
So Narman, just sub 20 big blinds, 19 bigs effective. Going to open to 6k here with the ace jack. Big fan. No need to open rip this one. And Adam just going to flat the king queen. And Stuart with ace jack here in the small blind. And going to have a little look over at the stack of Narman. He'll realise he's opening off of 19 big blinds here. So if Stuart is going to come in for a free bet squeeze, I'm assuming he's free betting to call this off. Doubt he's going to free bet for effective stack of Narman. Probably going to be free betting over 50% and then folding the ace jack. So he's obviously made that decision already, and squeezes to 30k. Love the sizing he's opted for here as well. To a really nice choice of size, spinning open and a flat. So around 5x, nice from him. Makes it 30k, and should see 2 quick folds from both opponents, and well played there from Mr. Stuart Ra.
2 risk plays, Jack.
Very kind of him yesterday, treating us here to some drinks.
Yeah, we nearly got a bottle of champagne. We declined the offer at the end. Ended up with a star problem. Indeedy. Oh, the bounty events, fancy dress event as well, is it? Yeah. Oh no, what happened to Towers Treble?
I literally just checked, I totally forgot about it during the dinner break.
We didn't have a loser.
We didn't.
We even played with 10 men, one of them. Stoke City won 2-0, Sunderland won 1-0, that was in the 4-timer, and the other 2 finished 0-0. How disappointing. Sorry guys, apologies about the Towers treble. We didn't have a losing team either. Oh dear. So we are 13, 14, 15 off the money. 58 to 44. 14 off the money, apologies.
And we got Narman with 17 big blinds exactly, shoving the pocket 8s and ace-9 suited for Jack. That's going to go into the muck, correctly so. Never going to be shoving ace-8 there, so if we call as Jack, we're basically hoping to be in a flip situation. So ace-9 suited straight into the muck. opening Queen Jack to 6k. And action folded all the way round to a Narman in the big blind with an ace. He's going to make the defend, and it's heads up to the flop between these two. Both the short stacks at the table. Matt does have Narman covered though. He gets a nice flop as well, flopping top pair on Queen 10-4. Queen of Hearts in there as well from Matt. It comes in for continuation, and Narman not getting involved with bottom pair. Matt Bushell picking that one up. And we are covering the main event of GUKPT Leeds, but should mention coming up 30-30s.
Who's well played?
Chris.
'Tea no sugar for me, please, Daniel. Lovely, thank you. Deuces for Jack on the button. Quick check of stack sizes in the blinds, opens to 6k. And Sean. Okay, weren't folded to Jack on the button. It's actually new players at the table. So Dave's just going to plug him in. There he is, Phil. Makes it 6k, and Jack calls with the deuces on the button. Both blinds get out of the way, heads up to the flop we go. Oh, and Jack checks back the set on the flop, and it's going to work wonders for him.
Absolute peach of a card for Jack. So he's just going to scoop in more and more and more.
So after this flop goes check, check, I think Jack will be aware this isn't the type of opponent that's going to check like 10s plus on this board. So once he fires his turn, like he will have a fair amount of Queen X in there. But Jack going to come in for the raise now for that reason. After this Queen rolls off on the turn and snap.
He does not want to see a king or a queen.
I don't think he's going to fold. He wants to see an ace really to potentially try and get him away from it.
It's the third heart. I don't think the back door should matter too much.
Can't be scared of monsters under the bed. Jack's good enough to shove this tower. He'll set Phil in, and it's the same as I always say. If you've got a flush, he's got a flush, but we want to get value from the Queen X. And there it is. There's the shove. Sets his opponent all in, and now Phil in a bit of a spot.
Oh, he's mid call.
He snap calls King Queen, and deuces for Jack, and Phil sits down. And he gets straight back up.
That was short-lived on the feature.
That was short
and out he goes. Phil Walker eliminated.
And checking the deuces back on the flop there. Great from Jack, just understanding that 10s plus from his opponent aren't really going to get trappy there. So he wants him to try and catch one of his overcards, and that's exactly what happened. And it got the full lot from his opponent. And I think he's going to be near 400k now.
Yeah, this guy is going to be hard to stop. Unbelievable. Phil Walker. Is that the same Phil Walker that finished third in Blackpool a few years ago? It probably was.
So Jack in the cut-off here. Probably not going to open this one. Okay. guessing 2 reshove stacks behind him. Narman and Matt both have hands, stack sizes that can certainly jam over and open, so opts not to open the 5-4 suited, just aware of opponent's stack sizes. And it's a walk for Matt Bushell. Coming up, as mentioned earlier, I was meant to put it on 30-30s.
Yes,
let's have a look.
are. Right there, because Reading, Leicester and Blackpool is next week. I think Blackpool's going to be very busy. The satellite on Wednesday, as always, is on every 30-30. So Reading, Leicester and Blackpool will have satellite from the Thursday on the Wednesday. There's an online day 1 on the Wednesday as well, and if you bag up online, you can choose where you want to play. So if you want to go to Reading, if you want to go to Leicester, if you want to go to Blackpool, you can. It just depends where you want to play.
After that, we're at Portsmouth, Manchester and Glasgow from 20th to the 24th, and final week for the 30-30s, Leeds, Luton, Bolton and Edinburgh, 10th to the 14th of November.
Indeed.
All these tournaments are £400 buy-in, 50k guarantee, 30k starting stack.
Great events, and there is talk of the 25-25s coming back, which is the same kind of concept. Later in the year, we'll keep you updated on that. So as we return next week in Edinburgh, the team are on the way up to Edinburgh next week. Grass Market Wednesday night for a bit of. We can't wait. We're on it. We get to Edinburgh. We get to have deep fried Mars bars and a sing song.
What more do you want?
What a life!
Sean opening 4-3.
Anybody would think this was a job. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. Nobody's ever called it a job. We pack our suitcase, we go on holiday.
Yeah. It is a little bit of a job. Definitely a little bit of work. We love it. We love it.
Where did he go for the tea? Huddersfield.
Yeah, he's I don't know.
Sidetracked, I think.
9 on the river.
Considering it's a full card room again with a side event.
So Adam gets the check mark here, and he's going to check. And with a little bit of showdown here, Sean's going to check behind and shows the 4-3 of clubs. And Adam takes it with the ace.
Here he comes. Bang on cue. Bang on cue, here comes the T-boy. Thank you very much indeed.
Cheers, Daniel. Thank you.
Lovely. Are you a Dan, a Daniel or a Danny? Danny? Like it. Cheers, Danny. You're a star. You've been the best ever. Oh, yes.
So Jack ace-8 suited makes it 6k. Folded all the way around to Stuart in the big, and he's going to let the 7-3 off go, and Jack just chipping up. I think he's winning like every 1 and 2 pots at the moment on this featured table. He has had plausible hands to open though, he hasn't just been opening random ranges. He's had some nice holdings that he can get involved with.
Phil Walker eliminated just before Phil Walker, actually. Freddie Winterburn. Freddie Winterburn and Phil Walker, the last 2 out, which brings us on to 54.
10 off the money, and I think that's going to be the norm now. Before this new structure, came in.
Yeah.
Usually bubble always bust level 17 or level 18, but the last 2 legs have actually been in the money level 16, and I think that's going to be the norm going forward now.
A lot of that's got to do with the turbo.
Yep.
Because the average stack in the turbo, 50% of the field at the moment is average to get through.
Yep.
But the average stack in the turbo is then going to be like 35, 40,000. So not too many chips.
Exactly.
So they're coming back with 30 bigs.
Makes sense.
Then there's the vines for day 2, which are only 16, 17 bigs. So there's going to be a lot between 10 and 25 bigs that are going to be part of the equation coming into day 2s, which is why we seem to lose a lot of players during the start of the day. So that is a factor.
I think if Renee was deeper, she might call once here. Against a button opening range, ace high can be the best hand in this spot. But we are out of position, we are short, we've got 20 bigs, and just chooses to let that one go, and I can't blame her for doing so.
Oh, that Joshua's fighting tonight, isn't he? Mr. Joshua.
What time's that start?
It starts at 6:30. Not Joshua. Joshua's walking out after 10:30 or something like that.
So about 11. So yeah,
The walk-on's 5 to 10, is it?
I'll have the overs, Andy, if you want to bet. Yeah? I'll have the overs if you want to bet. I thought you said on. Over on the ring walk at 5 to 10. It's always at least half hour, an hour after the approximated time, the ring walk. Is that what they said?
That's precise. Are they not allowed to fight after 11 or something?
What, on 10 past? Well, you said it would be 5 to... All right, we'll do that. I'll have overs on the 10 past. All right. Pound. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. Starts the walk. Yeah, first person. I'll even be fair. I'll be fair. Next up as well, we are off to Edinburgh.
Yeah!
There's the schedule.
Awesome. We cannot wait.
We're there on Wednesday.
Next Wednesday.
It's not even
Saturday night. It's not even a week.
4 days.
Not even a week.
We'll be there in 4 days.
I don't even know. We don't even go to bed.
Yeah, that's
Time we
it.
finish Sunday night.
So if you are up there, come and join us. We do need to make you aware with the pandemic and the rules and regulations in Scotland, casinos walking around, you will need to wear a mask.
Yes, you will.
Not the same as it is here in England, but mask will need to be on. But there's the schedule. You can find it all on the GUKPT website as well.
Yeah. Just make sure the rules and regulations regarding Edinburgh, if you want to go up and play. We could have a bit of action here. My old fruit cake. Sean raises 6.5. Adam in seat number 1. Adam Bromley. 330,000 is going to call.
And Jack, Queen 9 of clubs here. He's going to get involved as well. In a really bad spot. Up against Jackson Ace Queen. Queen 4 of spades for Narman. And it's 4-way action.
Yeah.
29k in the middle already.
And the Queens are going to struggle to improve.
Yeah, Narman working with like 1.4 SPR. So if he catches a piece, could be moving it in. But This one bricks everybody. And Sean with the pocket jacks here. Looks like he is going to continue on the King 3-3 board.
And that will do it.
Best hand wins.
Best hand wins. What's happening here? Oh, we're not out to tables. Martin Frey still in.
There he is.
Short stack though.
There's the chip leader.
That's Mike Allen, is it? Mike Allen, 600,000 chips.
Look at
Big
that.
Look
Look at them oranges.
Wow, where's he bought them from?
Sorry, Reds Tower, Reds.
Wowzers. There's Boz. Leeds. Jamie O'Connor. Having a laugh. Got a few chips. Nice to see them having a good old laugh while they've sat playing for chunks of money. James Williams sat in seat number 1. Some big stacks are building around the room. Dan Charlton, Chris Cooper, all got chunks. Just a couple of the outer tables there. Thank you very much indeed.
Ace-9 of diamonds open for Adam. Makes it 6.5, and Jack just putting the foot down. 3 bets the ace-10. He's not fussed about the EP Open, just comes in with the 3 bet and wins another one. Good to watch, very good to watch.